The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. Narrated by Mark Douglas Nelson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Moon Pool. Forward. The publication of the following narrative of Dr. Walter T. Goodwin has been authorized by the Executive Council of the International Association of Science. First, to end officially what is beginning to be called the Throckmorton mystery, and to kill the innuendo and scandalous suspicions which have threatened to stain the reputations of Dr. David Throckmorton, his youthful wife, and equally youthful associate, Dr. Charles Stanton, ever since a tardy dispatch from Melbourne, Australia, reported the disappearance of the first from a ship sailing to that port, and the subsequent reports of the disappearance of his wife and associate from the camp of their expedition on the Caroline Islands. Second, because the Executive Council have concluded that Dr. Goodwin's experiences in his wholly heroic effort to save the three, and the lessons and warnings within those experiences, are too important to humanity as a whole to be hidden away in scientific papers, understandable only to the technically educated, or to be presented through the newspaper press in the abridged and fragmentary form which the space limitations of that vehicle make necessary. For these reasons, the Executive Council commissioned Mr. A. Merritt to transcribe into form to be readily understood by the layman the stenographic notes of Dr. Goodwin's own report to the Council, supplemented by further oral reminiscences and comments by Dr. Goodwin. This transcription, edited and censored by the Executive Council of the Association, forms the contents of this book. Himself a member of the Council, Dr. Walter T. Goodwin, Ph.D., FRGS, etc., is without cavil the foremost of American botanists, an observer of international reputation, and the author of several epical treatises upon his chosen branch of science. His story, amazing in the best sense of that word as it may be, is fully supported by proofs brought forward by him and accepted by the organization of which I have the honor to be president. What matter has been elided from this popular presentation, because of the excessively menacing potentialities it contains, which unrestricted dissemination might develop, will be dealt with in purely scientific pamphlets of carefully guarded circulation. The International Association of Science, per J.B.K., President. Chapter 1. The Thing on the Moon Path. For 2 months I had been on the D'Entrecasteaux Islands, gathering data for the concluding chapters of my book upon the flora of the volcanic islands of the South Pacific. The day before I had reached Port Moresby and had seen my specimens safely stored on board the Southern Queen. As I sat on the upper deck, I thought, with homesick mind, of the long leagues between me and Melbourne, and the longer ones between Melbourne and New York. It was one of Papua's yellow mornings when she shows herself in her somberest, most baleful mood. The sky was smoldering ochre. Over the island brooded a spirit, sullen, alien, implacable, filled with the threat of latent, malefic forces waiting to be unleashed. It seemed an emanation out of the untamed, sinister heart of Papua herself, sinister even when she smiles. And now and then, on the wind, came a breath from virgin jungles, laden with unfamiliar odors, mysterious and menacing. It is on such mornings that Papua whispers to you of her immemorial ancientness and of her power. And, as every white man must, I fought against her spell. While I struggled, I saw a tall figure striding down the pier. A Kappa boy followed, swinging a new valise. There was something familiar about the tall man. As he reached the gangplank, he looked up straight into my eyes, stared for a moment, then waved his hand. And now I knew him. It was Dr. David Throckmorton. Throck he was to me always, one of my oldest friends, and, as well, a mind of the first water, whose power and achievements were for me a constant inspiration as they were, I know, for scores other. Coincidentally with my recognition came a shock of surprise, definitely unpleasant. It was Throckmorton, but about him was something disturbingly unlike the man I had known long so well, and to whose little party I had bidden farewell less than a month before I myself had sailed for these seas. He had married only a few weeks before Edith, the daughter of Professor William Fraser, younger by at least a decade than he, but at one with him in his ideals, and as much in love, if it were possible, as Throckmorton. By virtue of her father's training, a wonderful assistant. By virtue of her own sweet, sound heart, I use the word in its olden sense, lover. With his equally youthful associate, Dr. Charles Stanton, and a Swedish woman, Thora Halverson, who had been Edith Throckmorton's nurse from babyhood, they had set forth for the Nan Matal, that extraordinary group of island ruins clustered along the eastern shore of Ponape in the Carolines. I knew that he had planned to spend at least a year among these ruins, not only of Ponape, but of Lidi, twin centers of a colossal riddle of humanity, a weird flower of civilization that blossomed ages before the seeds of Egypt were sown, of whose arts we know little enough, and of whose science nothing. He had carried with him unusually complete equipment for the work he had expected to do, and which, he hoped, would be his monument. What, then, had brought Throckmorton to Port Moresby, and what was that change I had sensed in him? Hurrying down to the lower deck, I found him with the purser. As I spoke, he turned, thrust out to me an eager hand, and then I saw what was that difference that had so moved me. He knew, of course, by my silence and involuntary shrinking, the shock of my closer look had given me. My eyes filled. He turned brusquely from the purser, hesitated, then hurried off to his stateroom. "He looks rather queer, eh?" said the purser. "You know him well, sir. Seems to have given you quite a start." I made some reply and went slowly up to my chair. There I sat, composed my mind, and tried to define what it was that had shaken me so. Now it came to me. The old Throckmorton was on the eve of his venture, just turned 40, lithe, erect, muscular. His controlling expression one of enthusiasm, of intellectual keenness, of, what shall I say, expectant search. His always questioning brain had stamped its vigor upon his face. But the Throckmorton I had seen below was one who had borne some scaring shock of mingled rapture and horror, some soul cataclysm that in its climax had remolded, deep from within, his face, setting on it seal of wedded ecstasy and despair, as though indeed these two had come to him hand in hand, taken possession of him, and departing, left behind, ineradicably, their linked shadows. Yes, it was that which appalled. For how could rapture and horror, heaven and hell, mix, clasp hands, kiss? Yet these were what in closest embrace lay on Throckmorton's face. Deep in thought, subconsciously with relief, I watched the shoreline sink behind, welcomed the touch of the wind of the free seas. I had hoped, and within the hope was an inexplicable shrinking, that I would meet Throckmorton at lunch. He did not come down, and I was sensible of deliverance within my disappointment. All that afternoon I lounged about uneasily, but still he kept to his cabin, and within me was no strength to summon him. Nor did he appear at dinner. Dusk and night fell swiftly. I was warm and went back to my deck chair. The Southern Queen was rolling to a disquieting swell, and I had the place to myself. Over the heavens was a canopy of cloud, glowing faintly and testifyingly to the moon riding behind it. There was much phosphorescence. Fitfully before the ship and at her sides arose those stranger little swirls of mist that swirl up from the southern ocean like breath of sea monsters, whirl for an instant, and disappear. Suddenly the deck door opened, and through it came Throckmorton. He paused uncertainly, looked up at the sky with a curiously eager, intent gaze, hesitated, then closed the door behind him. "Throck," I called. "Come, it's Goodwin." He made his way to me. "Throck," I said, wasting no time in preliminaries. "What's wrong? Can I help you?" I felt his body grow tense. "I'm going to Melbourne, Goodwin," he answered. "I need a few things, need them urgently, and more men, white men." He stopped abruptly, rose from his chair, gazed intently toward the north. I followed his gaze. Far, far away, the moon had broken through the clouds. Almost on the horizon, you could see the faint luminescence of it upon the smooth sea. The distant patch of light quivered and shook. The clouds thickened again, and it was gone. The ship raced on southward swiftly. Throckmorton dropped into his chair. He lighted a cigarette with a hand that trembled. Then he turned to me with abrupt resolution. "Goodwin," he said, "I do need help. If ever man needed it, I do. Goodwin, can you imagine yourself in another world, alien, unfamiliar, a world of terror, whose unknown joy is its greatest terror of all? You all alone there, a stranger. As such a man would need help, so I need—" He paused abruptly and arose. The cigarette dropped from his fingers. The moon had again broken through the clouds, and this time much nearer. Not a mile away was the patch of light that it threw upon the waves. Back of it, to the rim of the sea, was a lane of moonlight, a gigantic gleaming serpent racing over the edge of the world straight and surely toward the ship. Throckmorton stiffened to it, as a pointer does to a hidden covey. To me, from him pulsed a thrill of horror, but horror tinged with an unfamiliar, an infernal joy. It came to me and passed away, leaving me trembling with its shock of bitter sweet. He bent forward, all his soul in his eyes. The moon path swept closer, closer still. It was now less than half a mile away. From it the ship fled, almost as though pursued. Down upon it, swift and straight, a radiant torrent cleaving the waves, raced the moonstream. "Good God!" breathed Throckmorton, and if ever the words were a prayer and an invocation, they were. And then, for the first time, I saw it. The moon path stretched to the horizon and was bordered by darkness. It was as though the clouds above had been parted to form a lane, drawn aside like curtains, or as the waters of the Red Sea were held back to let the hosts of Israel through. On each side of the stream was the black shadow cast by the folds of the high canopies, and straight as a road between the opaque walls gleamed, shimmered, and danced the shining, racing rapids of the moonlight. Far, it seemed immeasurably far, along this stream of silver fire I sensed, rather than saw, something coming. It drew first into sight as a deeper glow within the light. On and on it swept toward us, an opalescent mistiness that sped with the suggestion of some winged creature in arrowed flight. Dimly there crept into my mind memory of the Dyak legend of the winged messenger of Buddha, the Akla bird, whose feathers are woven of the moon rays, whose heart is a living opal, whose wings in flight echo the crystal-clear music of the white stars, but whose beak is of frozen flame and shreds the souls of unbelievers. Closer it drew, and now there came to me sweet, insistent tinklings, like the pizzicati on violins of glass, crystal clear, diamonds melting into sounds. Now the thing was close to the end of the white path, close up to the barrier of darkness still between the ship and the sparkling head of the moonstream. Now it beat up against that barrier as a bird against the bars of its cage. It whirled with shimmering plumes, with swirls of lacy light, with spirals of living vapor. It held within it odd, unfamiliar gleams as of shifting mother-of-pearl. Coruscations and glittering atoms drifted through it as though it drew them from the rays that bathed it. Nearer and nearer it came, borne on the sparkling waves, and ever thinner shrank the protecting wall of shadow between it and us. Within the mistiness was a core, a nucleus of intenser light, veined, opaline, effulgent, intensely alive, and above it, tangled in the plumes and spirals that throbbed and whirled, were 7 glowing lights. Through all the incessant but strangely ordered movement of the thing, these lights held firm and steady. They were 7, like 7 little moons. One was of a pearly pink, one of a delicate nacreous blue, one of lambent saffron, and one of the emerald you see in the shallow waters of tropic isles, a deathly white, a ghostly amethyst, and one of the silver that is seen only when the flying fish leap beneath the moon. The tinkling music was louder still. It pierced the ears with a shower of tiny lances. It made the heart beat jubilantly, and checked it dolorously. It closed the throat with a throb of rapture, and gripped it tight with a hand of infinite sorrow. Came to me now a murmuring cry, stilling the crystal notes. It was articulate, but as though from something utterly foreign to this world. The ear took the cry and translated with conscious labor into the sounds of earth. And even as it compassed, the brain shrank from it irresistibly, and simultaneously it seemed reached toward it with irresistible eagerness. Throckmorton strode toward the front of the deck, straight toward the vision, now but a few yards away from the stern. His face had lost all human semblance. Utter agony and utter ecstasy, there they were side by side, not resisting each other, unholy inhuman companions blending into a look that none of God's creatures should wear, and deep, deep as his soul. A devil and a god dwelling harmoniously side by side. So must Satan, newly fallen, still divine, seeing heaven and contemplating hell, have appeared. And then, swiftly, the moon path faded. The clouds swept over the sky as though a hand had drawn them together. Up from the south came a roaring squall. As the moon vanished, what I had seen vanished with it, blotted out as an image on a magic lantern. The tinkling ceased abruptly, leaving a silence like that which follows an abrupt thunderclap. There was nothing about us but silence and blackness. Through me passed a trembling, as one who has stood on the very verge of the gulf wherein the men of the Luisade say lurks the fisher of the souls of men, and has been plucked back by sheerest chance. Throckmorton passed an arm around me. "It is as I thought," he said. In his voice was a new note, the calm certainty that has swept aside a waiting terror of the unknown. "Now I know. Come with me to my cabin, old friend, for now that you too have seen, I can tell you," he hesitated, "what it was you saw," he ended. As we passed through the door, we met the ship's first officer. Throckmorton composed his face into at least a semblance of normality. "Going to have much of a storm?" he asked. "Yes," said the mate. "Probably all the way to Melbourne." Throckmorton straightened, as though with a new thought. He gripped the officer's sleeve eagerly. "You mean at least cloudy weather? "For—" he hesitated. "For the next 3 nights, say?" "And for 3 more," replied the mate. "Thank God!" cried Throckmorton, and I think I never heard such relief and hope as was in his voice. The sailor stood amazed. "Thank God?" he repeated. "Thank— what do you mean?" But Throckmorton was moving onward to his cabin. I started to follow. The first officer stopped me. "Your friend," he said, "is he ill?" "The sea," I answered hurriedly. "He's not used to it. I am going to look after him." Doubt and disbelief were plain in the seaman's eyes, but I hurried on. For I knew now that Throckmorton was ill indeed, but with a sickness the ship's doctor nor any other could heal. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool, Chapter 2. Dead, all dead. He was sitting, face in hands, on the side of his berth as I entered. He had taken off his coat. "Throck," I cried, "what is it? What are you flying from, man? Where is your wife and Stanton?" "Dead," he replied monotonously. "Dead, all dead." Then, as I recoiled from him, "All dead. Edith, Stanton, Thora, dead, or worse. And Edith in the moon pool, with them, drawn by what you saw on the moon path, that has put its brand upon me and follows me." He ripped open his shirt. "Look at this," he said. Around his chest, above his heart, the skin was white as pearl. This whiteness was sharply defined against the healthy tint of the body. It circled him with an even cincture about 2 inches wide. "Burn it," he said, and offered me his cigarette. I drew back. He gestured peremptorily. I pressed the glowing end of the cigarette into the ribbon of white flesh. He did not flinch, nor was there odor of burning, nor, as I drew the little cylinder away, any mark upon the whiteness. "Feel it," he commanded again. I placed my fingers upon the band. It was cold, like frozen marble. He drew his shirt around him. "2 things you have seen," he said. "It and its mark. Seeing, you must believe my story. Goodwin, I tell you again that my wife is dead, or worse, I do not know. The prey of what you saw. So too is Stanton, so Thora. How—" Tears rolled down the seared face. "Why did God let it conquer us? Why did He let it take my Edith?" he cried in utter bitterness. "Are there things stronger than God, do you think, Walter?" I hesitated. "Are there? Are there?" His wild eyes searched me. "I do not know just how you define God," I managed at last through my astonishment to make an answer. "If you mean the will to know, working through science—" He waved me aside impatiently. "Science," he said. "What is our science against that? Or against the science of whatever devils that made it, or made the way for it to enter this world of ours?" With an effort he regained control. "Goodwin," he said, "do you know at all of the ruins on the Carolines, the cyclopean, megalithic cities and harbors of Ponape and Lili, of Kusei, of Rook and Hogaloo, and a score of other islets there? Particularly, do you know of the non-metal and the metalanum?" "Of the metalanum I have heard and seen photographs," I said. "They call it, don't they, the lost Venice of the Pacific?" "Look at this map," said Throckmorton. "That," he went on, "is Christian's chart of the metalanum harbor and the non-metal. Do you see the rectangles marked Nantaoach?" "Yes," I said. "There," he said. "Under those walls is the moon pool, and the 7 gleaming lights that raise the dweller in the pool, and the altar and the shrine of the dweller. And there in the moon pool with it lie Edith and Stanton and Thora." "The dweller in the moon pool?" I repeated, half incredulously. "The thing you saw," said Throckmorton solemnly. A solid sheet of rain swept the ports, and the Southern Queen began to roll on the rising swells. Throckmorton drew another deep breath of relief, and drawing aside a curtain, peered out into the night. Its blackness seemed to reassure him. At any rate, when he sat again, he was entirely calm. "There are no more wonderful ruins in the world," he began, almost casually. "They take in some 50 islets, and cover with their intersecting canals and lagoons about 12 square miles. Who built them? None knows. When were they built? Ages before the memory of present man, that is sure. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000 years ago, the last more likely. All these islets, Walter, are squared, and their shores are frowning sea-walls of gigantic basalt blocks, hewn and put in place by the hands of ancient man. Each inner waterfront is faced with a terrace of those basalt blocks, which stand out 6 feet above the shallow canals that meander between them. On the islets behind these walls are time-shattered fortresses, palaces, terraces, pyramids. Immense courtyards strewn with ruins, and all so old that they seem to wither the eyes of those who look on them. There has been a great subsidence. You can stand out of Metalanum harbor for 3 miles and look down upon the tops of similar monolithic structures and walls 20 feet below you in the water. And all about, strung on their canals, are the bulwarked islets with their enigmatic walls peering through the dense growths of mangroves. Dead, deserted for incalculable ages, shunned by those who live near. You, as a botanist, are familiar with the evidence that a vast, shadowy continent existed in the Pacific, a continent that was not rent asunder by volcanic forces, as was that legendary one of Atlantis in the Eastern Ocean. My work in Java, in Papua, and in the Ladrones had set my mind upon this Pacific lost land. Just as the Azores are believed to be the last high peaks of Atlantis, so hints came to me steadily that Ponape and Lili and their basalt bulwarked islets were the last points of the slowly sunken western land clinging still to the sunlight, and had been the last refuge and sacred places of the rulers of that race, which had lost their immemorial home under the rising waters of the Pacific. I believed that under these ruins I might find the evidence that I sought. My wife and I talked before we were married of making this our great work. After the honeymoon, we prepared for the expedition. Stanton was as enthusiastic as ourselves. We sailed, as you know, last May for fulfillment of my dreams. At Ponape we selected, not without difficulty, workmen to help us, diggers. I had to make extraordinary inducements before I could get together my force. Their beliefs are gloomy, these Ponapeans. They people their swamps, their forests, their mountains and shores with malignant spirits, Ani they call them. And they are afraid, bitterly afraid, of the Isles of Ruins and what they think the ruins hide. I do not wonder now. When they were told where they were to go, and how long we expected to stay, they murmured. Those who, at last, were tempted made what I thought then merely a superstitious proviso that they were to be allowed to go away on the 3 nights of the full moon. Would to God we had heeded them, and gone too. We passed into Metalanum harbor. Off to our left, a mile away, arose a massive quadrangle. Its walls were all of 40 feet high, and hundreds of feet on each side. As we drew by, our natives grew very silent, watched it furtively, fearfully. I knew it for the ruins that are called Nantawach, the place of frowning walls. And at the silence of my men, I recalled what Christian had written of this place, of how he had come upon its ancient platforms and tetragonal enclosures of stonework, its wonder of tortuous alleyways and labyrinth of shallow canals, grim masses of stonework peering out from behind verdant screens, cyclopean barricades, and of how, when he had turned into its ghostly shadows, straightway the merriment of guides was hushed and conversation died down to whispers. He was silent for a little time. "Of course, I wanted to pitch our camp there," he went on again quietly. "But I soon gave up that idea. The natives were panic-stricken, threatened to turn back. 'No,' they said, 'too great ani there. We go to any other place, but not there.' We finally picked for our base the islet called Ushentao. It was close to the Isle of Desire, but far enough away from it to satisfy our men. There was an excellent camping place and a spring of fresh water. We pitched our tents, and in a couple of days the work was in full swing." End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 The Moon Rock. "I do not intend to tell you now," Throckmorton continued, "the results of the next 2 weeks, nor of what we found. Later, if I am allowed, I will lay all that before you. It is sufficient to say that at the end of those 2 weeks I had found confirmation for many of my theories. The place, for all its decay and desolation, had not infected us with any touch of morbidity, that is, not Edith, Stanton, or myself. But Thora was very unhappy. She was a Swede, as you know, and in her blood ran the beliefs and superstitions of the Northland, some of them so strangely akin to those of this far southern land. Beliefs of spirits of mountain and forest and water werewolves and beings malign. From the first, she showed a curious sensitivity to what, I suppose, may be called the influences of the place. She said it smelled of ghosts and warlocks. I laughed at her then. 2 weeks slipped by, and at their end the spokesman for our natives came to us. The next night was the full of the moon, he said. He reminded me of my promise. They would go back to their village in the morning. They would return after the 3rd night, when the moon had begun to wane. They left us sundry charms for our protection, and solemnly cautioned us to keep as far away as possible from Nantawach during their absence. Half exasperated, half amused, I watched them go. No work could be done without them, of course, so we decided to spend the days of their absence junketing about the southern islets of the group. We marked down several spots for subsequent exploration, and on the morning of the 3rd day set forth along the east face of the breakwater for our camp on Ushentao, planning to have everything in readiness for the return of our men the next day. We landed just before dusk, tired and ready for our cots. It was only a little after 10 o'clock that Edith awakened me. "Listen," she said. "Lean over with your ear close to the ground." I did so, and seemed to hear, far, far below, as though coming up from great distances, a faint chanting. It gathered strength, died down, ended. Began, gathered volume, faded away into silence. "It's the waves rolling on rock somewhere," I said. "We are probably over some ledge of rock that carries the sound." "It's the first time I've heard it," replied my wife doubtfully. We listened again. Then, through the dim rhythms, deep beneath us, another sound came. It drifted across the lagoon that lay between us and Nantawach in little tinkling waves. It was music, of a sort. I won't describe the strange effect it had upon me. You felt it. "You mean on the deck?" I asked. Throckmorton nodded. "I went to the flap of the tent," he continued, "and peered out. As I did so, Stanton lifted his flap and walked out into the moonlight, looking over to the other islet and listening. I called to him. 'That's the queerest sound,' he said. He listened again. 'Crystalline, like little notes of translucent glass, like the bells of crystal on the sistrums of Isis at Dundara Temple,' he added, half dreamily. We gazed intently at the island. Suddenly, on the seawall, moving slowly, rhythmically, we saw a little group of lights. Stanton laughed. "The beggars!" he exclaimed. "That's why they wanted to get away, is it? Don't you see, Dave? It's some sort of a festival, rites of some kind, that they hold during the full moon. That's why they were so eager to have us keep away, too." The explanation seemed good. I felt a curious sense of relief, although I had not been sensible of any oppression. "Let's slip over," suggested Stanton, but I would not. "They're a difficult lot as it is," I said. "If we break into one of their religious ceremonies, they'll probably never forgive us. Let's keep out of any family party where we haven't been invited." "That's so," agreed Stanton. The strange tinkling rose and fell, rose and fell. "There's something very unsettling about it," said Edith, at last, soberly. "I wonder what they make those sounds with. They frighten me half to death, and at the same time they make me feel as though some enormous rapture were just around the corner." "It's devilish uncanny," broke in Stanton. And as he spoke, the flap of Thora's tent was raised, and out into the moonlight strode the old Swede. She was the great Norse type, tall, deep-breasted, moulded on the old Viking lines. Her 60 years had slipped from her. She looked like some ancient priestess of Odin. She stood there, her eyes wide, brilliant, staring. She thrust her head forward towards Nantawach, regarding the moving lights. She listened. Suddenly, she raised her arms and made a curious gesture to the moon. It was an archaic movement. She seemed to drag it from remote antiquity, and yet in it was a strange suggestion of power. Twice she repeated this gesture, and the tinklings died away. She turned to us. "Go," she said, and her voice seemed to come from far distances. "Go from here, and quickly. Go while you may. It has called." She pointed to the islet. "It knows you are here. It waits," she wailed. "It beckons. The... She fell at Edith's feet, and over the lagoon came again the tinklings, now with a quicker note of jubilance, almost of triumph. We watched beside her throughout the night. The sounds from Nantawach continued until about an hour before moonset. In the morning, Thora awoke, none the worse, apparently. She had had bad dreams, she said. She could not remember what they were, except that they had warned her of danger. She was oddly sullen, and throughout the morning her gaze returned again and again, half fascinatedly, half wonderingly, to the neighboring isle. That afternoon the natives returned, and that night on Nantawach the silence was unbroken, nor were there lights nor sign of life. You will understand, Goodwin, how the occurrences I have related would excite the scientific curiosity. We rejected immediately, of course, any explanation admitting the supernatural. Our symptoms, let me call them, could all very easily be accounted for. It is unquestionable that the vibrations created by certain musical instruments have definite and sometimes extraordinary effect upon the nervous system. We accepted this as the explanation of the reactions we had experienced, hearing the unfamiliar sounds. Thora's nervousness, her superstitious apprehensions, had wrought her up to a condition of semi-somnambulistic hysteria. Science could readily explain her part in the night scene. We came to the conclusion that there must be a passageway between Ponape and Nantawach known to the natives, and used by them during their rites. We decided that on the next departure of our laborers we would set forth immediately to Nantawach. We would investigate during the day, and at evening my wife and Thora would go back to camp, leaving Stanton and me to spend the night on the island, observing from some safe hiding place what might occur. The moon waned, appeared crescent in the west, waxed slowly toward the full. Before the men left us, they literally prayed us to accompany them. Their importunities only made us more eager to see what it was that, we are now convinced, they wanted to conceal from us. At least that was true of Stanton and myself. It was not true of Edith. She was thoughtful, abstracted, reluctant. When the men were out of sight around the turn of the harbor, we took our boat and made straight for Nantawach. Soon its mighty sea-wall towered above us. We passed through the water gate with its gigantic hewn prisms of basalt and landed beside a half-submerged pier. In front of us stretched a series of giant steps leading into a vast court strewn with fragments of fallen pillars. In the center of the court, beyond the shattered pillars, rose another terrace of basalt blocks, concealing, I knew, still another enclosure. And now, Walter, for the better understanding of what follows, and... He hesitated. Should you decide later to return with me, or, if I am taken, to follow us, listen carefully to my description of this place. Nantawach is literally 3 rectangles. The first rectangle is the seawall, built up of monoliths, hewn and squared, 20 feet wide at the top. To get to the gateway in the seawall, you pass along the canal marked on the map between Nantawach and the islet named Tau. The entrance to the canal is hidden by dense thickets of mangroves. Once through these, the way is clear. The steps lead up from the landing of the sea gate through the entrance to the courtyard. This courtyard is surrounded by another basalt wall, rectangular, following with mathematical exactness the march of the outer barricades. The sea wall is from 30 to 40 feet high. Originally it must have been much higher, but there has been subsidence in parts. The wall of the first enclosure is 15 feet across the top, and its height varies from 20 to 50 feet. Here, too, the gradual sinking of the land has caused portions of it to fall. Within this courtyard is the second enclosure. Its terrace, of the same basalt as the outer walls, is about 20 feet high. Entrance is gained to it by many breaches which time has made in its stonework. This is the inner court, the heart of Nantawach. There lies the great central vault, with which is associated the one name of living being that has come to us out of the mists of the past. The natives say it was the treasure house of Chow Telur, a mighty king who reigned long before their fathers. As Chow is the ancient Ponapean word both for son and king, the name means, without doubt, place of the Sun King. It is a memory of a dynastic name of the race that ruled the Pacific continent, now vanished, just as the rulers of ancient Crete took the name of Minos and the rulers of Egypt the name of Pharaoh. And opposite this place of the Sun King is the moon rock that hides the moon pool. It was Stanton who discovered the moon rock. We had been inspecting the inner courtyard. Edith and Thora were getting together our lunch. I came out of the vault of Shautalur to find Stanton before a part of the terrace, studying it wonderingly. "What do you make of this?" he asked me as I came up. He pointed to the wall. I followed his finger and saw a slab of stone about 15 feet high and 10 wide. At first, all I noticed was the exquisite nicety with which its edges joined the blocks about it. Then I realized that its color was subtly different, tinged with gray and of a smooth, peculiar deadness. "Looks more like calcite than basalt," I said. I touched it, and withdrew my hand quickly, for at the contact every nerve in my arm tingled, as though a shock of frozen electricity had passed through it. It was not cold as we know cold. It was a chill force. The phrase I have used, frozen electricity, describes it better than anything else. Stanton looked at me oddly. "So, you felt it too," he said. I was wondering whether I was developing hallucinations like Thora. Notice, by the way, that the blocks beside it are quite warm beneath the sun. We examined the slab eagerly. Its edges were cut as though by an engraver of jewels. They fitted against the neighboring blocks in almost a hairline. Its base was slightly curved, and fitted as closely as top and sides upon the huge stones on which it rested. And then we noted that these stones had been hollowed to follow the line of the grey stone's foot. There was a semicircular depression running from one side of the slab to the other. It was as though the grey rock stood in the center of a shallow cup, revealing half, covering half. Something about this hollow attracted me. I reached down and felt it. Goodwin, although the balance of the stones that formed it, like all the stones of the courtyard, were rough and age-worn, this was as smooth, as even-surfaced, as though it had just left the hands of the polisher. "It's a door!" exclaimed Stanton. "It swings around in that little cup. That's what makes the hollow so smooth." "Maybe you're right," I replied. "But how the devil can we open it?" We went over the slab again, pressing upon its edges, thrusting against its sides. During one of those efforts, I happened to look up and cried out. A foot above and on each side of the corner of the grey rock's lintel was a slight convexity, visible only from the angle at which my gaze struck it. We carried with us a small scaling ladder, and up this I went. The bosses were apparently nothing more than chiseled curvatures in the stone. I laid my hand on the one I was examining and drew it back sharply. In my palm, at the base of my thumb, I had felt the same shock that I had in touching the slab below. I put my hand back. The impression came from a spot not more than an inch wide. I went carefully over the entire convexity, and 6 times more the chill ran through my arm. There were 7 circles an inch wide in the curved place, each of which communicated the precise sensation I have described. The convexity on the opposite side of the slab gave exactly the same results. But no amount of touching or of pressing these spots singly or in any combination gave the slightest promise of motion to the slab itself. "And yet, there would open it," said Stanton positively. "Why do you say that?" I asked. "I don't know," he answered hesitatingly, "but something tells me so. Throck," he went on, half earnestly, half laughingly, "the purely scientific part of me is fighting the purely human part of me. The scientific part is urging me to find some way to get that slab either down or open. The human part is just as strongly urging me to do nothing of the sort and get away while I can." He laughed again, shamefacedly. "Which shall it be?" he asked, and I thought that in his tone the human side of him was ascendant. "It will probably stay as it is, unless we blow it to bits," I said. "I thought of that," he answered, "and I wouldn't dare," he added soberly enough. And even as I had spoken, there came to me the same feeling that he had expressed. It was as though something passed out of the grey rock that struck my heart, as a hand strikes an impious lip. We turned away, uneasily, and faced Thora coming through a breach on the terrace. "Miss Edith wants you quick," she began, and stopped. Her eyes went past me to the grey rock. Her body grew rigid. She took a few stiff steps forward and then ran straight to it. She cast herself upon its breast, hands and face pressed against it. We heard her scream as though her very soul were being drawn from her, and watched her fall at its foot. As we picked her up, I saw steal from her face the look I had observed when first we heard the crystal music of Nantawach, that unhuman mingling of opposites. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. The First Vanishings. We carried Thora back, down to where Edith was waiting. We told her what had happened and what we had found. She listened gravely, and as we finished, Thora sighed and opened her eyes. "I would like to see the stone," she said. "Charles, you stay here with Thora." We passed through the outer court silently, and stood before the rock. She touched it, drew back her hand as I had, thrust it forward again resolutely, and held it there. She seemed to be listening. Then she turned to me. "David," said my wife, and the wistfulness in her voice hurt me. "David, would you be very, very disappointed if we went from here without trying to find out any more about it, would you?" "Walter, I never wanted anything so much in my life as I wanted to learn what that rock concealed. Nevertheless, I tried to master my desire, and I answered, 'Edith, not a bit if you want us to do it.'" She read my struggle in my eyes. She turned back toward the grey rock. I saw a shiver pass through her. I felt a tinge of remorse and pity. "Edith," I exclaimed, "we'll go." She looked at me again. "Science is a jealous mistress," she quoted. "No, after all, it may be just fancy. At any rate, you can't run away. No, but Dave, I'm going to stay too." And there was no changing her decision. As we neared the others, she laid a hand on my arm. "Dave," she said, "if there should be something, well, inexplicable tonight, something that seems too dangerous, will you promise to go back to our own islet tomorrow, if we can, and wait until the natives return?" I promised eagerly. The desire to stay and see what came with the night was like a fire within me. We picked a place about 500 feet from the steps leading into the outer court. The spot we had selected was well hidden. We could not be seen, and yet we had a clear view of the stairs and the gateway. We settled down just before dusk to wait for whatever might come. I was nearest the giant steps, next me Edith, then Thora, and last Stanton. Night fell. After a time, the eastern sky began to lighten, and we knew that the moon was rising. Grew lighter still, and the orb peeped over the sea, swam into full sight. I glanced at Edith, and then at Thora. My wife was intently listening. Thora sat, as she had since we had placed ourselves, elbows on knees, her hands covering her face. And then, from the moonlight flooding us, there dripped down on me a great drowsiness. Sleep seemed to seep from the rays and fall upon my eyes, closing them inexorably. Edith's hand in mine relaxed. Stanton's head fell upon his breast, and his body swayed drunkenly. I tried to rise, to fight against the profound desire for slumber that pressed on me. And as I fought, Thora raised her head as though listening, and turned toward the gateway. There was infinite despair in her face, and expectancy. I tried again to rise, and a surge of sleep rushed over me. Dimly, as I sank within it, I heard a crystalline chiming, raised my lids once more with supreme effort. Thora, bathed in light, was standing at the top of the stairs. Sleep took me for its very own, swept me into the heart of oblivion. Dawn was breaking when I wakened. Recollection rushed back. I thrust a panic-stricken hand out toward Edith, touched her, and my heart gave a great leap of thankfulness. She stirred, sat up, rubbing dazed eyes. Stanton lay on his side, back toward us, head in arms. Edith looked at me laughingly. "Heavens, what sleep," she said. Memory came to her. "What happened?" she whispered. "What made us sleep like that?" Stanton awoke. "What's the matter?" he exclaimed. "You look as though you've been seeing ghosts." Edith caught my hands. "Where's Thora?" she cried. Before I could answer, she ran out into the open, calling. "Thora was taken," was all I could say to Stanton. Together we went to my wife, now standing beside the great stone steps, looking up fearfully at the gateway into the terraces. There I told them what I had seen before sleep had drowned me. And together, then we ran up the stairs, through the courts, and to the grey rock. The slab was closed as it had been the day before, nor was there trace of its having opened. No trace? Even as I thought this, Edith dropped to her knees before it and reached toward something lying at its foot. It was a little piece of gay silk. I knew it for part of the kerchief Thora wore about her hair. She lifted the fragment. It had been cut from the kerchief as though by a razor edge. A few threads ran from it, down toward the base of the slab, ran on to the base of the grey rock, and under it. The grey rock was a door, and it had opened, and Thora had passed through it. I think that for the next few minutes we all were a little insane. We beat upon that portal with our hands, with stones and sticks. At last, reason came back to us. Goodwin, during the next 2 hours, we tried every way in our power to force entrance through the slab. The rock resisted our drills. We tried explosions at the base with charges covered by rock. They made not the slightest impression on the surface, expending their force, of course, upon the slighter resistance of their coverings. Afternoon found us hopeless. Night was coming on, and we would have to decide our course of action. I wanted to go to Ponape for help, but Edith objected that this would take hours, and after we had reached there, it would be impossible to persuade our men to return with us that night, if at all. What then was left? Clearly, only one of two choices: to go back to our camp, wait for our men, and on their return, try to persuade them to go with us to Nantawach. But this would mean the abandonment of Thora for at least 2 days. We could not do it. It would have been too cowardly. The other choice was to wait where we were for night to come, to wait for the rock to open as it had the night before, and to make a sortie through it for Thora before it could close again. Our path lay clear before us. We had to spend that night on Nantawach. We had, of course, discussed the sleep phenomena very fully. If our theory that lights, sounds, and Thora's disappearance were linked with secret religious rites of the natives, the logical inference was that the slumber had been produced by them, perhaps by vapors. You know as well as I what extraordinary knowledge these Pacific peoples have of such things. Or the sleep might have been simply a coincidence, and produced by emanations either gaseous or from plants, natural causes which had happened to coincide in their effects with the other manifestations. We made some rough and ready but effective respirators. As dusk fell, we looked over our weapons. Edith was an excellent shot with both rifle and pistol. We had decided that my wife was to remain in the hiding place. Stanton would take up a station on the far side of the stairway, and I would place myself opposite him on the side near Edith. The place I picked out was less than 200 feet from her, and I could reassure myself now and then as to her safety as it looked down upon the hollow wherein she crouched. From our respective stations, Stanton and I could command the gateway entrance. His position gave him also a glimpse of the outer courtyard. A faint glow in the sky heralded the moon. Stanton and I took our places. The moon dawn increased rapidly. The disk swam up, and in a moment it was shining in full radiance upon ruins and sea. As it rose, there came a curious little sighing sound from the inner terrace. Stanton straightened up and stared intently through the gateway, rifle ready. "Stanton, what do you see?" I called cautiously. He waved a silencing hand. I turned my head to look at Edith. A shock ran through me. She lay upon her side. Her face, grotesque with its nose and mouth covered by the respirator, was turned full toward the moon. She was again in deepest sleep. As I turned again to call to Stanton, my eyes swept the head of the steps and stopped, fascinated. For the moonlight had thickened. It seemed to be curdled there, and through it ran little gleams and veins of shimmering white fire. A languor passed through me. It was not the ineffable drowsiness of the preceding night. It was a sapping of all will to move. I tried to cry out to Stanton. I had not even the will to move my lips. Goodwin, I could not even move my eyes. Stanton was in the range of my fixed vision. I watched him leap up the steps and move toward the gateway. The curdled radiance seemed to await him. He stepped into it, and was lost to my sight. For a dozen heartbeats there was silence. Then a rain of tinklings that set the pulses racing with joy and at once checked them with tiny fingers of ice, and ringing through them Stanton's voice from the courtyard, a great cry, a scream, filled with ecstasy insupportable and horror unimaginable. And once more there was silence. I strove to burst the bonds that held me. I could not. Even my eyelids were fixed. Within them my eyes, dry and aching, burned. Then, Goodwin, I first saw the inexplicable. The crystalline music swelled. Where I sat, I could take in the gateway and its basalt portals, rough and broken, rising to the top of the wall 40 feet above, shattered, ruined portals, unclimbable. From this gateway an intenser light began to flow. It grew, it gushed, and out of it walked Stanton. Stanton, but, God, what a vision! A deep tremor shook him. I waited. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool, Chapter 5, Into the Moon Pool. Goodwin, Throckmorton went on at last, I can describe him only as a thing of living light. He radiated light, was filled with light, overflowed with it. A shining cloud whirled through and around him in radiant swirls, shimmering tentacles, luminescent, coruscating spirals. His face shone with a rapture too great to be borne by living man, and was shadowed with insuperable misery. It was as though it had been remolded by the hand of God and the hand of Satan, working together and in harmony. You have seen that seal upon my own, but you have never seen it in the degree that Stanton bore it. The eyes were wide open and fixed, as though upon some inward vision of hell and heaven. The light that filled and surrounded him had a nucleus, a core, something shiftingly human-shaped that dissolved and changed, gathered itself, whirled through and beyond him and back again. And as its shining nucleus passed through him, Stanton's whole body pulsed radiance. As the luminescence moved, there moved above it, still and serene always, 7 tiny globes of 7 colors, like 7 little moons. Then swiftly Stanton was lifted, levitated, up the unscalable wall and to its top. The glow faded from the moonlight, the tinkling music grew fainter. I tried again to move. The tears were running down now from my rigid lids, and they brought relief to my tortured eyes. I have said my gaze was fixed. It was. But from the side, peripherally, it took in a part of the far wall of the outer enclosure. Ages seemed to pass, and a radiance stole along it. Soon drifted into sight the figure that was Stanton. Far away he was, on the gigantic wall, but still I could see the shining spirals whirling jubilantly around and through him, felt rather than saw his tranced face beneath the 7 moons. A swirl of crystal notes, and he had passed. And all the time, as though from some opened well of light, the courtyard gleamed and sent out silver fires that dimmed the moonrays, yet seemed strangely to be a part of them. At last the moon neared the horizon. There came a louder burst of sound, the second and last cry of Stanton, like an echo of his first. Again the soft sighing from the inner terrace. Then utter silence. The light faded. The moon was setting, and with a rush, life and power to move returned to me. I made a leap for the steps, rushed up them, through the gateway, and straight to the grey rock. It was closed, as I knew it would be. But did I dream it, or did I hear, echoing through it as though from vast distances, a triumphant shouting? I ran back to Edith. At my touch she wakened, looked at me wonderingly, raised herself on a hand. "Dave," she said, "I slept, after all." She saw the despair on my face and leaped to her feet. "Dave," she cried, "what is it? Where's Charles?" I lighted a fire before I spoke. Then I told her. And for the balance of that night we sat before the flames, arms around each other, like 2 frightened children. Abruptly, Throckmorton held his hands out to me appealingly. "Walter, old friend," he cried, "don't look at me as though I were mad. It's truth, absolute truth. Wait." I comforted him as well as I could. After a little time, he took up his story. "Never," he said, "did man welcome the sun as we did that morning. As soon as it had risen, we went back to the courtyard. The walls whereon I had seen Stanton were black and silent. The terraces were as they had been. The grey slab was in its place. The shallow hollow at its base was nothing. Nothing. Nothing was there anywhere on the islet of Stanton. Not a trace. What were we to do? Precisely the same arguments that had kept us there the night before held good now, and doubly good. We could not abandon these 2, could not go as long as there was the faintest hope of finding them. And yet, for the love of each other, how could we remain? I loved my wife. How much, I never knew until that day, and she loved me as deeply. "It takes only one each night," she pleaded. "Beloved, let it take me." I wept, Walter. We both wept. "We will meet it together," she said. And it was thus at last that we arranged it. "That took great courage indeed, Throckmorton," I interrupted. He looked at me eagerly. "You do believe, then?" he exclaimed. "I believe," I said. He pressed my hand with a grip that nearly crushed it. "Now," he told me, "I do not fear. If I fail, you will follow with help?" I promised. "We talked it over carefully," he went on, "bringing to bear all our power of analysis and habit of calm scientific thought. We considered minutely the time element in the phenomena. Although the deep chanting began at the very moment of moonrise, fully 5 minutes had passed between its full lifting and the strange sighing sound from the inner terrace. I went back in memory over the happenings of the night before. At least 10 minutes had intervened between the first heralding sigh and the intensification of the moonlight in the courtyard. And this glow grew for at least 10 minutes more before the first burst of the crystal notes. Indeed, more than half an hour must have elapsed, I calculated, between the moment the moon showed above the horizon and the first delicate onslaught of the tinklings. "Edith," I cried, "I think I have it. The grey rock opens 5 minutes after upon the moonrise. But whoever or whatever it is that comes through it must wait until the moon has risen higher, or else it must come from a distance. The thing to do is not to wait for it, but to surprise it before it passes out the door. We will go into the inner court early. You will take your rifle and pistol and hide yourself where you can command the opening, if the slab does open. The instant it opens, I will enter. It's our best chance, Edith. I think it's our only one." My wife demurred strongly. She wanted to go with me, but I convinced her that it was better for her to stand guard without, prepared to help me if I were forced again into the open by what lay behind the rock. At the half-hour before moonrise, we went into the inner court. I took my place at the side of the grey rock. Edith crouched behind a broken pillar 20 feet away, slipped her rifle barrel over it so that it would cover the opening. The minutes crept by. The darkness lessened, and through the breaches of the terrace I watched the far sky softly lighten. With the first pale flush, the silence of the place intensified. It deepened, became unbearably expectant. The moon rose, showed the quarter, the half, then swam up into full sight like a great bubble. Its rays fell upon the wall before me, and suddenly, upon the convexities I have described, 7 little circles of light sprang out. They gleamed, glimmered, grew brighter, shone. The gigantic slab before me glowed with them. Silver wavelets of phosphorescence pulsed over its surface, and then it turned as though on a pivot, sighing softly as it moved. With a word to Edith, I flung myself through the opening. A tunnel stretched before me. It glowed with the same faint silvery radiance. Down it I raced. The passage turned abruptly, passed parallel to the walls of the outer courtyard, and then once more led downward. The passage ended. Before me was a high vaulted arch. It seemed to open into space, a space filled with lambent, coruscating, many-colored mist, whose brightness grew even as I watched. I passed through the arch and stopped in sheer awe. In front of me was a pool. It was circular, perhaps 20 feet wide. Around it ran a low, softly curved lip of glimmering silvery stone. Its water was palest blue. The pool with its silvery rim was like a great blue eye staring upward. Upon it streamed 7 shafts of radiance. They poured down upon the blue eye like cylindrical torrents. They were like shining pillars of light rising from a sapphire floor. One was the tender pink of the pearl, one of the aurora's green, a third a deathly white, the fourth the blue in mother-of-pearl, a shimmering column of pale amber, a beam of amethyst, a shaft of molten silver. Such are the colors of the 7 lights that stream upon the moon-pool. I drew closer, awe-stricken. The shafts did not illumine the depths. They played upon the surface and seemed there to diffuse, to melt into it. The pool drank them. Through the water, tiny gleams of phosphorescence began to dart, sparkles and coruscations of pale incandescence. And far, far below I sensed a movement, a shifting glow as of a radiant body slowly rising. I looked upward, following the radiant pillars to their source. Far above were 7 shining globes, and it was from these that the rays poured. Even as I watched, their brightness grew. They were like 7 moons set high in some caverned heaven. Slowly, their splendor increased, and with it the splendor of the 7 beams streaming from them. I tore my gaze away and stared at the pool. It had grown milky, opalescent. The rays gushing into it seemed to be filling it. It was alive with sparklings, scintillations, glimmerings, and the luminescence I had seen rising from its depths was larger, nearer. A swirl of mist floated up from its surface. It drifted within the embrace of the rosy beam and hung there for a moment. The beam seemed to embrace it, sending through it little shining corpuscles, tiny rosy spiralings. The mist absorbed the rays, was strengthened by them, gained substance. Another swirl sprang into the amber shaft, clung and fed there, moved swiftly toward the first and mingled with it. And now other swirls arose, here and there, too fast to be counted, hung poised in the embrace of the light streams, flashed and pulsed into each other. Thicker and thicker still they arose until over the surface of the pool was a pulsating pillar of opalescent mist, steadily growing stronger, drawing within it life from the 7 beams falling upon it, drawing to it from below the darting, incandescent atoms of the pool. Into its center was passing the luminescence rising from the far depths, and the pillar glowed, throbbed, began to send out questing swirls and tendrils. There, forming before me, was that which had walked with Stanton, which had taken Thora, the thing I had come to find. My brain sprang into action. My hand threw up the pistol, and I fired shot after shot into the shining core. As I fired, it swayed and shook, gathered again. I slipped a second clip into the automatic, and another idea coming to me, took careful aim at one of the globes in the roof. From thence I knew came the force that shaped this dweller in the pool. From the pouring rays came its strength. If I could destroy them, I could check its forming. I fired again and again. If I hit the globes, I did no damage. The little motes in their beams danced with the motes in the mist, troubled. That was all. But up from the pool, like little bells, like tiny bursting bubbles of glass, swarmed the tinkling sounds, their pitch higher, all their sweetness lost, angry. And out from the inexplicable swept a shining spiral. It caught me above the heart, wrapped itself around me. There rushed through me a mingled ecstasy and horror. Every atom of me quivered with delight and shrank with despair. There was nothing loathsome in it, but it was as though the icy soul of evil and the fiery soul of good had stepped together within me. The pistol dropped from my hand. So I stood, while the pool gleamed and sparkled. The streams of light grew more intense, and the radiant thing that held me gleamed and strengthened. Its shining core had shape, but a shape that my eyes and brain could not define. It was as though a being of another sphere should assume what it might of human semblance, but was not able to conceal that what human eyes saw was but a part of it. It was neither man nor woman. It was unearthly and androgynous. Even as I found its human semblance, it changed, and still the mingled rapture and terror held me. Only in a little corner of my brain dwelt something untouched, something that held itself apart and watched. Was it the soul? I have never believed, and yet— Over the head of the misty body there sprang suddenly out 7 little lights. Each was the color of the beam beneath which it rested. I knew now that the dweller was complete. I heard a scream. It was Edith's voice. It came to me that she had heard the shots and followed me. I felt every faculty concentrate into a mighty effort. I wrenched myself free from the gripping tentacle, and it swept back. I turned to catch Edith, and as I did so, slipped, fell. The radiant shape above the pool leaped swiftly, and straight into it raced Edith, arms outstretched to shield me from it. God! She threw herself squarely within its splendor, he whispered. It wrapped its shining self around her. The crystal tinklings burst forth jubilantly. The light filled her, ran through and around her as it had with Stanton, and dropped down upon her face, the look. But her rush had taken her to the very verge of the moon pool. She tottered, she fell, with the radiance still holding her, still swirling and winding around and through her, into the moon pool. She sank, and with her went the dweller. I dragged myself to the brink. Far down was a shining, many-colored, nebulous cloud descending. Out of it peered Edith's face, disappearing. Her eyes stared up at me, and she vanished. "Edith!" I cried again. "Edith, come back to me!" And then a darkness fell upon me. I remember running back through the shimmering corridors and out into the courtyard. Reason had left me. When it returned, I was far out at sea in our boat, wholly estranged from civilization. A day later, I was picked up by the schooner in which I came to Port Moresby. "I have formed a plan. You must hear it, Goodwin." He fell upon his berth. I bent over him. Exhaustion and the relief of telling his story had been too much for him. He slept like the dead. All that night I watched over him. When dawn broke, I went to my room to get a little sleep myself, but my slumber was haunted. The next day the storm was unabated. Throckmorton came to me at lunch. He had regained much of his old alertness. "Come to my cabin," he said. There he stripped his shirt from him. "Something is happening," he said. "The mark is smaller." It was as he said. "I'm escaping," he whispered jubilantly. "Just let me get to Melbourne safely, and then we'll see who'll win. For, Walter, I'm not at all sure that Edith is dead, as we know death, nor that the others are. There is something outside experience there, some great mystery." And all that day he talked to me of his plans. "There's a natural explanation, of course," he said. "My theory is that the moon rock is of some composition sensitive to the action of moon rays, somewhat as the metal selenium is to sun rays. The little circles over the top are, without doubt, its operating agency. When the light strikes them, they release the mechanism that opens the slab, just as you can open doors with sun or electric light by an ingenious arrangement of selenium cells. Apparently, it takes the strength of the full moon both to do this and to summon the dweller in the pool. We will first try a concentration of the rays of the waning moon upon these circles to see whether that will open the rock. If it does, we will be able to investigate the pool without interruption from what emanates. Look, here in the chart are their locations. I have made this in duplicate for you in the event of something happening to me. And if I lose, you will come after us, Goodwin, with help, won't you?" And again I promised. A little later he complained of increasing sleepiness. "But it's just weariness," he said. "Not at all like that other drowsiness. It's an hour till moonrise still." He yawned at last. "Wake me up a good 15 minutes before." He lay on the berth. I sat thinking. I came to myself with a guilty start. I had completely lost myself in my deep preoccupation. What time was it? I looked at my watch and jumped to the porthole. It was full moonlight. The orb had been up for fully half an hour. I strode over to Throckmorton and shook him by the shoulder. "Up, quick, man," I cried. He rose sleepily. His shirt fell open at the neck, and I looked, in amazement, at the white band around his chest. Even under the electric light it shone softly, as though little flecks of light were in it. Throckmorton seemed only half awake. He looked down at his breast, saw the glowing cincture, and smiled. "Yes," he said drowsily, "it's coming, to take me back to Edith. Well, I'm glad." "Throckmorton," I cried. "Wake up! Fight!" "Fight," he said. "No use. Come after us." He went to the port and sleepily drew aside the curtain. The moon traced a broad path of light straight to the ship. Under its rays, the band around his chest gleamed brighter and brighter, shot forth little rays, seemed to writhe. The lights went out in the cabin, evidently also throughout the ship, for I heard shoutings above. Throckmorton still stood at the open port. Over his shoulder I saw a gleaming pillar racing along the moon path toward us. Through the window cascaded a blinding radiance. It gathered Throckmorton to it, clothed him in a robe of living opalescence. Light pulsed through and from him, the cabin filled with murmurings. A wave of weakness swept over me, buried me in blackness. When consciousness came back, the lights were again burning brightly. But of Throckmorton there was no trace. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool, Chapter 6. The Shining Devil Took Them. My colleagues of the association, and you others who may read this, my narrative, for what I did and did not when full realization returned, I must offer here, briefly as I can, an explanation, a defense, if you will. My first act was to spring to the open port. The coma had lasted hours, for the moon was now low in the west. I ran to the door to sound the alarm. It resisted under my frantic hands, would not open. Something fell tinkling to the floor. It was the key, and I remembered then that Throckmorton had turned it before we began our vigil. With memory, a hope died that I had not known was in me, the hope that he had escaped from the cabin, found refuge elsewhere on the ship. And as I stooped, fumbling with shaking fingers for the key, a thought came to me that drove again the blood from my heart, held me rigid. I could sound no alarm on the Southern Queen for Throckmorton. Conviction of my appalling helplessness was complete. The ensemble of the vessel from captain to cabin boy was, to put it conservatively, average. None, I knew, save Throckmorton and myself, had seen the first apparition of the dweller. Had they witnessed the second? I did not know, nor could I risk speaking, not knowing. And not seeing, how could they believe? They would have thought me insane, or worse even, it might be, his murderer. I snapped off the electrics, waited and listened, opened the door with infinite caution, and slipped unseen into my own stateroom. The hours until dawn were eternities of waking nightmare. Reason, resuming sway at least, steadied me. Even had I spoken and been believed, where in these wastes, after all the hours, could we search for Throckmorton? Certainly the captain would not turn back to Port Moresby. And even if he did, of what use for me to set forth for the non-Matal without the equipment which Throckmorton himself had decided was necessary if one hoped to cope with the mystery that lurked there? There was but one thing to do: follow his instructions. Get the paraphernalia in Melbourne or Sydney if it were possible. If not, sail to America as swiftly as might be, secure it there, and as swiftly return to Ponape. And this I determined to do. Calmness came back to me after I made this decision. And when I went up on deck, I knew that I had been right. They had not seen the dweller. They were still discussing the darkening of the ship, talking of dynamos burned out, wires short-circuited, a half-dozen explanations of the extinguishment. Not until noon was Throckmorton's absence discovered. I told the captain that I had left him early in the evening, that, indeed, I knew him but slightly after all. It occurred to none to doubt me, or to question me minutely. Why should it have? His strangeness had been noted, commented upon. All who had met him had thought him half mad. I did little to discourage the impression, and so it came naturally that on the log it was entered that he had fallen or leaped from the vessel some time during the night. A report to this effect was made when we entered Melbourne. I slipped quietly ashore, and in the press of the war news, Throckmorton's supposed fate won only a few lines in the newspapers. My own presence on the ship and in the city passed unnoticed. I was fortunate in securing at Melbourne everything I needed, except a set of Becquerel ray condensers, but these were the very keystone of my equipment. Pursuing my search to Sydney, I was doubly fortunate in finding a firm who were expecting these very articles in a consignment due them from the States within a fortnight. I settled down in strictest seclusion to await their arrival. And now it will occur to you to ask why I did not cable, during this period of waiting, to the Association, demand aid from it, or why I did not call upon members of the university staffs of either Melbourne or Sydney for assistance. At the least, why I did not gather, as Throckmorton had hoped to do, a little force of strong men to go with me to the non-Natal. To the first two questions, I answer frankly, I did not dare. And this reluctance, this inhibition, every man jealous of his scientific reputation will understand. The story of Throckmorton, the happenings I had myself witnessed, were incredible, abnormal, outside the facts of all known science. I shrank from the inevitable disbelief, perhaps ridicule, nay, perhaps even the graver suspicion that had caused me to seal my lips while on the ship. Why, I myself could only half believe. How, then, could I hope to convince others? And, as for the third question, I could not take men into the range of such a peril without first warning them of what they might encounter. And, if I did warn them, it was checkmate. If it was also cowardice, well, I have atoned for it. But I do not hold it so. My conscience is clear. That fortnight, and the greater part of another, passed before the ship I awaited steamed into port. By that time, between my straining anxiety to be after Throckmorton, the despairing thought that every moment of delay might be vital to him and his, and my intensely eager desire to know whether that shining, glorious horror on the moon-path did exist or had been hallucination, I was worn almost to the edge of madness. At last the condensers were in my hands. It was more than a week later, however, before I could secure passage back to Port Moresby, and it was another week still before I started north on the Suwarna, a swift little sloop with a 50-horsepower auxiliary, heading straight for Ponape and the non-Natal. We sighted the Brunhilde some 500 miles south of the Carolines. The wind had fallen soon after Papua had dropped astern. The Suwarna's ability to make her 12 knots an hour without it had made me very fully forgive her for not being as fragrant as the Javan flower for which she was named. Da Costa, her captain, was a garrulous Portuguese. His mate was a Canton man with all the marks of a long and able service on some pirate junk. His engineer was a half-breed China Malay, who had picked up his knowledge of power plants, heaven alone knew where, and, I had reason to believe, had transferred all his religious impulses to the American-built deity of mechanism he had so faithfully served. The crew was made up of 6 huge, chattering Tonga boys. The Suwarna had cut through Finschhafen-Huon Gulf to the protection of the Bismarcks. She had threaded the maze of the archipelago tranquilly, and we were then rolling over the 1,000-mile stretch of open ocean with New Hanover far behind us, and our boat's bow pointed straight toward Nukuor of the Monteverdes. After we had rounded Nukuor, we should, barring accident, reach Ponape in not more than 60 hours. It was late afternoon, and on the demure little breeze that marched behind us came far-flung sighs of spice trees and nutmeg flowers. The slow, prodigious swells of the Pacific lifted us in gentle, giant hands and sent us gently down the long blue wave slopes to the next broad, upward slope. There was a spell of peace over the ocean, stilling even the Portuguese captain who stood dreamily at the wheel, slowly swaying to the rhythmic lift and fall of the sloop. There came a whining hail from the Tonga boy lookout draped lazily over the bow. "Sail! He belong port side!" DaCosta straightened and gazed while I raised my glass. The vessel was a scant mile away and must have been visible long before the sleepy watcher had seen her. She was a sloop about the size of the Suwarna, without power. All sails set, even to a spinnaker she carried, she was making the best of the little breeze. I tried to read her name, but the vessel jibed sharply as though the hands of the man at the wheel had suddenly dropped the helm, and then, with equal abruptness, swung back to her course. The stern came in sight, and on it I read Brunhilde. I shifted my glasses to the man at wheel. He was crouching down over the spokes in a helpless, huddled sort of way, and even as I looked the vessel veered again, abruptly as before. I saw the helmsman straighten up and bring the wheel about with a vicious jerk. He stood so for a moment, looking straight ahead, entirely oblivious of us, and then seemed again to sink down within himself. It came to me that this was the action of a man striving vainly against a weariness unutterable. I swept the deck with my glasses. There was no other sign of life. I turned to find the Portuguese staring intently and with puzzled air at the sloop, now separated from us by a scant half-mile. "Something very wrong, I think, here, sir," he said in his curious English. "The man on deck I know. He is a captain and owner of the Brunhilde. His name, Olaf Huldrickson, what you say, Norwegian. He is either very sick or very tired, but I do not understand where is the crew and the starboard boat is gone." He shouted an order to the engineer, and as he did so, the faint breeze failed and the sails of the Brunhilde flapped down inert. We were now nearly abreast and a scant 100 yards away. The engine of the Suwarna died, and the Tonga boys leaped to one of the boats. "You, Olaf Huldrickson!" shouted DaCosta. "What's the matter with you?" The man at the wheel turned toward us. He was a giant, his shoulders enormous, thick-chested, strength in every line of him. He towered like a Viking of old at the rudder bar of his shark ship. I raised the glass again. His face sprang into the lens, and never have I seen a visage lined and marked as though by ages of unsleeping misery as was that of Olaf Huldrickson. The Tonga boys had the boat alongside and were waiting at the oars. The little captain was dropping into it. "Wait!" I cried. I ran into my cabin, grasped my emergency medical kit, and climbed down the rope ladder. The Tonga boys bent to the oars. We reached the side, and DaCosta and I each seized a lanyard dangling from the stays and swung ourselves on board. DaCosta approached Huldrickson softly. "What's the matter, Olaf?" he began, and then was silent, looking down at the wheel. The hands of Huldrickson were lashed fast to the spokes by thongs of thin, strong cord. They were swollen and black, and the thongs had bitten into the sinewy wrists till they were hidden in the outraged flesh, cutting so deeply that blood fell, slow drop by drop, at his feet. We sprang toward him, reaching out hands to his fetters to loose them. Even as we touched them, Huldrickson aimed a vicious kick at me, and then another at DaCosta, which sent the Portuguese tumbling into the scuppers. "Let be!" croaked Huldrickson. His voice was thick and lifeless, as though forced from a dead throat. His lips were cracked and dry, and his parched tongue was black. "Let be! Go! Let be!" The Portuguese had picked himself up, whimpering with rage, and knife in hand, but as Huldrickson's voice reached him, he stopped. Amazement crept into his eyes, and as he thrust the blade back into his belt, they softened with pity. "Something very wrong with Olaf," he murmured to me. "I think he crazy." And then Olaf Huldrickson began to curse us. He did not speak. He howled from that hideously dry mouth his imprecations, and all the time his red eyes roamed the seas, and his hands, clenched and rigid on the wheel, dropped blood. "I go below," said DaCosta nervously. "His wife, his daughter." He darted down the companionway and was gone. Huldrexson, silent once more, had slumped down over the wheel. DaCosta's head appeared at the top of the companion steps. "There is nobody, nobody." He paused, then, "Nobody, nowhere." His hands flew out in a gesture of hopeless incomprehension. "I do not understand." Then Olaf Huldrexson opened his dry lips, and as he spoke, a chill ran through me, checking my heart. "The sparkling devil took them," croaked Olaf Huldrexson. "The sparkling devil took them. Took my Helma and my little Frida. The sparkling devil came down from the moon and took them." He swayed, tears dripping down his cheeks. DaCosta moved toward him again, and again Huldrexson watched him, alertly, wickedly, from his bloodshot eyes. I took a hypodermic from my case and filled it with morphine. I drew Costa to me. "Get to the side of him," I whispered. "Talk to him." He moved over toward the wheel. "Where is your Helma and Frida, Olaf?" he said. Huldrexson turned his head toward him. "The shining devil took them," he croaked. "The moon devil that spark." A yell broke from him. I had thrust the needle into his arm just above one swollen wrist and had quickly shot the drug through. He struggled to release himself and then began to rock drunkenly. The morphine, taking him in his weakness, worked quickly. Soon over his face a piece dropped. The pupils of the staring eyes contracted. Once, twice, he swayed, and then, his bleeding, prisoned hands held high and still gripping the wheel, he crumpled to the deck. With utmost difficulty we loosed the thongs, but at last it was done. We rigged a little swing, and the Tonga boy slung the great inert body over the side into the dory. Soon we had Huldrexson in my bunk. DaCosta sent half his crew over to the sloop, in charge of the Cantonese. They took in all sail, stripping Huldrexson's boat to the masts, and then, with the Brunhilde nosing quietly along after us at the end of a long hawser, one of the Tonga boys at her wheel, we resumed the way so enigmatically interrupted. I cleansed and bandaged the Norseman's lacerated wrists and sponged the blackened, parched mouth with warm water and a mild antiseptic. Suddenly I was aware of DaCosta's presence and turned. His unease was manifest, and held, it seemed to me, a queer, furtive anxiety. "What do you think of Olaf, sir?" he asked. I shrugged my shoulders. "You think he killed his woman and his baby?" he went on. "You think he crazy and killed all?" "Nonsense, DaCosta," I answered. "You saw the boat was gone. Most probably his crew mutinied, and to torture him, tied him up the way you saw. They did the same thing with Hilton of the Coral Lady, you'll remember." "No," he said. "No, the crew did not. Nobody there on board when Olaf was tied." "What?" I cried, startled. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he said slowly, "that Olaf tie himself." "Wait." He went on at my incredulous gesture of dissent. "Wait, I show you." He had been standing with hands behind his back, and now I saw that he held in them the cut thongs that had bound Huldrexson. They were blood-stained, and each ended in a broad leather tip skillfully spliced into the cord. "Look," he said, pointing to these leather ends. I looked and saw in them deep indentations of teeth. I snatched one of the thongs and opened the mouth of the unconscious man on the bunk. Carefully, I placed the leather within it and gently forced the jaws shut on it. It was true. Those marks were where Olaf Huldrexson's jaws had gripped. "Wait," DaCosta repeated. "I show you." He took other cords and rested his hands on the supports of a chair back. Rapidly, he twisted one of the thongs around his left hand, drew a loose knot, shifted the cord up toward his elbow. This left hand and wrist still free, and with them he twisted the other cord around the right wrist, drew a similar knot. His hands were now in the exact position that Huldrexson's had been on the Brunhilde, but with cords and knots hanging loose. Then DaCosta reached down his head, took a leather end in his teeth, and with a jerk drew the thong that noosed his left hand tight, Similarly, he drew tight the second. He strained at his fetters. There before my eyes he had pinioned himself so that without aid he could not release himself. And he was exactly as Huldriksen had been. "You will have to cut me loose, sir," he said. "I cannot move them. It is an old trick on these seas. Sometimes it is necessary that a man stand at the wheel many hours without help, and he does this so that if he sleep, the wheel will wake him. Yes, sir." I looked from him to the man on the bed. "But why, sir?" said da Costa slowly. "Did Olaf have to tie his hands?" I looked at him uneasily. "I don't know," I answered. "Do you?" He fidgeted, avoided my eyes, and then rapidly, almost surreptitiously, crossed himself. "No," he replied. "I know nothing. Some things I have heard, but they tell many tales on these seas." He started for the door. Before he reached it, he turned. "But this I do know," he half-whispered. "I am damn glad there is no full moon tonight," and passed out, leaving me staring after him in amazement. What did the Portuguese know? I bent over the sleeper. On his face was no trace of that unholy mingling of opposites the dweller stamped upon its victims. And yet, what was it the Norseman had said? The sparkling devil took them. Nay, he had been even more explicit. The sparkling devil that came down from the moon. Could it be that the dweller had swept upon the Brunhilde, drawing down the moon path Olaf Huldriksen's wife and babe, even as it had drawn Throckmorton? As I sat thinking, the cabin grew suddenly dark, and from above came a shouting and patter of feet. Down upon us swept one of the abrupt, violent squalls that are met with in these latitudes. I lashed Huldriksen fast in the berth and ran up on deck. The long, peaceful swells had changed into angry, choppy waves, from the tops of which the spindrift streamed in long, stinging lashes. A half-hour passed. The squall died as quickly as it had arisen. The sea quieted. Over in the west, from beneath the tattered, flying edge of the storm, dropped the red globe of the setting sun, dropped slowly until it touched the sea rim. I watched it, and rubbed my eyes and stared again. For over its flaming portal something huge and black moved, like a gigantic, beckoning finger. Da Costa had seen it too, and he turned the Suwarna straight toward the descending orb and its strange shadow. As we approached, we saw it was a little mass of wreckage, and that the beckoning finger was a wing of canvas, sticking up and swaying with the motion of the waves. On the highest point of the wreckage sat a tall figure, calmly smoking a cigarette. We brought the Suwarna to, dropped a boat, and with myself as coxswain, pulled toward a wrecked hydroplane. Its occupant took a long puff at his cigarette, waved a cheerful hand, shouted a greeting, and just as he did so, a great wave raised itself up behind him, took the wreckage, tossed it high in a swelter of foam, and passed on. When we had steadied our boat, where wreck and men had been was nothing. There came a tug at the side. Two muscular brown hands gripped it close to my left, and a sleek, black, wet head showed its top between them. Two bright blue eyes that held deep within them a laughing deviltry looked into mine, and a long, lithe body drew itself gently over the thwart and seated its dripping self at my feet. "Much obliged," said this man from the sea. "I knew somebody was sure to come along when the O'Keefe Banshee didn't show up." "The what?" I asked in amazement. "To O'Keefe Banshee. I'm Larry O'Keefe. It's a far way from Ireland, but not too far for the O'Keefe Banshee to travel if the O'Keefe was going to click in." I looked again at my astonishing rescue. He seemed perfectly serious. "Have you a cigarette? Mine went out," he said with a grin, as he reached a moist hand out for the little cylinder, took it, lighted it. I saw a lean, intelligent face, whose fighting jaw was softened by the wistfulness of the clean-cut lips and the honesty that lay side by side with the deviltry in the laughing blue eyes. Nose of a thoroughbred, with the suspicion of a tilt. Long, well-knit, slender figure that I knew must have all the strength of fine steel. The uniform of a lieutenant in the Royal Flying Corps of Britain's Navy. He laughed, stretched out a firm hand, and gripped mine. "Thank you really ever so much, old man," he said. I liked Larry O'Keefe from the beginning, but I did not dream, as the Tonga boys pulled us back to the Sawarna bow, that liking was to be forged into man's strong love for man by fires which souls such as his and mine, and yours who read this, could never dream. Larry O'Keefe, where are you now with your leprechauns and banshee, your heart of a child, your laughing blue eyes, and your fearless soul? Shall I never see you again, Larry O'Keefe, dear to me as some best-loved younger brother? Larry. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Larry O'Keefe. Pressing back the questions I longed to ask, I introduced myself. Oddly enough, I found that he knew me, or rather my work. He had bought, it appeared, my volume upon the peculiar vegetation whose habitat is disintegrating lava rock and volcanic ash, that I had entitled, somewhat loosely, I could now perceive, Flora of the Craters. For he explained naively that he had picked it up, thinking it an entirely different sort of book, a novel in fact, something like Meredith's Diana of the Crossways, which he liked greatly. He had hardly finished this explanation when we touched the side of the Sawarna, and I was forced to curb my curiosity until we reached the deck. "That thing you saw me sittin' on," he said, after he had thanked the bowing little skipper for his rescue, "was all that was left of one of His Majesty's best little hydro-airplanes after that cyclone threw it off as excess baggage. And by the way, about where are we?" DaCosta gave him our approximate position from the noon reckoning. O'Keefe whistled. "A good 300 miles from where I left the HMS Dolphin about 4 hours ago," he said. "That squall I rode in on was some whizzer." The Dolphin, he went on, calmly divesting himself of his soaked uniform, was on her way to Melbourne. I'd been yearning for a joyride, and went up for an alleged scouting trip. Then that blow shot out of nowhere, picked me up, and insisted that I go with it. About an hour ago, I thought I saw a chance to zoom up and out of it. I turned, and blick went my right wing, and down I dropped. "I don't know how we can notify your ship, Lieutenant O'Keefe," I said. "We have no wireless." "Dr. Goodwin," said DaCosta, "we could change our course, sir. Perhaps—" "Thanks, but not a bit of it," broke in O'Keefe. "Lord alone knows where the Dolphin is now. Fancy she'll be nosing around looking for me. Anyway, she's just as apt to run into you as you into her. Maybe we'll strike something with a wireless, and I'll trouble you to put me aboard." He hesitated. "Where are you bound, by the way?" he asked. "For Ponape," I answered. "No wireless there," mused O'Keefe. "Beastly hole. Stopped a week ago for fruit. Natives seem scared to death at us, or something. What are you going there for?" DaCosta darted a furtive glance at me. It troubled me. O'Keefe noted my hesitation. "Oh, I beg your pardon," he said. "Maybe I oughtn't to have asked that." "It's no secret, Lieutenant," I replied. "I'm about to undertake some exploration work, a little digging among the ruins on the Nam Matal." I looked at the Portuguese sharply as I named the place. A pallor crept beneath his skin, and again he made swiftly the sign of the cross, glancing as he did so fearfully to the north. I made up my mind then to question him when opportunity came. He turned from his quick scrutiny of the sea and addressed O'Keefe. "There's nothing on board to feed you, Lieutenant." "Oh, just give me a sheet to throw around me, Captain," said O'Keefe, and followed him. Darkness had fallen, and as the two disappeared into DaCosta's cabin, I softly opened the door of my own and listened. Huldrickson was breathing deeply and regularly. I drew my electric flash, and, shielding its rays from my face, looked at him. His sleep was changing from the heavy stupor of the drug into one that was at least on the borderland of the normal. The tongue had lost its arid blackness, and the mouth secretions had resumed action. Satisfied as to his condition, I returned to deck. O'Keefe was there, looking like a spectre in the cotton sheet he had wrapped about him. A deck table had been cleated down, and one of the Tonga boys was setting it for our dinner. Soon the very creditable larder of the Suwarna dressed the board, and O'Keefe, DaCosta, and I attacked it. The night had grown close and oppressive. Behind us the forward light of the Brunhilde glided, and the binnacle lamp threw up a faint glow in which her black helmsman's face stood out mistily. O'Keefe had looked curiously a number of times at our tow, but had asked no questions. "You're not the only passenger we picked up today," I told him. "We found the captain of that sloop lashed to his wheel, nearly dead with exhaustion, and his boat deserted by everyone except himself." "What was the matter?" asked O'Keefe in astonishment. "We don't know," I answered. "He fought us, and I had to drug him before we could get him loose from his lashings. He's sleeping down in my berth now. His wife and little girl ought to have been on board, the captain here says, but they weren't." "Wife and child gone!" exclaimed O'Keefe. "From the condition of his mouth, he must have been alone at the wheel and without water at least 2 days and nights before we found him," I replied. "And as for looking for anyone on these waters after such a time, it's hopeless." "That's true," said O'Keefe. "But his wife and baby! Poor, poor devil!" He was silent for a time, and then, at my solicitation, began to tell us more of himself. He had been little more than 20 when he had won his wings and entered the war. He had been seriously wounded at Ypres during the 3rd year of the struggle, and when he recovered the war was over. Shortly after that his mother had died. Lonely and restless, he had re-entered the air service, and had remained in it ever since. "And though the war's long over, I get homesick for the Lark's Land, with the German planes playing tunes on their machine guns, and their Archies tickling the soles of my feet," he sighed. "If you're in love, love to the limit, and if you hate, why, hate like the devil. And if it's a fight you're in, get where it's hottest and fight like hell. If you don't, life's not worth the living," sighed he. I watched him as he talked, feeling my liking for him steadily increasing. If I could but have a man like this beside me on the path of unknown peril upon which I had set my feet, I thought wistfully. We sat and smoked a bit, sipping the strong coffee the Portuguese made so well. DaCosta at last relieved the Cantonese at the wheel. O'Keefe and I drew chairs up to the rail. The brighter stars shone out dimly through a hazy sky. Gleams of phosphorescence tipped the crests of the waves, and sparkled with an almost angry brilliance as the bow of the Suwarna tossed them aside. O'Keefe pulled contentedly at a cigarette. The glowing spark lighted the keen boyish face and the blue eyes, now black and brooding under the spell of the tropic night. "Are you American or Irish, O'Keefe?" I asked suddenly. "Why?" he laughed. "Because," I answered, "from your name and your service, I would suppose you Irish, but your command of pure Americanese makes me doubtful." He grinned amiably. "I'll tell you how that is," he said. "My mother was an American, a Grace of Virginia. My father was the O'Keefe of Coleraine, and these two loved each other so well that the heart they gave me is half Irish and half American. My father died when I was 16. I used to go to the States with my mother every other year for a month or two. But after my father died, we used to go to Ireland every other year. And there you are. I'm as much American as I am Irish. When I'm in love, or excited, or dreaming, or mad, I have the brogue. But for the everyday purpose of life, I like the United States talk. And I know Broadway as well as I do Benvenal Lane, and the Sound as well as St. Patrick's Channel. Educated a bit at Eton, a bit at Harvard. Always too much money to have to make any. In love lots of times, and never a heartache after that wasn't a pleasant one. And never a real purpose in life until I took the King's shilling and earned my wings. Something over 30, and that's me, Larry O'Keefe. But it was the Irish O'Keefe who sat out there waiting for the banshee, I laughed. It was that, he said somberly, and I heard the brogue creep over his voice like velvet, and his eyes grew brooding again. "'There's never an O'Keefe for these 1,000 years that has passed without his warning. And twice have I heard the banshee calling. Once it was when my younger brother died, and once when my father lay waiting to be carried out to the ebb tide." He mused a moment, then went on. "And once I saw an Anner child, a girl of the green people, flit like a shade of green fire through the Carntoffer woods. And once at Duncraig I slept where the ashes of the Dun of Cormac MacConcabar are mixed with those of Carmac and Aelid the Fair, all burned in the 9 flames that sprang from the harping of Cravatine, and I heard the echo of his dead harpings." He paused again, and then, softly, with that curiously sweet, high voice that only the Irish seem to have, he sang, "Woman of the white breast's eyelid, woman of the gold-brown hair, and lips of the red, red rowan, where is the swan that is whiter, with breast more soft, or the wave on the sea that moved as thou movest, eyelid?" End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 8. Olaf's Story. There was a little silence. I looked upon him with wonder. Clearly he was in deepest earnest. I know the psychology of the Gael is a curious one, and that deep in all their hearts their ancient traditions and beliefs have strong and living roots. And I was both amused and touched. Here was this soldier, who had faced war and its ugly realities open-eyed and fearless, picking, indeed, the most dangerous branch of the service for his own. A modern, if ever there was one, appreciative of the most unmystical Broadway, and yet soberly and earnestly attesting to his belief in Banshee, in shadowy people of the woods, and phantom harpers. I wondered what he would think if he could see the Dweller, and then, with a pang, that perhaps his superstitions might make him an easy prey. He shook his head half impatiently and ran a hand over his eyes, turned to me and grinned. "Don't think I'm cracked, Professor," he said. "I'm not, but it takes me that way now and then. It's the Irish in me. And believe it or not, I'm telling you the truth." I looked eastward, where the moon, now nearly a week past the full, was mounting. "You can't make me see what you've seen, Lieutenant," I laughed. "But you can make me hear. I've always wondered what kind of a noise a disembodied spirit could make without any vocal cords or breath or any other earthly sound-producing mechanism. How does the banshee sound?" O'Keefe looked at me seriously. "All right," he said. "I'll show you." From deep down in his throat came first a low, weird sobbing that mounted steadily into a keening whose mournfulness made my skin creep. Then his hand shot out and gripped my shoulder, and I stiffened like stone in my chair. For from behind us, like an echo, and then taking up the cry, swelled a wail that seemed to hold within it a sublimation of the sorrows of centuries. It gathered itself into one heartbroken, sobbing note and died away. O'Keefe's grip loosened, and he rose swiftly to his feet. "It's all right, Professor," he said. "It's for me. It found me, all this way from Ireland." Again the silence was rent by the cry. But now I had located it. It came from my room, and it could mean only one thing. Huldriksen had wakened. "Forget your banshee," I gasped, and made a jump for the cabin. Out of the corner of my eye, I noted a look of half-sheepish relief flit over O'Keefe's face, and then he was beside me. DaCosta shouted an order from the wheel, the Cantonese ran up and took it from his hands, and the little Portuguese pattered down toward us. My hand on the door, ready to throw it open, I stopped. What if the dweller were within? What if we had been wrong, and it was not dependent for its power upon that full flood of moonray which Throckmorton had thought essential to draw it from the blue pool? From within, the sobbing wail began once more to rise. O'Keefe pushed me aside, threw open the door, and crouched low within it. I saw an automatic flash dully in his hand, saw it cover the cabin from side to side, following the swift sweep of his eyes around it. Then he straightened, and his face, turned toward the berth, was filled with wondering pity. Through the window streamed a shaft of the moonlight. It fell upon Huldriksen's staring eyes. In them, great tears slowly gathered and rolled down his cheeks. From his opened mouth came the woe-laden wailing. I ran to the port and drew the curtains. DaCosta snapped the lights. The Norseman's dolorous crying stopped as abruptly as though cut. His gaze rolled toward us, and at one bound he broke through the leashes I had buckled round him and faced us, his eyes glaring, his yellow hair almost erect with the force of the rage visibly surging through him. DaCosta shrunk behind me. O'Keefe, coolly watchful, took a quick step that brought him in front of me. "Where do you take me?" said Huldriksen, and his voice was like the growl of a beast. "Where is my boat?" I touched O'Keefe gently and stood before the giant. "Listen, Olaf Huldriksen," I said. "We take you to where the Sparkling Devil took your Helma and your Frida. We follow the Sparkling Devil that came down from the moon. Do you hear me?" I spoke slowly, distinctly, striving to pierce the mists that I knew swirled around the strained brain. And the words did pierce. He thrust out a shaking hand. "You say you follow?" he asked falteringly. "You know where to follow? Where it took my Helma and my little Frida?" "Just that, Olaf Huldriksen," I answered. "Just that. I pledge you my life that I know." DaCosta stepped forward. "He speaks true, Olaf. You go faster on the Suvarna than on the Brunhilda, Olaf, yes." The giant Norseman, still gripping my hand, looked at him. "I know you, DaCosta," he muttered. "You are all right, yeah. You are a fair man. Where is the Brunhilda?" "She follow behind on a big rope, Olaf," soothed the Portuguese. "Soon you see her. But now lie down and tell us, if you can, why you tie yourself to your wheel, and what it is that happened, Olaf." "If you'll tell us how the Sparkling Devil came, it will help us all when we get to where it is, Huldriksen," I said. On O'Keefe's face there was an expression of well-nigh ludicrous doubt and amazement. He glanced from one to the other. The giant shifted his own tense look from me to the Irishman. A gleam of approval lighted in his eyes. He loosed me and gripped O'Keefe's arm. "Stark," he said. "Yeah, strong, and with a strong heart. A man, yeah. He comes too. We shall need him, yeah." "I tell," he muttered, and seated himself on the side of the bunk. "It was 4 nights ago. My Frida." His voice shook. "Mine Yinling. She loved the moonlight. I was at the wheel, and my Frida and my Helma, they were behind me. The moon was behind us,
and the Brunhilde was like a swan boat sailing down with the moonlight sending her, yeah. I heard my Frida say, I see a Nisse coming down the track of the moon, and I hear her mother laugh, low, like a mother does when her yinling dreams. I was happy, that night, with my Helma and my Frida, and the Brunhilde sailing like a swan boat, yeah. I heard the child say, the Nisse comes fast, and then I heard a scream from my Helma, a great scream, like a mare when her foal is torn from her. I spun around fast, yeah. I dropped the wheel and spun fast. I saw—" He covered his eyes with his hands. The Portuguese had crept close to me, and I heard him panting like a frightened dog. I saw a white fire spring over the rail, whispered Olaf Huldrickson. It whirled round and round, and it shone like stars in a whirlwind mist. There was a noise in my ears. It sounded like bells, little bells, yeah, like the music you make when you run your finger round goblets. It made me sick and dizzy, the hell noise. My Helma was in the Hulda, what you say, in the middle of the white fire. She turned her face to me, and she turned it on the child, and my Helma's face burned into my heart, because it was full of fear, and it was full of happiness, of glade. I tell you that the fear in my Helma's face made me ice here. He beat his breast with clenched hand. But the happiness in it burned on me like fire, and I could not move. I could not move. I said, in here. He touched his head. I said, it is Loki come out of Helvede. But he cannot take my Helma, for Christ lives, and Loki has no power to hurt my Helma or my Frida. Christ lives! Christ lives! I said. But the sparkling devil did not let my Helma go. It drew her to the rail, half over it. I saw her eyes upon the child, and the little she broke away and reached to it. And my Frida jumped into her arms, and the fire wrapped them both, and they were gone. A little I saw them whirling on the moon track behind the Brunhilde, and they were gone. The sparkling devil took them. Loki was loosed, and he had the power. I turned the Brunhilde, and I followed where my Helma and my Yinling had gone. My boys crept up and asked me to turn again, but I would not. They dropped the boat and left me. I steered straight on the path. I lashed my hands to the wheel, that sleep might not loose them. I steered on, and on, and on. "Where was the God I prayed when my wife and child were taken?" cried Olaf Huldrickson, and it was as though I heard Throckmorton asking that same bitter question. "I have left him, as he left me, ja. I pray now to Thor and to Odin, who can fetter Loki." He sank back, covering again his eyes. "Olaf," I said, "what you have called the sparkling devil has taken once dear to me. I, too, was following it when we found you. You shall go with me to its home, and there we will try to take from it your wife and your child, and my friends as well. But now, that you may be strong for what is before us, you must sleep again." Olaf Huldrickson looked upon me, and in his eyes was that something which souls must see, in the eyes of him and the old Egyptians called the Searcher of Hearts in the Judgment Hall of Osiris. "You speak a truth," he said at last, slowly. "I will do what you say." He stretched out an arm at my bidding. I gave him a second injection. He lay back, and soon he was sleeping. I turned toward DaCosta. His face was livid and sweating, and he was trembling pitiably. O'Keefe stirred. "You did that mighty well, Dr. Goodwin," he said. "So well that I almost believed you myself."
"What did you think of his story, Mr. O'Keefe?" I asked. His answer was almost painfully brief and colloquial. "Nuts," he said. I was a little shocked, I admit. "I think he's crazy, Dr. Goodwin," he corrected himself quickly. "What else could I think?" I turned to the little Portuguese without answering. "There's no need for any anxiety tonight, Captain," I said. "Take my word for it. You need some rest yourself. Shall I give you a sleeping draught?" "I do wish you would, Dr. Goodwin, sir," he answered gratefully. "Tomorrow, when I feel better, I would have a talk with you." I nodded. He did know something then. I mixed him an opiate of considerable strength. He took it and went to his own cabin. I locked the door behind him, and then, sitting beside the sleeping Norseman, I told O'Keefe my story from end to end. He asked few questions as I spoke. But after I had finished, he cross-examined me rather minutely upon my recollections of the radiant phases upon each appearance, checking these with Throckmorton's observations of the same phenomena in the chamber of the moon pool. "And now what do you think of it all?" I asked. He sat silent for a while, looking at Huldrickson. "Not what you seem to think, Dr. Goodwin," he answered at last, gravely. "Let me sleep over it. One thing, of course, is certain. You and your friend Throckmorton and this man here saw something. But—" He was silent again, and then continued with a kindness that I found vaguely irritating. "But I've noticed that when a scientist gets superstitious, takes very hard. There's a few things I can tell you now, though," he went on while I struggled to speak. "I pray in my heart that we'll meet neither the Dolphin nor anything with wireless on board going up, because, Dr. Goodwin, I'd dearly love to take a crack at your dweller." "And another thing," said O'Keefe. "After this, cut out the trimmings, Doc, and call me plain Larry, for whether I think you're crazy or whether I don't, you're there with the nerve, Professor, and I'm for you." "Good night," said Larry, and took himself out to the deck hammock he had insisted upon having slung for him, refusing the captain's importunities to use his own cabin. And it was with extremely mixed emotions as to his compliment that I watched him go. Superstitious. I, whose pride was my scientific devotion to fact and fact alone. Superstitious. And this from a man who believed in banshees and ghostly harpers and Irish wood-nymphs and no doubt in leprechauns and all their tribe. Half laughing, half irritated, and wholly happy in even the part promise of Larry O'Keefe's comradeship on my venture, I arranged a couple of pillows, stretched myself out on 2 chairs, and took up my vigil beside Olaf Huldrickson. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 9. A Lost Page of Earth. When I awakened, the sun was streaming through the cabin porthole. Outside, a fresh voice lilted. I lay on my 2 chairs and listened. The song was one with the wholesome sunshine and the breeze blowing stiffly and whipping the curtains. It was Larry O'Keefe at his matins. "The little red lark is shaking his wings, straight from the breast of his love he springs." Larry's voice soared. "Has wings and his feathers are sunrise red, he hails the sun on his golden head. Good morning, Doc, you were long abed." This last was a most irreverent interpolation I well knew. I opened my door. O'Keefe stood outside laughing. The Suwarna, her engine silent, was making fine headway under all sail, the Brunhilde skipping in her wake cheerfully with half her canvas up. The sea was crisping and dimpling under the wind. Blue and white was the world as far as the eye could reach. Schools of little silvery green flying fish broke through the water, rushing on each side of us, flashed for an instant, and were gone. Behind us, gulls hovered and dipped. The shadow of mystery had retreated far over the rim of this wide-awake and beautiful world, and if, subconsciously, I knew that somewhere it was brooding and waiting, for a little while at least, I was consciously free of its oppression. "How's the patient?" asked O'Keefe. He was answered by Huldrexon himself, who must have risen just as I left the cabin. The Norseman had slipped on a pair of pajamas, and, giant torso naked under the sun, he strode out upon us. We all of us looked at him a trifle anxiously. But Olaf's madness had left him. In his eyes was much sorrow, but the berserk rage was gone. He spoke straight to me. "You said last night we follow?" I nodded. "It is where?" he asked again. "We go first to Ponape, and from there to Metalanum Harbor, to the Nan Matal. You know the place?" Huldrexon bowed, a white gleam of ice showing in his blue eyes. "It is there?" he asked. "It is there that we must first search," I answered. "Good," said Olaf Huldrexon. "It is good." He looked at Da Costa inquiringly, and the little Portuguese, following his thought, answered his unspoken question. "We should be at Ponape tomorrow morning early, Olaf." "Good," repeated the Norseman. He looked away, his eyes tear-filled. A restraint fell upon us, the embarrassment all men experience when they feel a great sympathy and a great pity, to neither of which they quite know how to give expression. By silent consent we discussed at breakfast only the most casual topics. When the meal was over, Huldrexon expressed a desire to go aboard the Brunhilde. The Suwarna hove to, and Da Costa and he dropped into the small boat. When they reached the Brunhilde's deck, I saw Olaf take the wheel, and the two fall into earnest talk. I beckoned to O'Keefe, and we stretched ourselves out on the bow hatch under cover of the foresail. He lighted a cigarette, took a couple of leisurely puffs, and looked at me expectantly. "Well?" I asked. "Well," said O'Keefe, "suppose you tell me what you think, and then I'll proceed to point out your scientific errors." His eyes twinkled mischievously. "Larry," I replied, somewhat severely, "you may not know that I have a scientific reputation, which, putting aside all modesty, I may say is an enviable one. You used a word last night to which I must interpose serious objection. You more than hinted that I hid superstitions. Let me inform you, Larry O'Keefe, that I am solely a seeker, observer, analyst, and synthesist of facts. I am not," and I tried to make my tone as pointed as my words, "I am not a believer in phantoms or spooks, leprechauns, banshees, or ghostly harpers." O'Keefe leaned back and shouted with laughter. "Forgive me, Goodwin," he gasped, "but if you could have seen yourself solemnly disclaiming the banshee." Another twinkle showed in his eyes. "And then, with all this sunshine and this wide-open world," he shrugged his shoulders, "it's hard to visualize anything such as you and Huldrexon have described." "I know how hard it is, Larry," I answered, "and don't think I have any idea that the phenomenon is supernatural, in the sense spiritualists and table-turners have given that word. I do think it is supernormal, energized by a force unknown to modern science, but that doesn't mean I think it's outside the radius of science." "Tell me your theory, Goodwin," he said. I hesitated, for not yet had I been able to put into form to satisfy myself any explanation of the Dweller. "I think," I hazarded finally, "it is possible that some members of that race peopling the ancient continent which we know existed here in the Pacific have survived. We know that many of these islands are honeycombed with caverns, and vast subterranean spaces, literally underground lands running in some cases far out beneath the ocean floor. It is possible that for some reason survivors of this race sought refuge in the abysmal spaces, one of whose entrances is on the islet where Throckmorton's party met its end. As for their persistence in these caverns, we know they possessed a high science. They may have gone far in the mastery of certain universal forms of energy, especially that we call light. They may have developed a civilization and a science far more advanced than ours. What I call the Dweller may be one of the results of this science. Larry, it may well be that this lost race is planning to emerge again upon the Earth's surface. And is sending out your Dweller as a messenger, a scientific dove from their ark? I chose to overlook the banter in his question. "Did you ever hear of the Chamats?" I asked him. He shook his head. "In Papua," I explained, "there is a widespread and immeasurably old tradition that, imprisoned under the hills, is a race of giants who once ruled this region, when it stretched from sun to sun before the moon god drew the waters over it." I quote from the legend. Not only in Papua, but throughout Malaysia you find this story. And, so the tradition runs, these people, the Chamats, will one day break through the hills and rule the world. "Make over the world" is the literal translation of the constant phrase in the tale. It was Herbert Spencer who pointed out that there is a basis of fact in every myth and legend of man. It is possible that these survivors I am discussing form Spencer's fact basis for the Malaysian legend. Footnote: William Beebe, the famous American naturalist and ornithologist, recently fighting in France with America's Air Force, called attention to this remarkable belief in an article printed not long ago in the Atlantic Monthly. Still more significant was it that he noted a persistent rumor that the breaking out of the buried race was close. WJB, President, IA of S. This much is sure. The moon door, which is clearly operated by the action of moon rays upon some unknown element or combination, and the crystals through which the moon rays pour down upon the pool their prismatic columns, are humanly made mechanisms. So long as they are humanly made, and so long as it is this flood of moonlight from which the Dweller draws its power of materialization, the Dweller itself, if not the product of the human mind, is at least dependent upon the product of the human mind for its appearance. "Wait a minute, Goodwin," interrupted O'Keefe. "Do you mean to say you think that this thing is made of, well, of moonshine?" "Moonlight," I replied, "is, of course, reflected sunlight. But the rays which pass back to Earth after their impact on the moon's surface are profoundly changed. The spectroscope shows that they lose practically all the slower vibrations we call red and infrared, while the extremely rapid vibrations we call the violet and ultraviolet are accelerated and altered. Many scientists hold that there is an unknown element in the moon, perhaps that which makes the gigantic luminous trails that radiate in all directions from the lunar crater Tycho, whose energies are absorbed by and carried on the moon rays. At any rate, whether by the loss of the vibrations of the red or by the addition of this mysterious force, the light of the moon becomes something entirely different from mere modified sunlight, just as the addition or subtraction of one other chemical in a compound of several makes the product a substance with entirely different energies and potentialities. Now, these rays, Larry, are given perhaps still another mysterious activity by the globes through which Throckmorton said they passed in the chamber of the moon pool. The result is the necessary factor in the formation of the Dweller. There would be nothing scientifically improbable in such a process. Kubalsky, the great Russian physicist, produced crystalline forms exhibiting every faculty that we call vital by subjecting certain combinations of chemicals to the action of highly concentrated rays of various colors. Something in light, and nothing else, produced their pseudo-vitality. We do not begin to know how to harness the potentialities of that magnetic vibration of the ether we call light.
"Listen, Doc," said Larry earnestly. "I'll take everything you say about this lost continent, the people who used to live on it, and their caverns for granted. But by the sword of Brian Boru, you'll never get me to fall for the idea that a bunch of moonshine can handle a big woman such as you say Throckmorton's Thora was, nor a two-fisted man such as you say Throckmorton was, nor Huldrexon's wife. And I'll bet she was one of those strapping big northern women, too. You'll never get me to believe that any bunch of concentrated moonshine could handle them and take them waltzing off along a moonbeam back to wherever it goes. No, Doc, not on your life. Even Tennessee moonshine couldn't do that. Nix."
"All right, O'Keefe," I answered, now very much irritated indeed. "What's your theory?" And I could not resist adding, "Fairies?"
"Professor," he grinned, "if that thing's a fairy, it's Irish, and when it sees me, it'll be so glad there'll be nothing to it. 'I was lost, strayed, or stolen, Larry-evic,' it'll say, and I was so homesick for the old sod I was desperate, it'll say, and take me back quick before I do any more harm, it'll tell me, and that's the truth. Now, don't get me wrong, I believe you all saw something all right, but what I think you saw was some kind of a gas. All this region is volcanic, and islands and things are constantly poking up from the sea. It's probably gas, a volcanic emanation, something new to us, and that drives you crazy. Lots of kinds of gas do that. It hit the Throckmorton party on that island, and they probably were all more or less delirious all the time. Thought they saw things, talked it over, and, collective hallucination, just like the Angels of Mons and other miracles of the war. Somebody sees something that looks like something else. He points it out to the man next to him. 'Do you see it?' asks he. 'Sure I see it,' says the other. And there you are, collective hallucination. When your friends got it bad, they most likely jumped overboard, one by one. Huldrexon sails into a place where it is, and it hits his wife. She grabs the child and jumps over. Maybe the moon rays make it luminous. I've seen gas on the front under the moon that looked like 1,000 whirling dervish devils. Yes, and you could see the devils' faces in it. And if it got into your lungs, nothing could ever make you think you hadn't seen real devils." For a time I was silent. "Larry," I said at last, "whether you are right or I am right, I must go to the non-metal. Will you go with me, Larry?" "Godwin," he replied, "I surely will. I'm as interested as you are. If we don't run across the Dolphin, I'll stick. I'll leave word at Ponape to tell them where I am should they come along. If they report me dead for a while, there's nobody to care, so that's all right. Only, old man, be reasonable. You've thought over this so long, you're going bug, honestly you are." And again the gladness that I might have Larry O'Keefe with me was so great that I forgot to be angry. End of Chapter 9. Chapter 10 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Moon Pool. DaCosta, who had come aboard unnoticed by either of us, now tapped me on the arm. "Dr. Goodwin," he said, "can I see you in my cabin, sir?"
At last, then, he was going to speak. I followed him.
"Doctor," he said when we had entered, "this is a very strange thing that has happened to Olaf. Very strange. And the natives of Ponape, they have been very much excited lately. Of what they fear, I know nothing. Nothing."
Again that quick, furtive crossing of himself.
But this I have to tell you. There came to me from Ranaloa last month a man, a Russian, a doctor like you. His name, it was Merakinov. I take him to Ponape, and the natives there, they will not take him to the Nanmatal where he wished to go. No. So I take him. We leave him in a boat, with much instrument carefully tied up. I leave him there with the boat and the food. He tell me to tell no one and pay me not to. But you are a friend, and Olaf, he depend much upon you, and so I tell you, sir.
You know nothing more than this, DaCosta? I asked. Nothing of another expedition?
No,
he shook his head vehemently.
Nothing more.
Hear the name Throckmorton while you were there? I persisted.
No.
His eyes were steady as he answered, but the pallor had crept again into his face. I was not so sure. But if he knew more than he had told me, why was he afraid to speak? My anxiety deepened, and later I sought relief from it by repeating the conversation to O'Keefe.
A Russian, eh? He said. Well, they can be damned nice, or damned otherwise. Considering what you did for me, I hope I can look him over before the Dolphin shows up.
Next morning we raised Ponape without further incident, and before noon the Suwarna and the Brunhilde had dropped anchor in the harbor. Upon the excitement and manifest dread of the natives, when we sought among them for carriers and workmen to accompany us, I will not dwell. It is enough to say that no payment we offered could induce a single one of them to go to the Nanmatal, nor would they say why. Finally, it was agreed that the Brunhilde should be left in charge of a half-breed Chinaman, whom both DaCosta and Huldriksen knew and trusted. We piled her longboat up with my instruments and food and camping equipment. The Suwarna took us around to the Metalanum harbor, and there, with the tops of ancient sea-walls deep in the blue water beneath us, and the ruins looming up out of the mangroves, a scant mile from us, left us. Then, with Huldriksen manipulating our small sail and Larry at the rudder, we rounded the titanic wall that swept down into the depths, and turned at last into the canal that Throckmorton, on his map, had marked as that which, running between the frowning Nantauach and its satellite islet, Tau, led straight to the gate of the place of ancient mysteries. And as we entered that channel, we were enveloped by a silence so intense, so weighted, that it seemed to have substance, an alien silence that clung and stifled and still stood aloof from us, the living. It was a stillness, such as might follow the long tramping of millions into the grave. It was paradoxical, as it may be, filled with the withdrawal of life. Standing down in the chambered depths of the Great Pyramid, I had known something of such silence, but never such intensity as this. Larry felt it too, and I saw him look at me askance. If Olaf, sitting in the bow, felt it too, he gave no sign. His blue eyes, with again the glint of ice within them, watched the channel before us. As we passed, there arose upon our left sheer walls of black basalt blocks, cyclopean, towering 50 feet or more, broken here and there by the sinking of their deep foundations. In front of us the mangroves widened out and filled the canal. On our right the lesser walls of Tau, somber blocks, smooth and squared and set with a cold, mathematical nicety that filled me with vague awe, slipped by. Through breaks I caught glimpses of dark ruins, and of great fallen stones that seemed to crouch and menace us as we passed. Somewhere there, hidden, were the 7 globes that poured the moon-fire down upon the moon-pool. Now we were among the mangroves, and, sail down, the 3 of us pushed and pulled the boat through their tangled roots and branches. The noise of our passing split the silence like a profanation, and from the ancient bastions came murmurs, forbidding, strangely sinister. And now we were through, floating on a little open space of shadow-filled water. Before us lifted the gateway of Nantauach, gigantic, broken, incredibly old. Shattered portals through which had passed men and women of Earth's dawn. old, with a weight of years that pressed leadenly upon the eyes that looked upon it, and yet was in some curious, indefinable way menacingly defiant. Beyond the gate, back from the portals, stretched a flight of enormous basalt slabs, a giant stairway indeed, and from each side of it marched the high walls that were the dwellers' pathway. None of us spoke as we grounded the boat and dragged it upon a half-submerged pier. And when we did speak, it was in whispers.
"What next?"
asked Larry.
"I think we ought to take a look around," I replied in the same low tones. "We'll climb the wall here and take a flash about. The whole place ought to be plain as day from that height." Huldrickson, his blue eyes alert, nodded. With the greatest difficulty we clambered up the broken blocks. To the east and south of us, set like children's blocks in the midst of the sapphire sea, lay dozens of islets, none of them covering more than 2 square miles of surface, each of them a perfect square or oblong within its protecting walls. On none was there a sign of life, save for a few great birds that hovered here and there, and gulls dipping in the blue waves beyond. We turned our gaze upon the island on which we stood. It was, I estimated, about 3/4 of a mile square. The sea wall enclosed it. It was really an enormous basalt-sided open cube, and within it 2 other open cubes. The enclosure between the first and second wall was stone-paved, with here and there a broken pillar and long stone benches. The hibiscus, the aloe tree, and a number of small shrubs had found place, but seemed only to intensify its stark loneliness. "Wonder where the Russian can be?"
asked Larry. I shook my head. There was no sign of life here. Had Marikinoff gone, or had the Dweller taken him too? Whatever had happened, there was no trace of him below us or on any of the islets within our range of vision. We scrambled down the side of the gateway. Olaf looked at me wistfully. "We start the search now, Olaf," I said. "And first, O'Keefe, let us see whether the grey stone is really here. After that, we will set up camp, and while I unpack, you and Olaf search the island. It won't take long." Larry gave a look at his service automatic and grinned.
"Lead on, Macduff," he said.
We made our way up the steps, through the outer enclosures and into the central square. I confess to a fire of scientific curiosity and eagerness tinged with a dread that O'Keefe's analysis might be true. Would we find the moving slab? And if so, would it be as Throckmorton had described? If so, then even Larry would have to admit that here was something that the theories of gases and luminous emanations would not explain. And the first test of the whole amazing story would be passed. But if not, and there before us, the faintest tinge of grey, setting it apart from its neighboring blocks of basalt, was the moon door. There was no mistaking it. This was, in very deed, the portal through which Throckmorton had seen pass that glorious, dreadful apparition he called the Dweller. At its base was the curious, seemingly polished cup-like depression within which my lost friend had told me the opening door swung. What was that portal, more enigmatic than was ever Sphinx? And what lay beyond it? What did that smooth stone, whose wan deadness whispered of ages, old corridors of time opening out into alien, unimaginable vistas, hide? It had cost the world of science Throckmorton's great brain, as it had cost Throckmorton those he loved. It had drawn me to it in search of Throckmorton, and its shadow had fallen upon the soul of Olaf the Norseman. And upon what thousands upon thousands more, I wondered, since the brains that had conceived it had vanished with their secret knowledge. What lay beyond it? I stretched out a shaking hand and touched the surface of the slab. A faint thrill passed through my hand and arm, oddly unfamiliar and as oddly unpleasant, as of electric contact holding the very essence of cold. O'Keefe, watching, imitated my action. As his fingers rested on the stone, his face filled with astonishment. "It's the door?" he asked. I nodded. There was a low whistle from him, and he pointed up toward the top of the grey stone. I followed the gesture and saw, above the moon door and on each side of it, two gently curving bosses of rock, perhaps a foot in diameter. "The moon door's keys," I said. "It begins to look so," answered Larry. "If we can find them," he added. "There's nothing we can do till moonrise," I replied, "and we've none too much time to prepare as it is. Come." A little later we were beside our boat. We lighted it, set up the tent, and as it was now but a short hour to sundown, I bade them leave me and make their search. They went off together, and I busied myself with opening some of the paraphernalia I had brought with me. First of all, I took out the 2 Becquerel ray condensers that I had bought in Sydney. Their lenses would collect and intensify to the fullest extent any light directed upon them. I had found them most useful in making spectroscopic analysis of luminous vapors, and I knew that at Yerkes Observatory splendid results had been obtained from them in collecting the diffused radiance of the nebulae for the same purpose. If my theory of the grey slab's mechanism were correct, it was practically certain that with the satellite only a few nights past the full, we could concentrate enough light on the bosses to open the rock. And as the ray streams through the 7 globes described by Throckmorton would be too weak to energize the pool, we could enter the chamber free from any fear of encountering its tenant, make our preliminary observations, and go forth before the moon had dropped so far that the concentration in the condensers would fall below that necessary to keep the portal from closing. I took out a small spectroscope, and a few other instruments for the analysis of certain light manifestations and the testing of metal and liquid. Finally, I put aside my emergency medical kit. I had hardly finished examining and adjusting these before O'Keefe and Huldrexon returned. They reported signs of a camp at least 10 days old beside the northern wall of the outer court, but beyond that no evidence of others beyond ourselves on Nantawatch. We prepared supper, ate and talked a little, but for the most part were silent. Even Larry's high spirits were not in evidence. Half a dozen times I saw him take out his automatic and look it over. He was more thoughtful than I had ever seen him. Once he went into the tent, rummaged about a bit, and brought out another revolver, which he said he had got from DaCosta, and a half-dozen clips of cartridges. He passed the gun over to Olaf. At last a glow in the southeast heralded the rising moon. I picked up my instruments and the medical kit. Larry and Olaf shouldered each short ladder that was part of my equipment, and with our electric flashes pointing the way, walked up the great stairs, through the enclosures, and straight to the grey stone. By this time the moon had risen, and its clipped light shone full upon the slab. I saw faint gleams pass over it, as of fleeting phosphorescence, but so faint were they that I could not be sure of the truth of my observation. We set the ladders in place. Olaf I assigned to stand before the door and watch for the first signs of its opening, if open it should. The Becquerels were set within 3-inch tripods, whose feet I had equipped with vacuum rings to enable them to hold fast to the rock. I scaled one ladder and fastened a condenser over the boss, descended, sent Larry up to watch it, and, ascending the second ladder, rapidly fixed the other in its place. Then, with O'Keefe watchful on his perch, I on mine, and Olaf's eyes fixed upon the moon door, we began our vigil. Suddenly there was an exclamation from Larry. "7 little lights are beginning to glow on this stone," he cried. But I had already seen those beneath my lens begin to gleam out with a silvery luster. Swiftly the rays within the condenser began to thicken and increase, and as they did so, the 7 small circles waxed like stars growing out of the dusk, and with a queer, curdled is the best word I can find to define it, radiance entirely strange to me. Beneath me I heard a faint, sighing murmur, and then the voice of Huldrexon. "It opens. The stone turns." I began to climb down the ladder.
Again came Olaf's voice. "The stone, it is open." And then a shriek, a wail of blended anguish and pity, of rage and despair, and the sound of swift footsteps racing through the wall beneath me. I dropped to the ground. The moon door was wide open, and through it I caught a glimpse of a corridor filled with a faint, pearly, vaporous light, like earliest misty dawn. But of Olaf I could see nothing, and even as I stood, gaping, from behind me came the sharp crack of a rifle. The glass of the condenser at Larry's side flew into fragments. He dropped swiftly to the ground. The automatic in his hand flashed once, twice, into the darkness. And the moon door began to pivot slowly, slowly back into its place. I rushed toward the turning stone with the wild idea of holding it open. As I thrust my hands against it, there came at my back a snarl and an oath, and Larry staggered under the impact of a body that had flung itself straight at his throat. He reeled at the lip of the shallow cup at the base of the slab, slipped upon its polished curve, fell, and rolled with that which had attacked him, kicking and writhing, straight through the narrowing portal into the passage. Forgetting all else, I sprang to his aid. As I leaped, I felt the closing edge of the moon door graze my side. Then, as Larry raised a fist, brought it down upon the temple of the man who had grappled with him, and rose from the twitching body unsteadily to his feet, I heard, shuddering past me, a mournful whisper, spun about as though some giant's hand had whirled me. The end of the corridor no longer opened out into the moonlit square of ruined Nantauach. It was barred by a solid mass of glimmering stone. The moon door had closed. O'Keefe took a stumbling step toward the barrier behind us. There was no mark of juncture with the shining walls. The slab fitted into the sides as closely as a mosaic. "It's shut all right," said Larry. "But if there's a way in, there's a way out. Anyway, Doc, we're right in the pew we've been heading for, so why worry?" He grinned at me cheerfully. The man on the floor groaned, and he dropped to his knees beside him. "Marakinov!" he cried. At my exclamation he moved aside, turning the face so I could see it. It was clearly Russian, and just as clearly its possessor was one of unusual force and intellect. The strong, massive brow with orbital ridge unusually developed, the dominant, high-bridged nose, the straight lips with their more than suggestion of latent cruelty, and the strong lines of the jaw beneath a black, pointed beard all gave evidence that here was a personality beyond the ordinary. "Couldn't be anybody else," said Larry, breaking in on my thoughts. "He must have been watching us over there from the Châteauleur's vault all the time." Swiftly he ran practiced hands over his body, then stood erect, holding out to me 2 wicked-looking magazine pistols and a knife. "They got one of my bullets through his right forearm, too," he said. "Just a flesh wound, but it made him drop his rifle. Some arsenal, our little Russian scientist, what?" I opened my medical kit. The wound was a slight one, and Larry stood looking on as I bandaged it. "Got another one of those condensers?" he asked suddenly. "And do you suppose Olaf will know enough to use it?" "Larry," I answered, "Olaf's not outside. He's in here somewhere." His jaw dropped. "The hell you say?" he whispered. "Didn't you hear him shriek when the stone opened?" I asked. "I heard him yell, yes," he said. "But I didn't know what was the matter. And then this wildcat jumped me." He paused, and his eyes widened. "Which way did he go?" he asked swiftly. I pointed down the faintly glowing passage. "There's only one way," I said. "Watch that bird close," hissed O'Keefe, pointing to Marakinov, and pistol in hand stretched his long legs and raced away. I looked down at the Russian. His eyes were open, and he reached out a hand to me. I lifted him to his feet. "I have heard," he said. "We follow, quick. If you will take my arm, please. I am shaken yet, yes." I gripped his shoulder without a word, and the two of us set off down the corridor after O'Keefe. Marakinov was gasping, and his weight pressed upon me heavily, but he moved with all the will and strength that were in him.
As we ran, I took hasty note of the tunnel. Its sides were smooth and polished, and the light seemed to come not from their surfaces, but from far within them, giving to the walls an elusive aspect of distance and depth, rendering them, in a peculiarly weird way, spacious. The passage turned, twisted, ran down, turned again. It came to me that the light that illumined the tunnel was given out by tiny points deep within the stone, sprang from the points ripplingly, and spread upon their polished faces. There was a cry from Larry far ahead. "Olaf!" I gripped Marakinov's arm closer, and we sped on. Now we were coming fast to the end of the passage. Before us was a high arch, and through it I glimpsed a dim, shifting luminosity as of mist filled with rainbows. We reached the portal, and I looked into a chamber that might have been transported from that enchanted palace of the Gene King that rises beyond the magic mountains of Kaf. Before me stood O'Keefe, and a dozen feet in front of him Huldriksen, with something clasped tightly in his arms. The Norseman's feet were at the verge of a shining, silvery lip of stone, within whose oval lay a blue pool. And down upon this pool, staring upward like a gigantic eye, fell 7 pillars of phantom light, one of them amethyst, one of rose, another of white, a fourth of blue, and 3 of emerald, of silver, and of amber. They fell each upon the azure surface, and I knew that these were the 7 streams of radiance within which the Dweller took shape, now but pale ghosts of their brilliancy when the full energy of the moonstream raced through them. Huldriksen bent and placed on the shining silver lip of the pool that which he held, and I saw that it was the body of a child. He set it there so gently, bent over the side, and thrust a hand down into the water. And as he did so, he moaned and lurched against the little body that lay before him. Instantly the form moved, and slipped over the verge into the blue. Huldriksen threw his body over the stone, hands clutching, arms thrust deep down, and from his lips issued a long-drawn, heart-shriveling wail of pain and of anguish that held in it nothing human. Close on its wake came a cry from Marakinov. "Catch him!" shouted the Russian. "Drag him back, quick!" He leaped forward, but before he could half clear that distance, O'Keefe had leaped too, had caught the Norseman by the shoulders and toppled him backward, where he lay whimpering and sobbing. And as I rushed behind Marakinov, I saw Larry lean over the lip of the pool and cover his eyes with a shaking hand, saw the Russian peer into it with real pity in his cold eyes. Then I stared down myself into the moon pool, and there, sinking, was a little maid whose dead face and fixed, terror-filled eyes looked straight into mine, and ever sinking slowly, slowly vanished. And I knew that this was Olaf's Frida, his beloved Yngling. But where was the mother, and where had Olaf found his babe? The Russian was first to speak. "You have nitroglycerin there, yes?" he asked, pointing toward my medical kit that I had gripped unconsciously and carried with me during the mad rush down the passage. I nodded and drew it out. "Hypodermic," he ordered next, curtly. Took the syringe, filled it accurately with its 1/100th of a grain dosage, and leaned over Huldriksen. He rolled up the sailor's sleeves halfway to the shoulder. The arms were white, with somewhat of that weird semi-translucence that I had seen on Throckmorton's breast where a tendril of the Dweller had touched him, and his hands were of the same whiteness, like a baroque pearl. Above the line of white, Marakinov thrust the needle. "He will need all his heart can do," he said to me. Then he reached down into a belt about his waist and drew from it a small, flat flask of what seemed to be lead. He opened it and let a few drops of its contents fall on each arm of the Norwegian. The liquid sparkled, and instantly began to spread over the skin much as oil or gasoline dropped on water does, only far more rapidly. And as it spread, It drew a sparkling film over the marbled flesh, and little wisps of vapor rose from it. The Norseman's mighty chest heaved with agony. His hands clenched. The Russian gave a grunt of satisfaction at this, dropped a little more of the liquid, and then, watching closely, grunted again and leaned back. Huldrexon's labored breathing ceased. His head dropped upon Larry's knee, and from his arms and hands the whiteness swiftly withdrew. Marikinoff arose and contemplated us, almost benevolently. "He will all right be in 5 minutes," he said. "I know. I do it to pay for that shot of mine, and also because we will need him. Yes." He turned to Larry. "You have a punch like a mule kick, my young friend," he said. "Sometime you pay me for that too, eh?" He smiled, and the quality of the grimace was not exactly reassuring. Larry looked him over quizzically. "You're Marikinoff, of course," he said. The Russian nodded, betraying no surprise at the recognition. "And you?" he asked. "Lieutenant O'Keefe, of the Royal Flying Corps," replied Larry, saluting. "And this gentleman is Dr. Walter T. Goodwin." Marikinoff's face brightened. "The American botanist?" he queried. I nodded. "Ah," cried Marikinoff eagerly, "but this is fortunate. Long I have desired to meet you. Your work, for an American, is most excellent, surprising. But you are wrong in your theory of the development of the angiospermae from Psychododea dacotensis. Da, all wrong." I was interrupting him with considerable heat, for my conclusions from the fossil Psychododea I knew to be my greatest triumph, when Larry broke in upon me rudely. "Say," he spluttered, "am I crazy, or are you? What in damnation kind of a place and time is this to start an argument like that?" "Angiospermae, is it?" exclaimed Larry. "Hell!" Marikinoff again regarded him with that irritating air of benevolence. "You have not the scientific mind, young friend," he said. "The punch, yes, but so has the mule. You must learn that the only fact is important. Not you, not me, not this," he pointed to Huldrexon, "or its sorrows. The only fact, whatever it is real, yes. But," he turned to me, "another time." Huldrexon interrupted him. The big seaman had risen stiffly to his feet and stood with Larry's arm supporting him. He stretched out his hands to me. "I saw her," he whispered. "I saw mine Frida when the stone swung, and she lay there, just at my feet. I picked her up and saw that mine Frida was dead. But I hoped, and I thought maybe mine Helma was somewhere here too, so I ran with mine Yinling here." His voice broke. "I thought maybe she was not dead," he went on. "And when I saw that," he pointed to the moon pool, "and I thought I would bathe her face, and she might live again. And when I dipped my hands within, the life left them, and the cold, deadly cold, ran up through them into my heart. And mine Frida, she fell." He covered his eyes, and dropping his head on O'Keefe's shoulder, stood, racked by sobs that seemed to tear at his very soul. End of Chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 11. The Flame-Tipped Shadows. Marikinoff nodded his head solemnly as Olaf finished. "Da," he said, "that which comes from here took them both, the woman and the child. Da, they came clasped within it, and the stone shut upon them. But why it left the child behind, I do not understand." "How do you know that?" I cried in amazement. "Because I saw it," answered Marikinoff simply. "Not only did I see it, but hardly had I time to make escape through the entrance before it passed whirling and murmuring, and its bell sounds all joyous. Da, it was what you call the squeak close, that." "Wait a moment," I said, stilling Larry with a gesture. "Do I understand you to say that you were within this place?" Marikinoff actually beamed upon me. "Da, Dr. Goodwin," he said. "I went in when that which comes from it went out." I gaped at him, stricken dumb. Into Larry's bellicose attitude crept a suggestion of grudging respect. Olaf, trembling, watched silently. "Dr. Goodwin and my impetuous young friend, you," went on Marikinoff after a moment's silence, and I wondered vaguely why he did not include Huldrickson in his address. "It is time that we have an understanding. I have a proposal to make to you also. It is this. We are what you call a bad boat, and all of us are in it. Da, we need all hands, is it not so? Let us put together our knowledge and our brains and resources, and even the paunch of a mule is a resource," he looked wickedly at O'Keefe, "and pull our boat into quiet waters again. After that—" "All very well, Marikinoff," interjected Larry, "but I don't feel very safe in any boat with somebody capable of shooting me through the back." Marikinoff waved a deprecatory hand. "It was natural that," he said. "Logical, da. Here is a very great secret, perhaps many secrets to my country invaluable." He paused, shaken by some overpowering emotion. The veins in his forehead grew congested, the cold eyes blazed, and the guttural voice harshened. "I do not apologize, and I do not explain," rasped Marikinoff. "But I will tell you, da. Here is my country sweating blood in an experiment to liberate the world. And here are the other nations ringing us like wolves and waiting to spring at our throats at the least sign of weakness. And here are you, Lieutenant O'Keefe, of the English wolves, and you, Dr. Goodwin, of the Yankee pack. And here in this place, maybe that will enable my country to win its war for the worker. What are the lives of you two and this sailor to that? Less than the flies I crush with my hand, less than the midges in the sunbeam." He suddenly gripped himself. "But that is not now the important thing," he resumed, almost coldly. "Not that, nor my shooting. Let us squarely the situation face. My proposal is so, that we join interests, and what you call see it through together. Find our way through this place, and those secrets learn of which I have spoken, if we can. And when that is done, we will go our ways, to his own land each, to make use of them for our lands as each of us may. On my part, I offer my knowledge, and it is very valuable, Dr. Goodwin, and my training. You and Lieutenant O'Keefe do the same, and this man Olaf, what he can do of his strength, for I do not think his usefulness lies in his brains, no." "In effect, Goodwin," broke in Larry as I hesitated, "the professor's proposition is this. He wants to know what's going on here, but he begins to realize it's no one man's job, and besides, we have the drop on him. We're 3 to his 1, and we have all his hardware and cutlery. But also, we can do better with him than without him, just as he can do better with us than without us. It's an even break, for a while. But once he gets that information he's looking for, then look out. You and Olaf and I are the wolves and the flies and the midges again, and the strafing will be about due. Nevertheless, with 3 to 1 against him, if he can get away with it, he deserves to. I'm for taking him up, if you are." There was almost a twinkle in Marikinoff's eyes. "It is not just as I would have put it, perhaps," he said, "but in its skeleton he has right. Nor will I turn my hand against you while we are still in danger here. I pledge you my honor on this." Larry laughed. "All right, Professor," he grinned. "I believe you mean every word you say. Nevertheless, I'll just keep the guns." Marikinoff bowed imperturbably. "And now," he said, "I will tell you what I know. I found a secret of the door mechanism even as you did, Dr. Goodwin. But by carelessness my condensers were broken. I was forced to wait while I sent for others, and the waiting might be for months. I took certain precautions,
and on the first night of this full moon I hid myself within the vault of Châteaulleur."
An involuntary thrill of admiration for the man went through me at the manifest heroism of this leap in the dark. I could see it reflected in Larry's face.
"I hid in the vault," continued Marikinoff, "and I saw that which comes from here come out. I waited long hours. At last, when the moon was low, it returned, ecstatically, with a man, a native, in embrace enfolded. It passed through the door, and soon then the moon became low and the door closed. The next night more confidence was mine, yes. And after that, which comes had gone. I looked through its open door. I said, 'It will not return for 3 hours. While it is away, why shall I not into its home go through the door it has left open?' So I went, even to here. I looked at the pillars of light, and I tested the liquid on the pool on which they fell. That liquid, Dr. Goodwin, is not water. It is not any fluid known on Earth."
He handed me a small vial, its neck held in a long thong.
"Take this," he said, "and see."
Wonderingly, I took the bottle, dipped it down into the pool. The liquid was extraordinarily light, seemed in fact to give the vial buoyancy. I held it to the light. It was striated, streaked, as though little living, pulsing veins ran through it. And its blueness, even in the vial, held an intensity of luminousness.
"Radioactive," said Marikinoff. "Some liquid that is intensely radioactive. But what it is, I know not at all. Upon the living skin it acts like radium, raised to the nth power, and with an element most mysterious added. The solution with which I treated him," he pointed to Huldriksen, "I had prepared before I came here, from certain information I had. It is largely salts of radium, and its base is Loeb's formula for the neutralization of radium and X-ray burns. Taking this man at once, before the degeneration had become really active, I could negative it. But after 2 hours I could have done nothing."
He paused a moment.
"Next, I studied the nature of these luminous walls. I concluded that whoever had made them knew the secret of the Almighty's manufacture of light from the ether itself. Colossal, da! But the substance of these blocks confines an atomic, how would you say, atomic manipulation, a conscious arrangement of electrons, light-emitting and perhaps indefinitely so. These blocks are lamps in which oil and wick are electrons drawing light waves from the ether itself. A Prometheus indeed, this discoverer. I looked at my watch, and that little guardian warned me that it was time to go. I went. That which comes forth returned, this time empty-handed. And the next night I did the same thing. Engrossed in research, I let the moments go by to the danger point, and scarcely was I replaced within the vault when the shining thing raced over the walls, and in its grip the woman and child. Then you came, and that is all. And now, what is it you know?"
Very briefly, I went over my story. His eyes gleamed now and then, but he did not interrupt me.
"A great secret, a colossal secret," he muttered when I had ended. "We cannot leave it hidden."
"The first thing to do is to try the door," said Larry, matter of fact.
"There is no use, my young friend," assured Marikinoff mildly.
"Nevertheless, we'll try," said Larry. We retraced our way through the winding tunnel to the end, but soon even O'Keefe saw that any idea of moving the slab from within was hopeless. We returned to the chamber of the pool. The pillars of light were fainter, and we knew that the moon was sinking. On the world outside, before long, dawn would be breaking. I began to feel thirst, and the blue semblance of water within the silvery rim seemed to glint mockingly as my eyes rested on it.
"Da," it was Marikinoff, reading my thoughts uncannily. "Da, we will be thirsty. And it would be very hard for him of us who loses control and drinks of that, my friend. Da."
Larry threw back his shoulders as though shaking a burden from them.
"This place would give an angel of joy the willies," he said. "I suggest that we look around and find something that will take us somewhere. You can bet the people that built it had more ways of getting in than that once-a-month family entrance. Doc, you and Olaf take the left wall. The professor and I will take the right." He loosened one of his automatics with a suggestive movement. "After you, Professor," he bowed politely to the Russian. We parted and set forth. The chamber widened out from the portal in what seemed to be the arc of an immense circle. The shining walls held a perceptible curve, and from this curvature I estimated that the roof was fully 300 feet above us. The floor was of smooth, mosaic-fitted blocks of a faintly yellow tinge. They were not light-emitting like the blocks that formed the walls. The radiance from these latter, I noted, had the peculiar quality of thickening a few yards from its source, and it was this that produced the effect of the misty, veiled distances. As we walked, the 7 columns of ray streaming down from the crystalline globes high above us waned steadily. The globe within the chamber lost its prismatic shimmer and became an even gray tone, somewhat like moonlight in a thin cloud. Now before us, out from the wall, jutted a low terrace. It was all of a pearly rose-colored stone, slender, graceful pillars of the same hue. The face of the terrace was about 10 feet high, and all over it ran a bas-relief of what looked like short trailing vines, surmounted by 5 stalks, on the tip of each of which was a flower. We passed along the terrace. It turned in an abrupt curve. I heard a hail, and there, 50 feet away, at the curving end of a wall, identical with that where we stood, were Larry and Marikinoff. Obviously, the left side of the chamber was a duplicate of that we had explored. We joined. In front of us, the columned barriers ran back 100 feet, forming an alcove. The end of this alcove was another wall of the same rose stone, but upon it the design of vines was much heavier. We took a step forward. There was a gasp of awe from the Norseman, a guttural exclamation from Marikinoff. For on, rather within, the wall before us, a great oval began to glow, waxed almost to a flame, and then shone steadily out as though from behind it a light was streaming through the stone itself. And within the roseate oval 2 flame-tipped shadows appeared, stood for a moment, and then seemed to float out upon its surface. The shadows wavered. The tips of flame that nimbused them with flickering points of vermilion pulsed outward, drew back, darted forth again, and once more withdrew themselves. And as they did so, the shadows thickened, and suddenly there before us stood 2 figures. One was a girl whose great eyes were golden as the fabled lilies of Kuan Yung, that were born of the kiss of the sun upon the amber goddess the demons of Lao Tse carved for him, whose softly curved lips were red as the royal coral, and whose golden-brown hair reached to her knees. And the second was a gigantic frog, a woman frog, head helmeted with carapace of shell, around which a fillet of brilliant yellow jewels shone. Enormous round eyes of blue circled a broad iris of green. Monstrous body of banded orange and white girdled with strand upon strand of the flashing yellow gems, 6 feet high if an inch, and with one webbed paw of its short, powerfully muscled forelegs resting upon the white shoulder of the golden-eyed girl. Moments must have passed as we stood in stark amazement, gazing at that incredible apparition. The 2 figures, although as real as any of those who stood beside me, unphantom-like as it is possible to be, had a distinct suggestion of projection. They were there before us, golden-eyed girl and grotesque frog-woman, complete in every line and curve, and still it was as though their bodies passed back through distances, as though, to try to express the well-nigh inexpressible, the 2 shapes we were looking upon were the end of an infinite number stretching in fine linked chain far away, of which the eye saw only the nearest, while in the brain some faculty higher than sight recognized and registered the unseen others.
The gigantic eyes of the frog-woman took us all in, unwinkingly. Little glints of phosphorescence shone out within the metallic green of the outer iris ring. She stood upright, her great legs bowed, the monstrous slit of a mouth slightly open, revealing a row of white teeth sharp and pointed as lancets. The paw resting on the girl's shoulder, half covering its silken surface, and from its 5 webbed digits long yellow claws of polished horn glistened against the delicate texture of the flesh. But if the frog-woman regarded us all, not so did the maiden of the rosy wall. Her eyes were fastened upon Larry, drinking him in with extraordinary intentness. She was tall, far over the average of women, almost as tall indeed as O'Keefe himself. Not more than 20 years old, if that, I thought. Abruptly she leaned forward. The golden eye softened and grew tender. The red lips moved as though she were speaking. Larry took a quick step, and his face was that of one who after countless births comes at last upon the twin soul lost to him for ages. The frog-woman turned her eyes upon the girl. Her huge lips moved, and I knew that she was talking. The girl held out a warning hand to O'Keefe, and then raised it, resting each finger upon one of the 5 flowers of the carved vine close beside her. Once, twice, 3 times she pressed upon the flower centers, and I noticed that her hand was curiously long and slender, the digits like those wonderful tapering ones the painters we call the primitive gave to their virgins. 3 times she pressed the flowers, and then looked intently at Larry once more. A slow, sweet smile curved the crimson lips. She stretched both hands out toward him again eagerly. A burning blush rose swiftly over white breasts and flower-like face. Like the clicking out of a cinematograph, the pulsing oval faded, and golden-eyed girl and frog-woman were gone. And thus it was that Lakla, the handmaiden of the Silent Ones, and Larry O'Keefe first looked into each other's hearts. Larry stood rapt, gazing at the stone. "Aelid," I heard him whisper. "Aelid of the lips like the red, red rowan and the golden brown hair." "Clearly of the Rhaenidae," said Marikinoff. "A development of the fossil labyrinthodonts. You saw her teeth, da?" "Rhaenidae, yes," I answered, "but from the Stegocephalia of the order Ecodata." Never such a complete indignation as was in O'Keefe's voice as he interrupted. "What do you mean? Fossils and stego whatever it is," he asked. "She was a girl, a wonder girl, a real girl, and Irish, or I'm not an O'Keefe." "We were talking about the frog-woman, Larry," I said conciliatingly. His eyes were wild as he regarded us. "Say," he said, "if you two had been in the Garden of Eden when Eve took the apple, you wouldn't have had time to give her a look for counting the scales on the snake." He strode swiftly over to the wall. We followed. Larry paused, stretched up his hand to the flowers on which the tapering fingers of the golden-eyed girl had rested. "It was here she put up her hand," he murmured. He pressed caressingly the carved calyxes, once, twice, a 3rd time, even as she had, and silently and softly the wall began to split. On each side a great stone pivoted slowly, and before us a portal stood, opening into a narrow corridor glowing with the same rosy luster that had gleamed around the flame-tipped shadows. "Have your gun ready, Olaf," said Larry. "We follow Golden Eyes," he said to me. "Follow?" I echoed stupidly. "Follow," he said. "She came to show us the way. Follow? I'd follow her through 1,000 hells." And with Olaf at one end, O'Keefe at the other, both of them with automatics in hand, and Marikinoff and I between them, we stepped over the threshold. At our right, a few feet away, the passage ended abruptly in a square of polished stone, from which came faint rose radiance. The roof of the place was less than 2 feet over O'Keefe's head. A yard at left of us lifted a 4-foot-high, gently curved barricade, stretching from wall to wall, and beyond it was blackness. An utter and appalling blackness, that seemed to gather itself from infinite depths. The rose glow in which we stood was cut off by the blackness as though it had substance. It shimmered out to meet it, and was checked as though by a blow. Indeed, so strong was the suggestion of sinister, straining force within the rayless opacity that I shrank back, and Marikinoff with me. Not so O'Keefe. Olaf beside him, he strode to the wall and peered over. He beckoned us. "Flash your pocket light down there," he said to me, pointing into the thick darkness below us. The little electric circle quivered down as though afraid, and came to rest upon a surface that resembled nothing so much as clear black ice. I ran the light across, here and there. The floor of the corridor was of a substance so smooth, so polished, that no man could have walked upon it. It sloped downward at a slowly increasing angle. "We'd have to have non-skid chains and brakes on our feet to tackle that," mused Larry. Abstractedly, he ran his hands over the edge on which he was leaning. Suddenly, they hesitated and then gripped tightly. "That's a queer one," he exclaimed. His right palm was resting upon a rounded protuberance, on the side of which were 3 small circular indentations. "A queer one," he repeated, and pressed his fingers upon the circles. There was a sharp click. The slabs that had opened to let us through swung swiftly together. A curiously rapid vibration thrilled through us. A wind arose and passed over our heads, a wind that grew and grew until it became a whistling shriek, then a roar, and then a mighty humming, to which every atom in our bodies pulsed in rhythm painful almost to disintegration. The rosy wall dwindled in a flash to a point of light and disappeared. Wrapped in the clinging, impenetrable blackness, we were racing, dropping, hurling at a frightful speed. Where? And ever that awful humming of the rushing wind and the lightning cleaving of the tangible dark. So, it came to me oddly, must the newly released soul race through the sheer blackness of outer space up to the throne of justice, where God sits high above all suns. I felt Marikinoff creep close to me, gripping my nerve and flashing my pocket light. Saw Larry standing, peering ahead, and Huldrickson, one strong arm around his shoulders, bracing him. And then the speed began to slacken. Millions of miles, it seemed, below the sound of the unearthly hurricane, I heard Larry's voice, thin and ghost-like beneath its clamor. "Got it!" shrilled the voice. "Got it! Don't worry!" The wind died down to the roar, passed back through the whistling shriek, and diminished to a steady whisper. In the comparative quiet, O'Keefe's tones now came in normal volume. "Some little shoot-the-chutes, what?" he shouted. "Say, if they had this at Coney Island or the Crystal Palace. Press all the way in these holes, and she goes top-high. Diminish pressure, diminish speed. The curve of this dashboard here sends the wind shooting up over our heads, like a windshield. What's behind you?" I flashed the light back. The mechanism on which we were ended in another wall exactly similar to that over which O'Keefe crouched. "Well, we can't fall out anyway," he laughed. "Wish to hell I knew where the brakes were. Look out!" We dropped dizzily down an abrupt, seemingly endless slope, fell as into an abyss, then shot abruptly out of the blackness into a throbbing green radiance. O'Keefe's fingers must have pressed down upon the controls, for we leaped forward almost with the speed of light. I caught a glimpse of luminous immensities on the verge of which we flew, of depths inconceivable, and flitting through the incredible spaces, gigantic shadows as of the wings of Israfel, which are so wide, say the Arabs, the world can cower under them like a nestling. And then, again, the living blackness. "What was that?" This from Larry, with the nearest approach to awe that he had yet shown. "Truldum," croaked the voice of Olaf. "Chart." This from Marikinoff. "What a space!" "Have you considered, Dr. Goodwin," he went on after a pause, "a curious thing? We know,
Or at least, is it not that 9 out of 10 astronomers believe that the moon was hurled out of this same region we now call the Pacific when the Earth was yet like molasses, almost molten, I should say? And is it not curious that that which comes from the moon chamber needs the moon rays to bring it forth, is it not? And is it not significant again that the stone depends upon the moon for operating? Da. And last, such a space in Mother Earth as we just glimpse. How else could it have been torn but by some gigantic birth, like that of the moon? Da, I do not put forward these as statements of fact, no, but as suggestions. I started. There was so much that this might explain. An unknown element that responded to the moon rays in opening the moon door, the blue pool with its weird radioactivity, and the force within it that reacted to the same light stream. It was not inconceivable that a film had drawn over the world wound, a film of earth flesh which drew itself over that colossal abyss after our planet had borne its satellite. That world womb did not close when her shining child sprang forth. It was impossible. And all that we know of Earth depth is 4 miles of her 8,000. What is there at the heart of Earth? What of that radiant, unknown element upon the moon Mount Tycho? And what of that element unknown to us as part of Earth, which is seen only in the corona of the sun at eclipse, that we call coronium? Yet the Earth is child of the sun as the moon is Earth's daughter. And what of that other unknown element we find glowing green in the far-flung nebulae, green as that we had just passed through, and that we call nebulium? Yet the sun is child of the nebulae, as the Earth is child of the sun, and the moon is child of the Earth. And what miracles are there in coronium and nebulium, which, as the child of nebula and sun, we inherit? Yes, and in Tycho's enigma which came from Earth-Heart. We were flashing down to Earth-Heart, and what miracles were hidden there. End of Chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 12. The End of the Journey.
Say, Doc.
It was Larry's voice flung back at me.
I was thinking about that frog. I think it was her pet. Damn me if I see any difference between a frog and a snake, and one of the nicest women I ever knew had 2 pet pythons that followed her around like kittens. Not such a devilish lot of choice between a frog and a snake, except on the side of the frog, what? Anyway, any pet that girl wants is hers. I don't care if it's a leaping 12-toed lobster or a whale-bodied scorpion. Get me?
By which I knew that our remarks upon the frog-woman were still bothering O'Keefe.
He thinks of foolish nothings like the foolish sailor,
grunted Marikinoff, acid contempt in his words.
What are there women to this?
He swept out a hand, and as though at a signal, the car poised itself for an instant, then dipped, literally dipped down into sheer space, skimmed forward in what was clearly curved flight, rose as upon a sweeping upgrade, and then began swiftly to slacken its fearful speed. Far ahead, a point of light showed, grew steadily. We were within it, and softly all movement ceased. How acute had been the strain of our journey, I did not realize until I tried to stand, and sank back, leg muscles too shaky to bear my weight. The car rested in a slit in the center of a smooth-walled chamber, perhaps 20 feet square. The wall facing us was pierced by a low doorway, through which we could see a flight of steps leading downward. The light streamed through a small opening, the base of which was twice a tall man's height from the floor. A curving flight of broad, low steps led up to it. And now it came to my steadying brain that there was something puzzling, peculiar, strangely unfamiliar about this light. It was silvery,
shaded faintly with a delicate blue and flushed lightly with a nacreous rose, but a rose that differed from that of the terraces of the pool chamber, as the rose within the opal differs from that within the pearl. In it were tiny, gleamy points like the motes in a sunbeam, but sparkling white like the dust of diamonds, and with a quality of vibrant vitality. They were as though they were alive. The light cast no shadows. A little breeze came through the oval and played about us. It was laden with what seemed the mingled breath of spice flowers and pines. It was curiously vivifying, and in it the diamonded atoms of light shook and danced. I stepped out of the car, the Russian following, and began to ascend the curved steps toward the opening, at the top of which O'Keefe and Olaf already stood. As they looked out, I saw both their faces change. Olaf's with awe, O'Keefe's with incredible amaze. I hurried to their side. At first, all that I could see was space, a space filled with the same coruscating effulgence that pulsed about me. I glanced upward, obeying that instinctive impulse of Earth-folk that bids them seek within the sky for sources of light. There was no sky, at least no sky such as we know. All was a sparkling nebulosity rising into infinite distances, as the azure above the day-world seems to fill all the heavens. Through it ran pulsing waves and flashing javelin rays that were like shining shadows of the aurora, echoes, octaves lower, of those brilliant arpeggios and chords that played about the poles. My eyes fell beneath its splendor. I stared outward. Miles away, gigantic luminous cliffs sprang sheer from the limits of a lake whose waters were of milky opalescence. It was from these cliffs that the spangled radiance came, shimmering out from all their lustrous surfaces. To the left and right, as far as the eye could see, they stretched, and they vanished in the auroral nebulosity on high. "Look at that!" exclaimed Larry. I followed his pointing finger. On the face of the shining wall, stretched between two colossal columns, hung an incredible veil, prismatic, gleaming with all the colors of the spectrum. It was like a web of rainbows woven by the fingers of the daughters of the Jing. In front of it, and a little at each side, was a semicircular pier, or better, a plaza, of what appeared to be glistening, pale yellow ivory. At each end of its half-circle clustered a few low-walled rose-stone structures, each of them surmounted by a number of high, slender pinnacles. We looked at each other, I think, a bit helplessly, and back again through the opening. We were standing, as I have said, at its base. The wall in which it was set was at least 10 feet thick, and so, of course, all that we could see of that which was without were the distances that revealed themselves above the outer ledge of the oval. "Let's take a look at what's under us," said Larry. He crept out upon the ledge and peered down, the rest of us following. 100 yards beneath us stretched gardens that must have been like those of many-columned Iram, which the ancient Adite king had built for his pleasure ages before the deluge, and which Allah, so the Arab legend tells, took and hid from man within the Sahara, beyond all hope of finding. Jealous because they were more beautiful than his in paradise. Within them, flowers and groves of laced, fern-like trees, pillared pavilions nestled. The trunks of the trees were emerald, of vermilion, and of azure blue, and the blossoms, whose fragrance was borne to us, shone like jewels. The graceful pillars were tinted delicately. I noted that the pavilions were double, in a way 2-storied, and that they were oddly splotched with circles, with squares, and with oblongs of opacity. Noted, too, that over many this opacity stretched like a roof, yet it did not seem material. Rather, it was impenetrable shadow. Down through this city of gardens ran a broad, shining green thoroughfare, glistening like glass and spanned at regular intervals with graceful arched bridges. The road flashed to a wide square, where rose, from a base of that silvery stone that formed the lip of the moon pool, a titanic structure of 7 terraces, and along it flitted objects that bore a curious resemblance to the shell of a nautilus. Within them were human figures, and upon tree-bordered promenades on each side walked others. Far to the right we caught the glint of another emerald-paved road, and between the two the gardens grew sweetly down to the hither side of that opalescent water, across which were the radiant cliffs and the curtain of mystery. Thus it was that we first saw the city of the dweller, blessed and accursed as no place on earth, or under or above earth, has ever been, or that force willing which some call God ever again shall be.
"Chert," whispered Marikinoff. "Incredible."
"Trolldom," gasped Olaf Huldrickson. "It is trolldom."
"Listen, Olaf," said Larry. "Cut out that trolldom stuff. There's no trolldom or fairies outside Ireland. Get that? And this isn't Ireland. And buck up, Professor." This to Marikinoff. "What you see down there are people. Just plain people. And wherever there's people is where I live. Get me?" "There's no way in but in, and no way out but out," said O'Keefe. "And there's the stairway. Eggs are eggs, no matter how they're cooked. And people are just people, fellow travelers, no matter what dish they're in," he concluded. "Come on." With the 3 of us close behind him, he marched toward the entrance. End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 13. Yolara, Priestess of the Shining One. "You better have this handy, Doc." O'Keefe paused at the head of the stairway and handed me one of the automatics he had taken from Marikinoff. "Shall I not have one also?" rather anxiously asked the latter. "When you need it, you'll get it," answered O'Keefe. "I'll tell you frankly, though, Professor, that you'll have to show me before I trust you with a gun. You shoot too straight, from cover." The flash of anger in the Russian's eyes turned to a cold consideration. "You say always just what is in your mind, Lieutenant O'Keefe," he mused. "Da, that I shall remember." Later I was to recall this odd observation, and Marikinoff was to remember indeed. In single file, O'Keefe at the head and Olaf bringing up the rear, we passed through the portal. Before us dropped a circular shaft, into which the light from the chamber of the oval streamed liquidly. Set in its sides the steps spiraled, and down them we went, cautiously. The stairway ended in a circular well, silent, with no trace of exit. The rounded stones joined each other evenly, hermetically. Carved on one of the slabs was one of the 5 flowered vines. I pressed my fingers upon the calyxes, even as Larry had within the moon chamber. A crack, horizontal, 4 feet wide, appeared on the wall. Widened, and as the sinking slab that made it dropped to the level of our eyes, we looked through a 100-feet-long rift in the living rock. The stone fell steadily, and we saw that it was a cyclopean wedge set within the slit of the passageway. It reached the level of our feet and stopped. At the far end of this tunnel, whose floor was the polished rock that had, a moment before, fitted hermetically into its roof, was a low, narrow, triangular opening through which light streamed. "Nowhere to go but out," grinned Larry. "And I'll bet Golden Eyes is waiting for us with a taxi." He stepped forward. We followed, slipping, sliding along the glassy surface. And I, for one, had a lively apprehension of what our fate would be should that enormous mass rise before we had emerged. We reached the end, crept out of the narrow triangle that was its exit. We stood upon a wide ledge carpeted with a thick yellow moss. I looked behind and clutched O'Keefe's arm. The door through which we had come had vanished.
There was only a precipice of pale rock, on whose surfaces great patches of the amber moss hung, around whose base our ledge ran, and whose summits, if summits it had, were hidden, like the luminous cliffs, in the radiance above us.
"Nowhere to go but ahead, and Golden Eyes hasn't kept her date," laughed O'Keefe, but somewhat grimly.
We walked a few yards along the ledge, and rounding a corner, faced the end of one of the slender bridges. From this vantage point the oddly shaped vehicles were plain, and we could see they were, indeed, like the shell of the Nautilus, and elfinly beautiful. Their driver sat high upon the forward whorl. Their bodies were piled high with cushions, upon which lay women half swathed in gay silken webs. From the pavilioned gardens smaller channels of glistening green ran into the Broadway, much as automobile runways do on Earth, and in and out of them flashed the fairy shells. There came a shout from one. Its occupants had glimpsed us. They pointed. Others stopped and stared. One shell turned and sped up a runway, and quickly over the side of the bridge came a score of men. They were dwarfed, none of them more than 5 feet high, prodigiously broad of shoulder, clearly enormously powerful.
"Trolda," muttered Olaf, stepping beside O'Keefe, pistol swinging free in his hand.
But at the middle of the bridge the leader stopped, waved back his men, and came toward us alone, palms outstretched in the immemorial universal gesture of truce. He paused, scanning us with manifest wonder. We returned the scrutiny with interest. The dwarf's face was as white as Olaf's, far whiter than those of the other 3 of us. The features clean-cut and noble, almost classical. The wide-set eyes of a curious greenish-gray, and the black hair curling over his head like that on some old Greek statue. Dwarfed though he was, there was no suggestion of deformity about him. The gigantic shoulders were covered with a loose green tunic that looked like fine linen. It was caught in at the waist by a broad girdle, studded with what seemed to be amazonites. In it was thrust a long curved poniard resembling the Malaysian kris. His legs were swathed in the same green cloth as the upper garment. His feet were sandaled. My gaze returned to his face, and in it I found something subtly disturbing, an expression of half-malicious gaiety that underlay the wholly prepossessing features like a vague threat, a mocking deviltry that hinted at entire callousness to suffering or sorrow, something of the spirit that was vaguely alien and disquieting. He spoke, and to my surprise, enough of the words were familiar to enable me clearly to catch the meaning of the whole. They were Polynesian, the Polynesian of the Samoans, which is its most ancient form, but in some indefinable way archaic. Later I was to know that the tongue bore the same relation to the Polynesian of today as does not that of Chaucer, but of the Venerable Bede to modern English. Nor was this to be so astonishing, when with the knowledge came the certainty that it was from it the language we call Polynesian sprang. "From whence do you come, strangers, and how found you your way here?" said the green dwarf. I waved my hand toward the cliff behind us. His eyes narrowed incredulously. He glanced at its top, upon which even a mountain goat could not have made its way, and laughed. "We came through the rock," I answered his thought. "And we come in peace," I added. "And may peace walk with you," he said half derisively, "if the Shining One wills it." He considered us again. "Show me, strangers, where you came through the rock," he commanded. We led the way to where we had emerged from the well of the stairway. "It was here," I said, tapping the cliff. "But I see no opening," he said suavely. "It closed behind us," I answered, and then for the first time realized how incredible the explanation sounded. The derisive gleam passed through his eyes again, but he drew his poniard and gravely sounded the rock. "You give a strange turn to our speech," he said. "It sounds strangely indeed,
as strange as your answers."
He looked at us quizzically.
"I wonder where you learned it."
"Well, all that you can explain to the Afio-Maye." His head bowed, and his arms swept out in a wide salaam.
"Be pleased to come with me," he ended abruptly.
"In peace?" I asked.
"In peace," he replied, then slowly, "with me, at least."
"Oh, come on, Doc," cried Larry. "As long as we're here, let's see the sights. Allons, mon vieux," he called gaily to the Green Dwarf.
The latter, understanding the spirit, if not the words, looked at O'Keefe with a twinkle of approval, turned then to the great Norseman and scanned him with admiration, reached out and squeezed one of the immense biceps.
"Lugur will welcome you, at least," he murmured as though to himself.
He stood aside and waved a hand courteously, inviting us to pass. We crossed. At the base of the span, one of the elfin shells was waiting. Beyond, scores had gathered, their occupants evidently discussing us in much excitement. The Green Dwarf waved us to the piles of cushions and then threw himself beside us. The vehicle started off smoothly, the now silent throng making way, and swept down the green roadway at a terrific pace, and wholly without vibration, toward the seven-terraced tower. As we flew along, I tried to discover the source of the power, but I could not, then. There was no sign of mechanism, but that the shell responded to some form of energy was certain, the driver grasping a small lever which seemed to control not only our speed, but our direction. We turned abruptly and swept up a runway through one of the gardens, and stopped softly before a pillared pavilion. I saw now that these were much larger than I had thought. The structure to which we had been carried covered, I estimated, fully an acre. Oblong, with its slender, vari-colored columns spaced regularly, its walls were like the sliding screens of the Japanese shoji. The Green Dwarf hurried us up a flight of broad steps flanked by great carved serpents, winged and scaled. He stamped twice upon mosaicked stones between two of the pillars, and a screen rolled aside, revealing an immense hall, scattered about with low divans on which lolled a dozen or more of the dwarfish men, dressed identically as he. They sauntered up to us leisurely, the surprised interest in their faces tempered by the same inhumanly gay malice that seemed to be characteristic of all these people we had as yet seen.
"The Afio-Maye awaits them, Rador," said one.
The Green Dwarf nodded, beckoned us, and led the way through the great hall and into a smaller chamber, whose far side was covered with the opacity I had noted from the eyrie of the cliff. I examined the blackness with lively interest. It had neither substance nor texture. It was not matter, and yet it suggested solidity. An entire cessation, a complete absorption of light. An ebon veil at once immaterial and palpable. I stretched, involuntarily, my hand out toward it, and felt it quickly drawn back.
"Do you seek your end so soon?" whispered Rador.
"But I forget. You do not know," he added. "On your life, touch not the blackness. Ever. It—" He stopped, for abruptly in the density a portal appeared, swinging out of the shadow like a picture thrown by a lantern upon a screen. Through it was revealed a chamber filled with a soft, rosy glow. Rising from cushioned couches, a woman and a man regarded us, half leaning over a long, low table of what seemed polished jet, laden with flowers and unfamiliar fruits. About the room, that part of it at least that I could see, were a few oddly shaped chairs of the same substance. On high silvery tripods 3 immense globes stood, and it was from them that the rose glow emanated. At the side of the woman was a smaller globe whose roseate gleam was tempered by quivering waves of blue.
"Enter, Rador, with the strangers," a clear, sweet voice called.
Rador bowed deeply and stood aside, motioning us to pass. We entered, the green dwarf behind us, and out of the corner of my eye I saw the doorway fade as abruptly as it had appeared, and again the dense shadow fill its place. "Come closer, strangers. Be not afraid," commanded the bell-toned voice. We approached. The woman, sober scientist that I am, made the breath catch in my throat. Never had I seen a woman so beautiful as was Yolara of the Dwellers' City, and none of so perilous a beauty. Her hair was of the color of the young tassels of the corn, and coiled in a regal crown above her broad white brows. Her wide eyes were of a gray that could change to a cornflower blue, and in anger deepen to purple. Gray or blue, they had little laughing devils within them. But when the storm of anger darkened them, they were not laughing, no. The silken webs that half covered, half revealed her did not hide the ivory whiteness of her flesh, nor the sweet curve of shoulders and breasts. But for all her amazing beauty, she was sinister. There was cruelty about the curving mouth, and in the music of her voice, not conscious cruelty, but the more terrifying, careless cruelty of nature itself. The girl of the rose wall had been beautiful, yes, but her beauty was human, understandable. You could imagine her with a babe in her arms, but you could not so imagine this woman. About her loveliness hovered something unearthly. A sweet feminine echo of the Dweller was Yolara, the Dweller's priestess, and as gloriously, terrifyingly evil. End of Chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 14. The Justice of Laura. As I looked at her, the man arose and made his way round the table toward us. For the first time, my eyes took in Lugur. A few inches taller than the green dwarf, he was far broader, more filled with the suggestion of appalling strength. The tremendous shoulders were 4 feet wide if an inch, tapering down to mighty thewed thighs. The muscles of his chest stood out beneath his tunic of red. Around his forehead shone a chaplet of bright blue stones, sparkling among the thick curls of his silver ash hair. Upon his face pride and ambition were written large, and power still larger. All the mockery, the malice, the hint of callous indifference that I had noted in the other dwarfish men were there too, but intensified, touched with the satanic. The woman spoke again. "Who are you, strangers, and how came you here?" She turned to Rador. "Or is it that they do not understand our tongue?" "One understands and speaks it, but very badly, O Yolara," answered the green dwarf. "Speak then, that one of you," she commanded. But it was Marikinoff who found his voice first, and I marveled at the fluency, so much greater than mine, with which he spoke. "We came for different purposes. I, to seek knowledge of a kind. He," pointing to me, "of another. This man," he looked at Olaf, "to find his wife and child." The grey-blue eyes had been regarding O'Keefe steadily and with plainly increasing interest. "And why did you come?" she asked him. "Nay, I would have him speak for himself, if he can." She stilled Marikinoff peremptorily. When Larry spoke, it was haltingly, in the tongue that was strange to him, searching for the proper words. "I came to help these men, and because something I could not then understand called me, O lady, whose eyes are like forest pools at dawn," he answered, and even in the unfamiliar words there was a touch of the Irish brogue, and little merry lights danced in the eyes Larry had so apostrophized. "I could find fault with your speech,
"But none with its burden," she said. "What forest pools are, I know not, and the dawn has not shone upon the people of Laura these many says of Leia. But I sense what you mean." Unquestionably, there is a subtle difference between time as we know it and the time in this subterranean land, its progress there being slower. This, however, is only in accord with the well-known doctrine of relativity, which predicates both space and time as necessary inventions of the human mind to orient itself to the conditions under which it finds itself. I tried often to measure this difference, but could never do so to my entire satisfaction. The closest I can come to it is to say that an hour of our time is the equivalent of an hour and 5/8 in Miria. For further information upon this matter of relativity, the reader may consult any of the numerous books upon the subject. W.T.G. The eyes deepened to blue as she regarded him. She smiled. "Are there many like you in the world from which you come?" she asked softly. "Well, we soon shall—" Lugur interrupted her almost rudely and glowering. "Best we should know how they came hence," he growled. She darted a quick look at him, and again the little devils danced in her wondrous eyes. "Yes, that is true," she said. "How came you here?" Again it was Marikinoff who answered, slowly, considering every word. "In the world above," he said, "there are ruins of cities not built by any of those who now dwell there. To us these places called, and we sought for knowledge of the wise ones who made them. We found a passageway. The way led us downward to a door in yonder cliff, and through it we came here." "Then have you found what you sought?" spoke she. "For we are of those who built the cities. But this gateway in the rock, where is it?" "After we passed, it closed upon us, nor could we after find trace of it," answered Marikinoff. The incredulity that had shone upon the face of the green dwarf fell upon theirs. On Lugur's it was clouded with furious anger. He turned to Rador. "I could find no opening, Lord," said the green dwarf quickly. And there was so fierce a fire in the eyes of Lugur as he swung back upon us that O'Keefe's hand slipped stealthily down toward his pistol. "Best it is to speak truth to Yolara, priestess of the Shining One, and to Lugur, the Voice," he cried menacingly. "It is the truth," I interposed. "We came down the passage. At its end was a carved vine, a vine of 5 flowers. The fire died from the red dwarf's eyes, and I could have sworn to a swift pallor. I rested a hand upon these flowers, and a door opened. But when we had gone through it and turned, behind us was nothing but the unbroken cliff. The door had vanished." I had taken my cue from Marikinoff. If he had eliminated the episode of Carr and Moonpool, he had good reason, I had no doubt, and I would be as cautious. And deep within me, something cautioned me to say nothing of my quest, to stifle all thought of Throckmorton, something that warned peremptorily, finely, as though it were a message from Throckmorton himself. "A vine with 5 flowers!" exclaimed the Red Dwarf. "Was it like this, say?" He thrust forward a long arm. Upon the thumb of the hand was an immense ring, set with a dull blue stone. Graven on the face of the jewel was the symbol of the rosy walls of the moon chamber that had opened to us their 2 portals. But cut over the vine were 7 circles, one about each of the flowers, and 2 larger ones intersecting them. "This is the same," I said, "but these were not there." I indicated the circles. The woman drew a deep breath and looked deep into Lugur's eyes. "The sign of the Silent Ones," she half whispered. It was the woman who first recovered herself. "The strangers are weary, Lugur," she said. "When they are rested, they shall show where the rocks opened."
I sensed a subtle change in their attitude toward us, a new intentness, a doubt plainly tinged with apprehension. What was it they feared? Why had the symbol of the vine wrought the change? And who or what were the silent ones? Yolara's eyes turned to Olaf, hardened and grew cold gray. Subconsciously, I had noticed that from the first the Norseman had been absorbed in his regard of the pair, had indeed never taken his gaze from them, had noticed, too, the priestess dart swift glances toward him. He returned her scrutiny fearlessly, a touch of contempt in the clear eyes, like a child watching a snake which he did not dread, but whose danger he well knew. Under that look, Yolara stirred impatiently, sensing, I know, its meaning. "Why do you look at me so?" she cried. An expression of bewilderment passed over Olaf's face. "I do not understand," he said in English. I caught a quickly repressed gleam in O'Keefe's eyes. He knew, as I knew, that Olaf must have understood. But did Marakinov? Apparently he did not. But why was Olaf feigning ignorance?
"'Tis man is a sailor from what we call the North," thus Larry haltingly. "He is crazed, I think. He tells a strange tale of something of cold fire that took his wife and babe. We found him wandering where we were, and because he is strong, we brought him with us. That is all, old lady, whose voice is sweeter than the honey of the wild bees." "A shape of cold fire?" she repeated. "A shape of cold fire that whirled beneath the moon with the sound of little bells," answered Larry, watching her intently. She looked at Lugur and laughed. "Then he too is fortunate," she said, "for he has come to the place of his something of cold fire, and tell him that he shall join his wife and child in time. That I promise him." Upon the Norseman's face there was no hint of comprehension, and at that moment I formed an entirely new opinion of Olaf's intelligence. For certainly it must have been a prodigious effort of the will, indeed, that enabled him, understanding, to control himself. "What does she say?" he asked. Larry repeated. "Good," said Olaf. "Good." He looked at Yolara with well-assumed gratitude. Lugur, who had been scanning his bulk, drew close. He felt the giant muscles which Huldriksen accommodatingly flexed for him. "But he shall meet Valdor and Tohola before he sees those kin of his," he laughed mockingly. "And if he best them, for reward, his wife and babe." A shudder, quickly repressed, shook the seaman's frame. The woman bent her supremely beautiful head. "These two," she said, pointing to the Russian and to me, "seem to be men of learning. They may be useful. As for this man," she smiled at Larry, "I would have him explain to me some things." She hesitated. "What honey of wild bees is." Larry had spoken the words in English, and she was trying to repeat them. "As for this man, the sailor, do as you please with him, Lugur, always remembering that I have given my word that he shall join that wife and babe of his." She laughed sweetly, sinisterly. "And now take them, Rador. Give them food and drink, and let them rest till we shall call them again." She stretched out a hand toward O'Keefe. The Irishman bowed low over it, raised it softly to his lips. There was a vicious hiss from Lugur, but Yolara regarded Larry with eyes now all tender blue. "You please me," she whispered, and the face of Lugur grew darker. We turned to go. The rosy, azure-shot globe at her side suddenly dulled. From it came a faint bell sound as of chimes far away. She bent over it. It vibrated, and then its surface ran with little waves of dull color. From it came a whispering so low
that I could not distinguish the words, if words they were. She spoke to the Red Dwarf.
"They have brought the three who blasphemed the Shining One," she said slowly. "Now it is in my mind to show these strangers the justice of Laura. What say you, Lugur?"
The Red Dwarf nodded, his eyes sparkling with a malicious anticipation. The woman spoke again to the globe.
"Bring them here."
And again it ran swiftly with its film of colors, darkened, and shone rosy once more. From without there came a rustle of many feet upon the rugs. Yolara pressed a slender hand upon the base of the pedestal of the globe beside her. Abruptly the light faded from all, and on the same instant the four walls of blackness vanished, revealing on two sides the lovely, unfamiliar garden through the guarding rows of pillars. At our backs, soft draperies hid what lay beyond. Before us, flanked by flowered screens, was the corridor through which we had entered, crowded now by the green dwarfs of the great hall. The dwarfs advanced. Each, I now noted, had the same clustering black hair of Rador. They separated, and from them stepped three figures. A youth of not more than 20, short, but with the great shoulders of all the males we had seen of this race. A girl of 17, I judged, white-faced, a head taller than the boy, her long black hair disheveled. And behind these two, a stunted, gnarled shape whose head was sunk deep between the enormous shoulders, whose white beard fell like that of some ancient gnome down to his waist, and whose eyes were a white flame of hate. The girl cast herself weeping at the feet of the priestess. The youth regarded her curiously. "You are Sangar of the lower waters," murmured Yolara almost caressingly. "And this is your daughter and her lover?" The gnome nodded, the flame in his eyes leaping higher. "It has come to me that you three have dared blaspheme the Shining One, its priestess and its voice," went on Yolara smoothly. "Also that you have called out to the three Silent Ones. Is it true?"
"Your spies have spoken, and have you not already judged us?"
The voice of the old dwarf was bitter. A flicker shot through the eyes of Yolara, again cold gray. The girl reached a trembling hand out to the hem of the priestess's veils.
"Tell us why you did these things, Sangar," she said. "Why you did them, knowing full well what your reward would be."
The dwarf stiffened. He raised his withered arms, and his eyes blazed.
"Because evil are your thoughts, and evil are your deeds," he cried. "Yours and your lover's there." He leveled a finger at Lugur. "Because of the Shining One you have made evil too, and the greater wickedness you contemplate, you and he with the Shining One. But I tell you that your measure of iniquity is full, the tale of your sin near ended. Yea, the Silent Ones have been impatient, but soon they will speak."
He pointed at us.
"A sign are they, a warning, harlot."
He spat the word. In Yolara's eyes, grown black, the devils leaped unrestrained.
"Is it even so, Sangar?" her voice caressed. "Now ask the Silent Ones to help you. They sit afar, but surely they will hear you." The sweet voice was mocking. "As for these two, they shall pray to the Shining One for forgiveness, and surely the Shining One will take them to its bosom. As for you, you have lived long enough, Sangar. Pray to the Silent One, Sangar, and pass out into the nothingness, you." She dipped down into her bosom and drew forth something that resembled a small cone of tarnished silver. She leveled it. A covering flicked from its base, and out of it darted a slender ray of intense green light. It struck the old dwarf squarely over the heart, and spread swift as light itself, covering him with a gleaming, pale film. She clenched her hand upon the cone, and the ray disappeared.
She thrust the cone back into her breast and leaned forward expectantly. So Lugur, and so the other dwarfs. From the girl came a low wail of anguish. The boy dropped upon his knees, covering his face. For the moment the Whitebeard stood rigid. Then the robe that had covered him seemed to melt away, revealing all the knotted, monstrous body. And in that body a vibration began, increasing to incredible rapidity. It wavered before us like a reflection in a still pond stirred by a sudden wind. It grew and grew, to a rhythm whose rapidity was intolerable to watch and that still chained the eyes. The figure grew indistinct, misty. Tiny sparks in infinite numbers leaped from it, like, I thought, the radiant shower of particles hurled out by radium when seen under the microscope. Mistier still it grew. There trembled before us for a moment a faintly luminous shadow, which held, here and there, tiny sparkling atoms, like those that pulsed in the light about us. The glowing shadow vanished. The sparkling atoms were still for a moment, and shot away, joining those dancing others. Where the gnome-like form had been but a few seconds before, there was nothing. O'Keefe drew a long breath, and I was sensible of a prickling along my scalp. Yolara leaned toward us. "You have seen," she said. Her eyes lingered tigerishly upon Olaf's pallid face. "Heed," she whispered. She turned to the men in green, who were laughing softly among themselves. "Take these two, and go," she commanded. "The justice of Laura," said the Red Dwarf. "The justice of Laura and the Shining One under Thanaroa." Upon the utterance of the last word, I saw Marakinoff start violently. The hand at his side made a swift, surreptitious gesture, so fleeting that I hardly caught it. The Red Dwarf stared at the Russian, and there was amazement upon his face. Swiftly as Marakinoff, he returned it. "Yolara," the Red Dwarf spoke, "it would please me to take this man of wisdom to my own place for a time. The giant I would have too." The woman awoke from her brooding, nodded. "As you will, Lugur," she said. And as, shaken to the core, we passed out into the garden, into the full throbbing of the light, I wondered if all the tiny sparkling diamond points that shook about us had once been men like Songar of the lower waters, and felt my very soul grow sick. Later I was to find that Murian reckoning rested upon the extraordinary increased luminosity of the cliffs at the time of full moon on Earth, this action, to my mind, being linked either with the effect of the light streaming globes upon the moon pool, whose source was in the shining cliffs, or else upon some mysterious affinity of their radiant element with the flood of moonlight on Earth, the latter most probably because even when the moon must have been clouded above, it made no difference in the phenomenon. 13 of these shinings forth constituted a Leia, one of them a Lat. 10 was Sa. 10 times 10 times 10 a Said, or 1,000. 10 times 1,000 was a Sais. A Sais of Leia was then literally 10,000 years. What we would call an hour was by them called a Va. The whole time system was, of course, a mingling of time as it had been known to their remote, surface-dwelling ancestors, and the peculiar determining factors in the vast cavern. End of Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 15. The Angry Whispering Globe. Our way led along a winding path between banked masses of softly radiant blooms, groups of feathery ferns whose plumes were starred with fragrant white and blue flowerlets, slender creepers swinging from the branches of the strangely trunked trees, bearing along their threads orchid-like blossoms, both delicately frail and gorgeously flamboyant. The path we trod was an exquisite mosaic pastel greens and pinks upon a soft grey base, garlands of nimbused forms like the flaming rose of the Rosicrucians held in the mouths of the flying serpents. A smaller pavilion arose before us, single-storied, front wide open. Upon its threshold Rador paused, bowed deeply, and motioned us within. The chamber we entered was large, closed on two sides by screens of grey. At the back, gay, concealing curtains. The low table of blue stone, dressed with fine white cloths, stretched at one side flanked by the cushioned divans. At the left was a high tripod bearing one of the rosy globes we had seen in the house of Yolara. At the end of the table a smaller globe similar to the whispering one. Rador pressed upon its base, and two other screens slid into place across the entrance, shutting in the room. He clapped his hands. The curtains parted, and two girls came through them. Tall and willow-lithe, their bluish-black hair falling in ringlets just below their white shoulders, their clear eyes of forget-me-not blue, and skins of extraordinary fineness and purity, they were singularly attractive. Each was clad in an extremely scanty bodice of silken blue, girdled above a kirtle that came barely to their very pretty knees. "Food and drink," ordered Rador. They dropped back through the curtains. "Do you like them?" he asked us. "Some chickens," said Larry. "They delight the heart," he translated for Rador. The green dwarf's next remark made me gasp. "They are yours," he said. Before I could question him further upon this extraordinary statement, the pair re-entered, bearing a great platter on which there were small loaves, strange fruits, and 3 immense flagons of rock crystal, 2 filled with a slightly sparkling yellow liquid, and the third with a purplish drink. I became acutely sensible that it had been hours since I had either eaten or drunk. The yellow flagons were set before Larry and me, the purple at Rador's hand. The girls, at his signal, again withdrew. I raised my glass to my lips and took a deep draught. The taste was unfamiliar, but delightful. Almost at once, my fatigue disappeared. I realized a clarity of mind, an interesting exhilaration and sense of irresponsibility, of freedom from care, that were oddly enjoyable. Larry became immediately his old gay self. The green dwarf regarded us whimsically, sipping from his great flagon of rock crystal. "Much do I desire to know of that world you came from," he said at last. "Through the rocks," he added slyly. "And much do we desire to know of this world of yours, O Rador," I answered. Should I ask him of the Dweller, seek from him a clue to Throckmorton? Again, clearly as a spoken command, came the warning to forbear, to wait, and once more I obeyed. "Let us learn, then, from each other." The dwarf was laughing. "And first, are all above like you, drawn out?" He made an expressive gesture. "And are there many of you?" "There are." I hesitated, and at last spoke the Polynesian that means tens upon tens multiplied indefinitely. "There are as many as the drops of water in the lake we saw from the ledge where you found us," I continued. "Many as the leaves on the trees without, and they are all like us, varyingly." He considered skeptically, I could see, my remark upon our numbers. "In Muria," he said at last, "the men are like me, or like Lugor. Our women are as you see them, like Yolara, or those 2 who served you." He hesitated. "And there is a third, but only one." Larry leaned forward eagerly. "Brown-haired, with glints of reddy bronze, golden-eyed, and lovely as a dream, with long, slender, beautiful hands?" he cried. "Where saw you her?" interrupted the dwarf, starting to his feet.
"Saw her?" Larry recovered himself. "Nay, Rador, perhaps I only dreamed that there was such a woman."
"See to it, then, that you tell not your dream to Yolara," said the dwarf grimly. "For her I meant, and her you have pictured is Lakla, the handmaiden to the Silent Ones, and neither Yolara nor Lugur, nay, nor the Shining One, love her overmuch, stranger."
"Does she dwell here?"
Larry's face was alight. The dwarf hesitated, glanced about him anxiously. "Nay," he answered. "Ask me no more of her." He was silent for a space. "And what do you, who are as leaves or drops of water, do in that world of yours?" he said, plainly bent on turning the subject. "Keep off the golden-eyed girl, Larry," I interjected. "Wait till we find out why she's taboo."
"Love and battle, strive and accomplish and die, or fail and die," answered Larry to Rador, giving me a quick nod of acquiescence to my warning in English.
"In that, at least, your world and mine differ little," said the dwarf. "How great is this world of yours, Rador?" I spoke. He considered me gravely. "How great indeed, I do not know," he said frankly at last. "The land where we dwell with the Shining One stretches along the white waters for—" he used a phrase of which I could make nothing. "Beyond this city of the Shining One, and on the hither shores of the white waters, dwell the Maia Ladala, the common ones." He took a deep draught from his flagon. "There are, first, the fair-haired ones, the children of the ancient rulers," he continued. "There are, second, we the soldiers, and last, the Maia Ladala, who dig and till, and weave and toil, and give our rulers and us their daughters, and dance with the Shining One," he added. "Who rules?" I asked. "The fair-haired, under the Council of Nine, who are under Yolara, the priestess, and Lugur, the voice," he answered. "Who are in turn beneath the Shining One." There was a ring of bitter satire in the last. "And those three who were judged?" This from Larry. "They were of the Maia Ladala," he replied, "like those two I gave you. But they grow restless. They do not like to dance with the Shining One, the blasphemers." He raised his voice in a sudden great shout of mocking laughter. In his words I caught a fleeting picture of the race, an ancient, luxurious, close-bred oligarchy clustered about some mysterious deity, a soldier class that supported them, and underneath all the toiling, oppressed hordes. "And is that all?" asked Larry. "No," he answered. "There is the Sea of Crimson, where—" Without warning, the globe beside us sent out a vicious note. Rador turned toward it, his face paling. Its surface crawled with whisperings, angry, peremptory. "I hear," he croaked, gripping the table. "I obey." He turned to us, a face devoid for once of its malice. "Ask me no more questions, strangers," he said. "And now, if you are done, I will show you where you may sleep and bathe." He arose abruptly. We followed him through the hangings, passed through a corridor and into another smaller chamber, roofless, the sides walled with screens of dark grey. 2 cushioned couches were there, and a curtained door leading into an open outer enclosure in which a fountain played within a wide pool. "Your bath," said Rador. He dropped the curtain and came back into the room. He touched a carved flower at one side. There was a tiny sighing from overhead, and instantly across the top spread a veil of blackness, impenetrable to light but certainly not to air, for through it pulsed little breaths of the garden fragrances. The room filled with a cool twilight, refreshing, sleep-inducing. The Green Dwarf pointed to the couches. "Sleep," he said. "Sleep and fear nothing. My men are on guard outside." He came closer to us, the old mocking gaiety sparkling in his eyes.
"But I spoke too quickly," he whispered. "Whether it is because the Afiomai fears their tongues, or—" he laughed at Larry. "The maids are not yours." Still laughing, he vanished through the curtains of the room of the fountain before I could ask him the meaning of his curious gift, its withdrawal, and his most enigmatic closing remarks.
"Back in the great old days of Ireland," thus Larry breaking into my thoughts raptly, the brogue thick, "there was Carril mac Carril, Carril Swift-Spare, and Carril wronged Kevin of Emhe-Nablach, of the blood of Angus of the great people when he was sleeping in the likeness of a pale reed. Then Kevin put the penance on Carril, that for a year Carril should wear his body in Emhe-Nablach, which is the land of Faery, and for that year Kevin should wear the body of Carril. And it was done. And in that year Carril met Emar of the birds, that are one white, one red, and one black, and they loved, and from that love sprang Alil their son. And when Alil was born, he took a reed flute, and first he played slumber on Carril, and then he played old age, so that Carril grew white and withered. Then Alil played again, and Carril became a shadow. Then a shadow of a shadow. Then a breath. And the breath went out upon the wind."
He shivered.
"Like the old gnome,"
he whispered,
"that they called Sungar of the lower waters."
He shook his head as though he cast a dream from him. Then, all alert,
"But that was in Iceland ages agone, and there's nothing like that here, Duck." He laughed. "It doesn't scare me one little bit, old boy. The pretty devil lady's got the wrong slant. When you've had a pal standing beside you one moment, full of life and joy and power and potentialities, telling what he's going to do to make the world hum when he gets through the slaughter, just running over the zip and pep of life, Doc, and the next instant, right in the middle of a laugh, a piece of damned shell takes off half his head, and with it joy and power and all the rest of it." His face twitched. "Well, old man, in the face of that mystery, a disappearing act such as the devil lady treated us to doesn't make much of a dent. Not on me. But by the brogans of Brianborough, if we could have had some of that stuff to turn on during the war, oh boy."
He was silent, evidently contemplating the idea with vast pleasure. And as for me, at that moment, my last doubt of Larry O'Keefe vanished. I saw that he did believe, really believed, in his banshees, his leprechauns, and all the old dreams of the Gael, but only within the limits of Ireland. In one drawer of his mind was packed all his superstition, his mysticism, and what of weakness it might carry. But face him with any peril or problem, and the drawer closed instantaneously, leaving a mind that was utterly fearless, incredulous and ingenious, swept clean of all cobwebs by as fine a skeptic broom as ever brushed a brain.
"Some stuff."
Deepest admiration was in his voice.
"If we'd only had it when the war was on. Imagine half a dozen of us scooting over the enemy batteries, and the gunners underneath all at once beginning to shake themselves to pieces. Wow!"
His tone was rapturous. "It's easy enough to explain, Larry," I said. "The effect, that is. For what the green ray is made of, I don't know, of course. But what it does, clearly, is stimulate atomic vibration to such a pitch that the cohesion between the particles of matter is broken, and the body flies to bits, just as a flywheel does when its speed gets so great that the particles of which it is made can't hold together."
"Shake themselves to pieces is right, then," he exclaimed.
"Absolutely right," I nodded. "Everything in nature vibrates, and all matter, whether man or beast or stone or metal or vegetable, is made up of vibrating molecules, which are made up of vibrating atoms, which are made up of truly infinitely small particles of electricity called electrons, and electrons, the base of all matter, are themselves perhaps only a vibration of the mysterious ether. If a magnifying glass of sufficient size and strength could be placed over us, we could see ourselves as sieves, our space lattice, as it is called. And all that is necessary to break down the lattice, to shake us into nothingness, is some agent that will set our atoms vibrating at such a rate that at last they escape the unseen chords and fly off. The green ray of Yolara is such an agent. It set up in the dwarf that incredibly rapid rhythm that you saw, and shook him not to atoms, but to electrons.
"They had a gun on the West Front, a 75, said O'Keefe, that broke the eardrums of everybody who fired it, no matter what protection they used. It looked like all the other 75s, but there was something about its sound that did it. They had to recast it."
"It's practically the same thing," I replied. By some freak, its vibratory qualities had that effect. The deep whistle of the sunken Lusitania would, for instance, make the Singer building shake to its foundation, while the Olympic did not affect the Singer at all, but made the Woolworth shiver all through. In each case, they stimulated the atomic vibration of the particular building. I paused, aware all at once of an intense drowsiness. O'Keefe, yawning, reached down to unfasten his puttees.
"Lord, I'm sleepy," he exclaimed. "Can't understand it. What you say, most interesting. Lord."
He yawned again, straightened.
"What made Reddy take such a shine to the Russian?" he asked.
"The Naroa," I answered, fighting to keep my eyes open. "What?" When Lugur spoke that name, I saw Marikinoff signal him. Thanaroa is, I suspect, the original form of the name of Tangaroa, the greatest god of the Polynesians. There's a secret cult to him in the islands. Marikinoff may belong to it. He knows it anyway. Lugur recognized the signal, and despite his surprise, answered it.
"So, he gave him the high sign, eh?" mused Larry. "How could they both know it?"
The cult is a very ancient one. Undoubtedly, it had its origin in the dim beginnings before these people migrated here, I replied. It's a link, one of the few links between up there and the lost past. "Trouble then," mumbled Larry. "Hell brewing. I smell it. Say, Doc, is this sleepiness natural? Wonder where my gas mask is," he added, half incoherently. But I myself was struggling desperately against the drugged slumber pressing down upon me. "Lakla," I heard O'Keefe murmur. "Lakla of the golden eyes. No Elid the fair." He made an immense effort, half-raised himself, grinned faintly. "Thought this was paradise when I first saw it, Doc," he sighed. "But I know now, if it is, No Man's Land was the greatest place on earth for a honeymoon. They've got us, Doc." He sank back. "Good luck, old boy, wherever you're going." His hand waved feebly. "Glad knew you. Hope see you again." His voice trailed into silence. Fighting with every fiber of brain and nerve against the sleep, I felt myself being steadily overcome. Yet before oblivion rushed down upon me, I seemed to see upon the grey-screened wall nearest the Irishman an oval of rosy light begin to glow. Watched as my falling lids inexorably fell, a flame-tipped shadow waver on it, thicken, condense, and there, looking down upon Larry, her eyes great golden stars in which intensest curiosity and shy tenderness struggled, sweet mouth half smiling, was the girl of the Moonpool's chamber, the girl whom the Green Dwarf had named Lakla, the vision Larry had invoked before that sleep which I could no longer deny had claimed him. Closer she came, closer. The eyes were over us. then oblivion indeed. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool, Chapter 16. Yolara of Muria versus the O'Keefe. I awakened with all the familiar, homely sensation of a shade having been pulled up in a darkened room. I thrilled with a wonderful sense of deep rest and restored resiliency. The ebon shadow had vanished from above, and down into the room was pouring the silvery light. From the fountain pool came a mighty splashing and shouts of laughter. I jumped and drew the curtain. O'Keefe and Rador were swimming a wild race, the dwarf like an otter, outdistancing and playing around the Irishman at will. Had that overpowering sleep, and now I confess that my struggle against it had been largely inspired by fear that it was the abnormal slumber which Throckmorton had described as having heralded the approach of the Dweller before it had carried away Thora and Stanton. Had that sleep been after all nothing but natural reaction of tired nerves and brains? And that last vision of the golden-eyed girl bending over Larry, had that also been a delusion of an overstressed mind? Well, it might have been, I could not tell. At any rate, I decided, I would speak about it to O'Keefe once we were alone again, and then, giving myself up to the urge of buoyant well-being, I shouted like a boy, stripped, and joined the two in the pool. The water was warm, and I felt the unwonted tingling of life in every vein increase. Something from it seemed to pulse through the skin, carrying a clean, vigorous vitality that toned every fibre. Tiring at last, we swam to the edge and drew ourselves out. The green dwarf quickly clothed himself, and Larry rather carefully donned his uniform.
"Teafio Mai has summoned us, Doc," he said. "We're to, well, I suppose you'd call it breakfast with her. After that, Rador tells me, we're to have a session with the Council of Nine. I suppose Yolara is as curious as any lady of the upper world, as you might put it, and just naturally can't wait," he added. He gave himself a last shake, patted the automatic hidden under his left arm, whistled cheerfully. "After you, my dear Alphonse," he said to Rador with a low bow. The dwarf laughed, bent in an absurd imitation of Larry's mocking courtesy, and started ahead of us to the house of the priestess. When he had gone a little way on the orchid-walled path, I whispered to O'Keefe, "Larry, when you were falling off to sleep, did you think you saw anything?" "Say anything?" he grinned. "Doc, sleep hit me like a Hun shell. I thought they were pulling the gas on us. I had some intention of bidding you tender farewells," he continued, half sheepishly. "I think I did start 'em, didn't I?" I nodded. "But wait a minute." He hesitated. "I had a queer sort of dream." "What was it?" I asked eagerly. "Well," he answered slowly, "I suppose it was because I'd been thinking of Golden Eyes. Anyway, I thought she came through the wall and leaned over me. Yes, and put one of those long white hands of hers on my head. I couldn't raise my lids, but in some queer way I could see her. Then it got real dreamish. Why do you ask?" Rador turned back toward us. "Later," I answered. "Not now. When we're alone." But through me went a little glow of reassurance. Whatever the maze through which we were moving, whatever of menacing evil lurking there, the Golden Girl was clearly watching over us, watching with whatever unknown powers she could muster. We passed the pillared entrance, went through a long, bowered corridor, and stopped before a door that seemed to be sliced from a monolith of pale jade, high, narrow, set in a wall of opal. Rador stamped twice, and the same supernally sweet silver bell tones,
Of yesterday, I must call it, although in that place of eternal day the term is meaningless, bade us enter. The door slipped aside. The chamber was small, the opal wall screening it on 3 sides, the black opacity covering it, the 4th side opening out into a delicious little walled garden, a mass of the fragrant, luminous blooms and delicately colored fruit. Facing it was a small table of reddish wood, and from the omnipresent cushions heaped around it arose to greet us Yolara. Larry drew in his breath with an involuntary gasp of admiration and bowed low. My own admiration was as frank, and the priestess was well pleased with our homage. She was swathed in the filmy, half-relevant webs, now of palest blue. The corn-silk hair was caught within a wide meshed golden net in which sparkled tiny brilliants, like blended sapphires and diamonds. Her own azure eyes sparkled as brightly as they, and I noted again in their clear depths the half-eager approval as they rested upon O'Keefe's lithe, well-knit figure and his keen, clean-cut face. The high-arched, slender feet rested upon soft sandals, whose gauzy widths laced the exquisitely formed leg to just below the dimpled knee.
"Some giddy wonder," exclaimed Larry, looking at me and placing a hand over his heart. "Put her on a New York roof, and she'd empty Broadway. Take the cue from me, Doc."
He turned to Yolara, whose face was somewhat puzzled.
"I said, O lady, whose shining hair is a web for hearts, that in our world your beauty would dazzle the sight of men, as would a little woman's sun," he said in the florid imagery to which the tongue lends itself so well. A flush stole up through the translucent skin. The blue eyes softened, and she waved us toward the cushions. Black-haired maids stole in, placing before us the fruits, the little loaves with a steaming drink, somewhat the color and odor of chocolate. I was conscious of outrageous hunger. "What are you named, strangers?" she asked. "This man is named Goodwin," said O'Keefe. "As for me, call me Larry."
"Nothing like getting acquainted quick," he said to me, but kept his eyes upon Yolara as though he were voicing another honeyed phrase. And so she took it, for, "You must teach me your tongue," she murmured.
"Then shall I have 2 words, where now I have 1 to tell you of your loveliness," he answered. "And also that'll take time," he spoke to me. "Essential occupation out of which we can't be drafted to make these fun-loving folk any Roman holiday. Get me?"
"Larry," mused Yolara. "I like the sound. It is sweet." And indeed it was, as she spoke it. "And what is your land named Larry?" she continued. "And Goodwin's." She caught the sound perfectly.
"My land, O lady of loveliness, is 2, Ireland and America. His but 1, America."
She repeated the 2 names, slowly, over and over. We seized the opportunity to attack the food, halting half guiltily as she spoke again. "Oh, but you are hungry," she cried. "Eat, then." She leaned her chin upon her hands and regarded us, whole fountains of questions brimming up in her eyes. "How is it, Larry, that you have 2 countries and Goodwin but 1?" she asked, at last unable to keep silent longer.
"I was born in Ireland, he in America, but I have dwelt long in his land, and my heart loves each," he said.
She nodded understandingly.
"Are all the men of Ireland like you, Larry? As all the men here are like Lugor or Rador?
I'd like to look at you," she went on with naive frankness. "I am tired of men like Lugor and Rador. But they are strong," she added swiftly. "Lugor can hold up 10 in his 2 arms, and raise 6 with but 1 hand." We could not understand her numerals, and she raised white fingers to illustrate.
"That is little, old lady, to the men of Ireland," replied O'Keefe. "Lo, I have seen one of my race hold up 10 times 10 of our— What call you that swift thing in which Rador brought us here?" "Coriol," said she. "Hold up 10 times 20 of our corials with but 2 fingers, and these corials of ours—" "Coria," said she. "And these coria of ours are each greater in weight than 10 of yours. Yes, and I have seen another with but one blow of his hand raise hell." "And so I have," he murmured to me, "and both at 42nd and 5th Avenue, NY, USA." Yolara considered all this with manifest doubt. "Hell?" she inquired at last. "I know not the word." "Well," answered O'Keefe, "say Miria, then. In many ways they are, I gather, O Heart's Delight, one and the same." Now the doubt in the blue eyes was strong indeed. She shook her head. "None of our men can do that," she answered at length. "Nor do I think you could, Larry." "Oh, no," said Larry easily. "I never tried to be that strong. I fly," he added casually. The priestess rose to her feet, gazing at him with startled eyes. "Fly?" she repeated incredulously. "Like a Zytia, a bird?" Larry nodded, and then, seeing the dawning command in her eyes, went on hastily. "Not with my own wings, Yolara. In a coriol that moves through— What's the word for air, Doc? Well, through this." He made a wide gesture up towards the nebulous haze above us. He took a pencil and on a white cloth made a hasty sketch of an airplane. "In a coriol like this." She regarded the sketch gravely, thrust a hand down into her girdle, and brought forth a keen-bladed poniard. Cut Larry's markings out, and placed the fragment carefully aside. "That I can understand," she said. "Remarkably intelligent young woman," muttered O'Keefe. "Hope I'm not giving you anything away, but you had me." "But what are your women like, Larry? Are they like me? And how many have loved you?" she whispered. "In all Ireland and America there is none like you, Yolara," he answered. "And take that any way you please," he muttered in English. She took it, it was evident, as it most pleased her. "Do you have goddesses?" she asked. "Every woman in Ireland and America is a goddess," thus Larry. Now that I do not believe. There was both anger and mockery in her eyes. "I know women, Larry, and if that were so, there would be no peace for men." "There isn't," replied he. The anger died out, and she laughed, sweetly, understandingly. "And which goddess do you worship, Larry?" "You," said Larry O'Keefe boldly. "Larry, Larry," I whispered, "be careful. It's high explosive." But the priestess was laughing, little trills of sweet bell notes, and pleasure was in each one. "You are indeed bold, Larry," she said, "to offer me your worship. Yet am I pleased by your boldness. Still, Lugor is strong, and you are not of those who— what did you say— have tried? And your wings are not here, Larry." Again her laughter rang out. The Irishman flushed. It was touché for Yolara. "Fear not for me with Lugor," he said grimly. "Rather, fear for him." The laughter died. She looked at him searchingly, a little enigmatic smile about her mouth, so sweet and so cruel. "Well, we shall see," she murmured. "You say you battle in your world. With what?" "Oh, with this and with that," answered Larry airily. "We manage." "Have you the Keth? I mean that with which I sent Songar into the nothingness?" she asked swiftly. "See what she's driving at?" O'Keefe spoke to me swiftly. "Well, I do.
but here's where the O'Keefe lands."
"I said," he turned to her, "O voice of silver fire, that your spirit is high, even as your beauty, and searches out men's souls, as does your loveliness their hearts. And now listen, Yulara, for what I spake is truth." Into his eyes came the far-away gaze, into his voice the Irish softness. "Lo, in my land of Ireland, this many of your life's length agone, see," he raised his 10 fingers, clenched and unclenched them times 20, "the mighty men of my race, the Taithe Dadain, could send men out into the nothingness, even as do you with the Keth. And this they did by their harpings, and by words spoken, words of power, O Yolara, that have their power still, and by pipings, and by slaying sounds. There was Cravatin, who played swift flames from his harp, flying flames that ate those they were sent against. And there was Delua of High Brasil, whose pipes played away from man and beast and all living things their shadows, and at last played them to shadows too, so that wherever Delua went, his shadows that had been men and beast followed like a storm of little rustling leaves. Yea, and Bel the harper, who could make women's hearts run like wax and men's hearts flame to ashes, and whose harpings could shatter strong cliffs and bow great trees to the sod." His eyes went bright, dream-filled. She shrank a little from him, faint pallor under the perfect skin. "I say to you, Yolara, that these things were and are in Ireland." His voice rang strong. "And I have seen men as many as those that are in your great chamber, this many times over." He clenched his hands once more, perhaps a dozen times. "Blasted into nothingness before your Keth could even have touched them. Yea, and rocks as mighty as those through which we came lifted up and shattered before the lids could fall over your blue eyes. And this is truth, Yolara, all truth. Stay, have you that little cone of the Keth with which you destroyed Sangar?" She nodded, gazing at him, fascinated, fear and puzzlement contending. "Then use it." He took a vase of crystal from the table, placed it on the threshold that led into the garden. "Use it on this, and I will show you." "I will use it upon one of the Ladala," she began eagerly. The exultation dropped from him. There was a touch of horror in the eyes he turned to her. Her own dropped before it. "It shall be as you say," she said hurriedly. She drew the shining cone from her breast, leveled it at the vase. The green ray leaped forth, spread over the crystal, but before its action could even be begun, a flash of light shot from O'Keefe's hand. His automatic spat, and the trembling vase flew into fragments. As quickly as he had drawn it, he thrust the pistol back into place and stood there empty-handed, looking at her sternly. From the anteroom came shouting, a rush of feet. Yolara's face was white, her eyes strained, but her voice was unshaken as she called to the clamoring guards, "It is nothing. Go to your places." But when the sound of their return had ceased, she stared tensely at the Irishman, then looked again at the shattered vase. "It is true," she cried, "but see, the Keth is alive." I followed her pointing finger. Each broken bit of the crystal was vibrating, shaking its particles out into space. Broken it the bullet of Larry's had, but not released it from the grip of the disintegrating force. The priestess's face was triumphant. "But what matters it, O shining urn of beauty? What matters it to the vase that is broken what happens to its fragments?" asked Larry, gravely and pointedly. And triumph died from her face, and for a space she was silent, brooding. "Next," whispered O'Keefe to me, "lots of surprises in the little box. Keep your eye on the opening and see what comes out." We had not long to wait. There was a sparkle of anger about Yolara, something too of injured pride. She clapped her hands.
whispered to the maid who answered her summons, and then sat back regarding us maliciously. "You have answered me as to your strength, but you have not proved it. But the Keth you have answered. Now answer this," she said. She pointed out into the garden. I saw a flowering branch bend and snap as though a hand had broken it, but no hand was there. Saw then another and another bend and break, a little tree sway and fall, and closer to us came the trail of snapping boughs, while down into the garden poured the silvery light, revealing nothing. Now a great ewer beside a pillar rose swiftly in air and hurled itself crashing at my feet. Cushions close to us swirled about as though in the vortex of a whirlwind. And unseen hands held my arms in a mighty clutch fast to my sides. Another gripped my throat, and I felt a needle-sharp poniard point pierce my shirt, touch the skin just over my heart. "Larry!" I cried despairingly. I twisted my head, saw that he too was caught in this grip of the invisible. But his face was calm, even amused. "Keep cool, Doc," he said. "Remember, she wants to learn the language." Now from Yolara burst chime upon chime of mocking laughter. She gave a command, the hands loosened, the poniard withdrew from my heart. Suddenly, as I had been caught, I was free, and unpleasantly weak and shaky. "Have you that in Ireland, Larry?" cried the priestess, and once more trembled with laughter. "A good play, Yolara." His voice was as calm as his face. "But they did that in Ireland, even before Dalua piped away his first man's shadow. And in Godwin's land they make ships, Coria, that go on water, so you can pass by them and see only sea and sky. And those water Coria are each of them many times greater than this whole palace of yours." But the priestess laughed on. "It did get me a little," whispered Larry. "That wasn't quite up to my mark. But God, if we could find that trick out and take it back with us." "Not so, Larry," Yolara gasped through her laughter. "Not so. Goodwin's cry betrayed you." Her good humor had entirely returned. She was like a mischievous child pleased over some successful trick. And like a child, she cried, "I'll show you," signaled again, whispered to the maid who, quickly returning, laid before her a long metal case. Yolara took from her girdle something that looked like a small pencil, pressed it, and shot a thin stream of light, for all the world like an electric flash, upon its hasp. The lid flew open. Out of it she drew 3 flat oval crystals, faint rose in hue. She handed one to O'Keefe and one to me. "Look," she commanded, placing the third before her own eyes. I peered through the stone, and instantly there leaped into sight, out of thin air, 6 grinning dwarfs. Each was covered from top of head to soles of feet in a web so tenuous that through it their bodies were plain. The gauzy stuff seemed to vibrate, its strands to run together like quicksilver. I snatched the crystal from my eyes, and the chamber was empty. Put it back, and there were the grinning 6. Yolara gave another sign, and they disappeared, even from the crystals. "It is what they wear, Larry," explained Yolara graciously. "It is something that came to us from the Ancient Ones. But we have so few," she sighed. "Such treasures must be 2-edged swords, Yolara," commented O'Keefe. "For how know you that one within them creeps not to do you with hand eager to strike?" "There is no danger," she said indifferently. "I am the keeper of them." She mused for a space, then abruptly, "And now no more. You two are to appear before the council at a certain time, but fear nothing. You, Goodwin, go with Rador about our city and increase your wisdom. But you, Larry, await me here in my garden." She smiled at him, provocatively, maliciously too. For shall not one who has resisted a world of goddesses be given all the chance to worship when at last he finds his own? She laughed wholeheartedly and was gone. And at that moment I liked Yolara better than ever I had before, and, alas, better than ever I was to in the future. I noted Rador standing outside the open jade door and started to go, but O'Keefe caught me by the arm. "Wait a minute," he urged. "About Golden Eyes. You were going to tell me something. It's been on my mind all through that little sparring match." I told him of the vision that had passed through my closing lids. He listened gravely and then laughed. "The material simply admits all light, vibrations, or perhaps curves them, just as the opacities cut them off," I answered. "A man under the X-ray is partly invisible. This makes him wholly so. He doesn't register, as the people of the motion picture profession say." "Camouflage," repeated Larry. "And as for the shining one, say," he snorted, "I'd like to set the O'Keefe Banshee up against it. I'll bet that old resourceful Irish body would give it the first 3 bites and a stranglehold, and wallop it before it knew it had 'em. Oh, wow, boy, howdy." I heard him still chuckling gleefully over this vision as I passed along the opal wall with the green dwarf. A shell was awaiting us. I paused before entering it to examine the polished surface of the runway and the great road. It was obsidian, volcanic glass of pale emerald, unflawed, translucent, with no sign of block or juncture. I examined the shell. "What makes it go?" I asked Rador. At a word from him, the driver touched a concealed spring, and an aperture appeared beneath the control lever, of which I have spoken in a preceding chapter. Within was a small cube of black crystal, through whose sides I saw, dimly, a rapidly revolving, glowing ball, not more than 2 inches in diameter. Beneath the cube was a curiously shaped, slender cylinder winding down into the lower body of the Nautilus whirl. "Watch," said Rador. He motioned me into the vehicle and took a place beside me. The driver touched the lever. A stream of coruscations flew from the ball down into the cylinder. The shell started smoothly, and as the tiny torrent of shining particles increased, it gathered speed. "The chorial does not touch the road," explained Rador. "It is lifted so far." He held his forefinger and thumb less than a 1/16 of an inch apart. "Above it." And perhaps here is the best place to explain the activation of the shells, or choria. The force utilized was atomic energy. Passing from the whirling ball, the ions darted through the cylinder to 2 bands of a peculiar metal affixed to the base of the vehicles, somewhat like skids of a sled. Impinging upon these, they produced a partial negation of gravity, lifting the shell slightly, and at the same time creating a powerful repulsive force, or thrust, that could be directed backward, forward, or sideways at the will of the driver. The creation of this energy and the mechanism of its utilization were, briefly, as follows. Dr. Goodwin's lucid and exceedingly comprehensive description of this extraordinary mechanism has been deleted by the Executive Council of the International Association of Science as too dangerously suggestive to scientists of the Central European powers with which we were so recently at war. It is allowable, however, to state that his observations are in the possession of experts in this country, who are, unfortunately, hampered in their research, not only by the scarcity of the radioactive elements that we know, but also by the lack of the element or elements unknown to us that enter into the formation of the fiery ball within the cube of black crystal. Nevertheless, as the principle is so clear, it is believed that these difficulties will ultimately be overcome. J.B.K., President, I.A. of S. The wide, glistening road was gay with the choria. They darted in and out of the gardens, Within them, the fair-haired, extraordinarily beautiful women on their cushions were like princesses of Elfland, caught in gorgeous fairy webs, resting within the hearts of flowers. In some shells were flaxen-haired dwarfish men of Lugur's type, sometimes black-polled brother officers of Rador, often raven-tressed girls, plainly handmaidens of the women, and now and then beauties of the lower folk went by with one of the blonde dwarfs. We swept around the turn that made of the jewel-like roadway an enormous horseshoe, and speedily, upon our right, the cliffs through which we had come in our journey from the moon pool began to march forward beneath their mantles of moss. They formed a gigantic abutment, a titanic salient. It had been from the very front of this salient's invading angle that we had emerged. On each side of it, the precipices, faintly glowing, drew back and vanished into distance. The slender, graceful bridges under which we skimmed ended at openings in the upflung, far walls of verdure. Each had its little garrison of soldiers. Through some of the openings a rivulet of the green obsidian river passed. These were roadways to the farther country, to the land of the Ladala, Rador told me, adding that none of the lesser folk could cross into the pavilioned city unless summoned or with pass. We turned the bend of the road and flew down that farther emerald ribbon we had seen from the great oval. Before us rose the shining cliffs and the lake. A half-mile perhaps from these, the last of the bridges flung itself. It was more massive, and about it hovered a spirit of ancientness lacking in the other spans. Also, its garrison was larger, and at its base the tangent way was guarded by two massive structures, somewhat like blockhouses, between which it ran. Something about it aroused in me an intense curiosity. "Where does that road lead, Rador?" I asked. "To the one place above all which I may not tell you, Goodwin," he answered. And again I wondered. We skimmed slowly out upon the great pier. Far to the left was the prismatic rainbow curtain between the cyclopean pillars. On the white waters graceful shells, lacustrine replicas of the elf chariots, swam, but none was near that distant web of wonder. "Rador, what is that?" I asked. "It is the veil of the Shining One," he answered slowly. Was the Shining One that which we name the Dweller? "What is the Shining One?" I cried eagerly. Again he was silent, nor did he speak until we had turned on our homeward way. And, lively as my interest, my scientific curiosity were, I was conscious suddenly of acute depression. Beautiful, wondrously beautiful this place was, and yet in its wonder dwelt a keen edge of menace, of unease, of inexplicable, inhuman woe, as though in a secret garden of God a soul should sense upon it the gaze of some lurking spirit of evil, which, some way, somehow, had crept into the sanctuary and only bided its time to spring. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 17. The Leprechaun. The shell carried us straight back to the house of Yolara. Larry was awaiting me. We stood again before the tenebrous wall where first we had faced the priestess and the voice. And as we stood, again the portal appeared with all its disconcerting, magical abruptness. But now the scene was changed. Around the jet table were grouped a number of figures, Lugur, Yolara beside him. 7 others, all of them fair-haired, and all men, save one who sat at the left of the priestess, an old woman, how old I could not tell, her face bearing traces of beauty that must once have been as great as Yolara's own, but now ravaged, in some way awesome. Through its ruins, the fearful, malicious gaiety shining out like a spirit of joy held within a corpse. Began then our examination, for such it was. And as it progressed, I was more and more struck by the change in the O'Keefe. All flippancy was gone. Rarely did his sense of humor reveal itself in any of his answers. He was like a cautious swordsman, fencing, guarding, studying his opponent, or rather like a chess player who keeps sensing some far-reaching purpose in the game. Alert, contained, watchful. Always he stressed the power of our surface races, their multitudes, their solidarity. Their questions were myriad. What were our occupations? Our system of government? How great were the waters, the land? Intensely interested were they in the world war, querying minutely into its causes, its effects. In our weapons their interest was avid. And they were exceedingly minute in their examination of us as to the ruins which had excited our curiosity, their position and surroundings, and if others than ourselves might be expected to find and pass through their entrance. At this I shot a glance at Lugur. He did not seem unduly interested. I wondered if the Russian had told him as yet of the girl of the rosy wall of the moon-pool chamber, and the real reasons for our search. Then I answered as briefly as possible, omitting all reference to these things. The Red Dwarf watched me with unmistakable amusement, and I knew Marikinoff had told him. But clearly Lugur had kept his information even from Yolara, and as clearly she had spoken to none of that episode when O'Keefe's automatic had shattered the Keth-smitten vase. Again I felt that sense of deep bewilderment, of helpless search for clue to all the tangle. For 2 hours we were questioned, and then the priestess called Rador and let us go. Larry was somber as we returned. He walked about the room uneasily. "Hell's brewing here all right," he said at last, stopping before me. "I can't make out just the particular brand. That's all that bothers me. We're going to have a stiff fight, that's for sure. What I want to do quick is to find the golden girl, Doc. Haven't seen her on the wall lately, have you?" he queried, hopefully fantastic. "Laugh if you want to," he went on, "but she's our best bet. It's going to be a race between her and the O'Keefe Banshee, but I put my money on her. I had a queer experience while I was in that garden after you had left." His voice grew solemn. "Did you ever see a leprechaun, Doc?" I shook my head again, as solemnly. "He's a little man in green," said Larry. "Oh, about as high as your knee. I saw one once, in Carndoffer Woods, and as I sat there, half asleep, in Yolara's garden, the living spit of him stepped out from one of those bushes, twirling a little shillelagh." "It's a tight box you're getting in, Larry Evick," said he. "But don't you be downhearted, lad." "I'm carrying on," said I. "But you're a long way from Ireland," I said, or thought I did. "You've a lot of friends there," he answered. "And where the heart rests, the fate are swift to follow. Not that I'm saying I'd like to live here, Larry," said he. "I know where my heart is now," I told him. "It rests on a girl with golden eyes, and the hair and swan-white breast of Aelid the Fair. But my feet don't seem to get me to her," I said. The brogue thickened. And the little man in green nodded his head and whirled his shillelagh. "It's what I came to tell you," says he. "Don't you fall for the Bain na Mare, the serpent woman with the blue eyes. She's a daughter of Ivor, lad. And don't you do nothing to make the brown-haired Colleen ashamed of you, Larry O'Keefe. I knew your great-great-grandfather, and his before him, Aroon," says he. "And one of the O'Keefe felons is to think their heart's big enough to hold all the women of the world. A heart's built to hold only one permanently, Larry," he says. "And I'm warning you, a nice girl don't like to move into a place
all cluttered up wid another's washing and mending and cooking and other things pertaining to general wife work. Not that I think the blue-eyed one is keen for mending and cooking, says he. You don't have to be coming all this way to tell me that, I answered. Well, I'm just a-telling you, he says. You've got some rough knocks coming, Larry. In fact, you're in for a devil of a time. But remember that you're the O'Keefe, says he. And while the boys are all with you, Evic, you've got to be on the job yourself. I hope, I tell him, that the O'Keefe Banshee can find her way here in time. That is, if it's necessary, which I hope it won't be. Don't you worry about that, says he. Not that she's keen on leaving the old sod, Larry. The good old soul's in quite a state of mind about you, Haroon. I don't mind telling you, lad, that she's mobilising all the clan, and if she has to come for you, Evic, they'll be with her, and they'll sweep this joint clean before you go. What they'll do to it will make the big wind look like a summer breeze on Lough Lane. And that's about all, Larry. We thought a voice from the Green Isle would cheer you. Don't forget that you're the O'Keefe, and I say it again, all the boys are with you. But we want to keep being proud of you, lad. And I looked again, and there was only a bush waving. There wasn't a smile in my heart, or if there was, it was a very tender one. I'm going to bed, he said abruptly. Keep an eye on the wall, Doc. Between the 7 sleeps that followed, Larry and I saw but little of each other. Yolara sought him more and more. Thrice we were called before the council. Once we were at a great feast, whose splendors and surprises I can never forget. Largely, I was in the company of Rador. Together, we two passed the green barriers into the dwelling place of the Ladala. They seemed provided with everything needful for life, but everywhere was an oppressiveness, a gathering together of hate that was spiritual rather than material, as tangible as the latter and far, far more menacing. "They do not like to dance with the Shining One," was Rador's constant and only reply to my efforts to find the cause. Once I had concrete evidence of the mood. Glancing behind me, I saw a white, vengeful face peer from behind a tree trunk, a hand lift, a shining dart speed from it straight toward Rador's back. Instinctively, I thrust him aside. He turned upon me angrily. I pointed to where the little missile lay, still quivering, on the ground. He gripped my hand. "That, some day, I will repay," he said. I looked again at the thing. At its end was a tiny cone covered with a glistening, gelatinous substance. Rador pulled from a tree beside us a fruit somewhat like an apple. "Look," he said. He dropped it upon the dart, and at once, before my eyes, in less than 10 seconds, the fruit had rotted away. "That's what would have happened to Rador but for you, friend," he said. Come now between this and the prelude to the latter half of the drama, whose history this narrative is, only scattering and necessarily fragmentary observations. First, the nature of the ebon opacities, blocking out the spaces between the pavilion pillars or covering their tops like roofs. These were magnetic fields, light absorbers, negativing the vibrations of radiance, literally screens of electric force, which formed as impervious a barrier to light as would have screens of steel. They instantaneously made night appear in a place where no night was. But they interposed no obstacle to air or to sound. They were extremely simple in their inception, no more miraculous than is glass, which, inversely, admits the vibrations of light, but shuts out those coarser ones we call air, and partly those others which produce upon our auditory nerves the effects we call sound. Briefly, their mechanism was this. For the same reason that Dr. Goodwin's exposition of the mechanism of the atomic engines was deleted, his description of the light-destroying screens has been deleted by the Executive Council. JBF, President, IA of S. There were 2 favored classes of the Ladala,
the soldiers, and the dream makers. The dream makers were the most astonishing social phenomena, I think, of all. Denied by their circumscribed environment the wider experiences of us of the outer world, the Murians had perfected an amazing system of escape through the imagination. They were, too, intensely musical. Their favorite instruments were double flutes, immensely complex pipe organs, harps, great and small. They had another remarkable instrument made up of a double octave of small drums, which gave forth percussions remarkably disturbing to the emotional centers. It was this love of music that gave rise to one of the few truly humorous incidents of our caverned life. Larry came to me. It was just after our fourth sleep, I remember. "Come on to a concert," he said. We skimmed off to one of the bridge garrisons. Rador called the 20 guards to attention, and then, to my utter stupefaction, the whole company, O'Keefe leading them, roared out the anthem, "God Save the King." They sang, in a closer approach to the English than might have been expected scores of miles below England's level. "Send him victorious, happy and glorious," they bellowed. He quivered with suppressed mirth at my paralysis of surprise. "Taught him that for Marikanov's benefit," he gasped. "Wait till that Red hears it. He'll blow up." "Just wait until you hear Yolara lisp a pretty little thing I taught her," said Larry as we set back for what we now called home. There was an impish twinkle in his eyes. And I did hear. For it was not many minutes later that the priestess condescended to command me to come to her with O'Keefe. "Show Goodwin how much you have learned of our speech, O Lady of the Lips of Honeyed Flame," murmured Larry. She hesitated, smiled at him, and then from that perfect mouth, out of that exquisite throat, in the voice that was like the chiming of little silver bells, she trilled a melody familiar to me indeed. "She's only a bird in a gilded cage, a beautiful sight to see," and so on to the bitter end. "She thinks it's a love song," said Larry when we had left. "It's only part of a repertoire I'm teaching her. Honestly, Doc, it's the only way I can keep my mind clear when I'm with her," he went on earnestly. "She's a deviless from hell, but a wonder. Whenever I find myself going, I get her to sing that, or Take Back Your Gold, or some other ancient lay, and I'm back again, pronto, with the right perspective. Pop goes all the mystery. Hell, I say, she's only a woman." End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 18. The Amphitheater of Jet. For hours the black-haired folk had been streaming across the bridges, flowing along the promenade by scores and by hundreds, drifting down toward the gigantic seven-terrace temple, whose interior I had never as yet seen, and from whose towering exterior, indeed, I had always been kept far enough away, unobtrusively, but none the less decisively, to prevent any real observation. The structure, I had estimated nevertheless, could not reach less than 1,000 feet above its silvery base, and the diameter of its circular foundation was about the same. I wondered what was bringing the Ladala into Laura, and where they were vanishing. All of them were flower-crowned with the luminous, lovely blooms, old and young, slender, mocking-eyed girls, dwarfed youths, mothers with their babes, gnomed oldsters. On they poured, silent for the most part, and sullen, a sullenness that held acid bitterness even as their subtle, half-sinister, half-gay malice seemed tempered into little keen-edged flames, oddly, menacingly defiant. There were many of the green-clad soldiers along the way, and the garrison of the only bridge span I could see had certainly been doubled. Wondering still, I turned from my point of observation and made my way back to our pavilion, hoping that Larry, who had been with Yolara for the past 2 hours, had returned. Hardly had I reached it before Rador came hurrying up, in his manner a curious exultance mingled with what in anyone else I would have called a decided nervousness. "Come," he commanded before I could speak. "The council has made decision, and Larry is awaiting you." "What has been decided?" I panted as we sped along the mosaic path that led to the house of Yolara. "And why is Larry awaiting me?" And at his answer I felt my heart pause in its beat, and through me race a wave of mingled panic and eagerness. "The Shining One dances," had answered the green dwarf, "and you are to worship." What was this dancing of the Shining One, of which so often he had spoken? Whatever my forebodings, Larry evidently had none. "Great stuff!" he cried, when we had met in the great antechamber, now empty of the dwarfs. "Hoping it'd be worth seeing. Have to be something damned good, though, to catch me, after what I've seen of shows at the front," he added. And remembering, with a little shock of apprehension, that he had no knowledge of the dweller beyond my poor description of it, for there are no words actually to describe what that miracle of interwoven glory and horror was, I wondered what Larry O'Keefe would say and do when he did behold it. Rador began to show impatience. "Come," he urged. "There is much to be done, and the time grows short." He led us to a tiny fountain room in whose miniature pool the white waters were concentrated, pearl-like and opalescent in their circling rim. "Bathe," he commanded, and set the example by stripping himself and plunging within. Only a minute or two did the green dwarf allow us, and he checked us as we were about to don our clothing. Then, to my intense embarrassment, without warning, 2 of the black-haired girls entered, bearing robes of a peculiar dull blue hue. At our manifest discomfort, Rador's laughter roared out. He took the garments from the pair, motioned them to leave us, and, still laughing, threw one around me. Its texture was soft, but decidedly metallic, like some blue metal spun to the fineness of a spider's thread. The garment buckled tightly at the throat, was girdled at the waist, and below this cincture fell to the floor, its folds being held together by a half-dozen looped cords. From the shoulders a hood resembling a monk's cowl. Rador cast this over my head. It completely covered my face, but was of so transparent a texture that I could see, though somewhat mistily, through it. Finally, he handed us both a pair of long gloves of the same material, and high stockings, the feet of which were gloved, 5-toed. And again his laughter rang out at our manifest surprise. "The priestess of the Shining One does not altogether trust the Shining One's voice," he said at last. "And these are to guard against any sudden errors. And fear not, Goodwin," he went on kindly. "Not for the Shining One itself would Yolara see harm come to Larry here, nor, because of him, to you. But I would not stake much on the Great White One, and for him I am sorry. For him I do like well." "Is he to be with us?" asked Larry eagerly. "He is to be where we go," replied the dwarf soberly. Grimly, Larry reached down and drew from his uniform his automatic. He popped a fresh clip into the pocket fold of his girdle. The pistol he slung high up beneath his armpit. The green dwarf looked at the weapon curiously. O'Keefe tapped it. "This," said Larry, "slays quicker than the kith. I take it so no harm shall come to the blue-eyed one, whose name is Olaf. If I should raise it, be you not in its way, Rador," he added significantly. The dwarf nodded again, his eyes sparkling. He thrust a hand out to both of us. "A change comes," he said. "What it is, I know not, nor how it will fall. But this remember, Rador is more friend to you than you yet can know. And now let us go," he ended abruptly. He led us, not through the entrance, but into a sloping passage ending in a blind wall, touched a symbol graven there, and it opened, precisely as had the rosy barrier of the moon-pool chamber. And, just as there, but far smaller, was a passage-end, a low curved wall facing a shaft, not black as had been that abode of living darkness, but faintly luminescent. Rador leaned over the wall. The mechanism clicked and started. The door swung shut. The sides of the car slipped into place, and we swept swiftly down the passage. Overhead, the wind whistled. In a few moments, the moving platform began to slow down. It stopped in a closed chamber no larger than itself. Rador drew his poniard and struck twice upon the wall with its hilt. Immediately, a panel moved away, revealing a space filled with a faint, misty blue radiance. And at each side of the open portal stood 4 of the dwarfish men, grey-headed, old, clad in flowing garments of white, each pointing toward us a short silver rod. Rador drew from his girdle a ring and held it out to the first dwarf. He examined it, handed it to the one beside him, and not until each had inspected the ring did they lower their curious weapons. Containers of that terrific energy they called the Keth, I thought, and later was to know that I had been right. We stepped out. The doors closed behind us. The place was weird enough. Its pave was a greenish-blue stone resembling lapis lazuli. On each side were high pedestals holding carved figures of the same material. There were perhaps a score of these, but in the mistiness I could not make out their outlines. A droning, rushing roar beat upon our ears, filled the whole cavern.
"I smell the sea," said Larry suddenly.
The roaring became deep-toned, clamorous, and close in front of us a rift opened. 20 feet in width, it cut the cavern floor and vanished into the blue mist on each side. The cleft was spanned by one solid slab of rock not more than 2 yards wide. It had neither railing nor other protection. The 4 leading priests marched out upon it one by one, and we followed. In the middle of the span they knelt. 10 feet beneath us was a torrent of blue sea-water racing with prodigious speed between polished walls. It gave the impression of vast depth. It roared as it sped by, and far to the right was a low arch through which it disappeared. It was so swift that its surface shone like polished blue steel, and from it came the blessed, our worldly, familiar ocean breath that strengthened my soul amazingly and made me realize how earth-sick I was. Whence came the stream, I marveled, forgetting for the moment, as we passed on again, all else. Were we closer to the surface of earth than I had thought, or was this some mighty flood falling through an opening in sea floor, heaven alone knew how many miles above us, losing itself in deeper abysses beyond these? How near and how far this was from the truth I was to learn, and never did truth come to man in more dreadful guise. The roaring fell away, the blue haze lessened. In front of us stretched a wide flight of steps, huge as those which had led us into the courtyard of Nantuach through the ruined sea-gate. We scaled it. It narrowed. From above, light poured through a still narrower opening. Side by side, Larry and I passed out of it. We had emerged upon an enormous platform of what seemed to be glistening ivory. It stretched before us for 100 yards or more, and then shelved gently into the white waters. Opposite, not a mile away, was that prodigious web of woven rainbows Rador had called the Veil of the Shining One. There it shone in all its unearthly grandeur, on each side of the cyclopean pillars, as though a mountain should stretch up arms raising between them a fairy banner of auroral glories. Beneath it was the curved scimitar sweep of the pier with its clustered, gleaming temples. Before that brief, fascinated glance was done, there dropped upon my soul a sensation as of brooding weight intolerable, a spiritual oppression as though some vastness was falling, pressing, stifling me. I turned, and Larry caught me as I reeled.
"Steady, steady, old man," he whispered.
At first, all that my staggering consciousness could realize was an immensity, an immeasurable uprearing that brought with it the same throat-gripping vertigo as comes from gazing downward from some great height. Then a blur of white faces, intolerable shinings of hundreds upon thousands of eyes. Huge, incredibly huge, a colossal amphitheater of jet, a stupendous semicircle, held within its mighty arc the ivory platform on which I stood. It reared itself almost perpendicularly hundreds of feet up into the sparkling heavens, and thrust down on each side its ebon bulwarks, like monstrous paws. Now, the giddiness from its sheer greatness passing, I saw that it was indeed an amphitheater, sloping slightly backward, tier after tier, and that the white blur of faces against its blackness, the gleaming of countless eyes, were those of myriads of the people who sat, silent, flower-garlanded, their gaze focused upon the rainbow curtain and sweeping over me like a torrent, tangible, appalling. 500 feet beyond, the smooth, high retaining wall of the amphitheater raised itself. Above it, the first terrace of the seats, and above this, dividing the tiers for another 1,000 feet upward, set within them like a panel, was a dead black surface in which shone faintly with a bluish radiance a gigantic disk. Above it and around it, a cluster of innumerable smaller ones. On each side of me, bordering the platform, were scores of small pillared alcoves, a low wall stretching across their fronts, delicate fretted grilles shielding them, save where in each lattice an opening stared. It came to me that they were like those stalls in ancient Gothic cathedrals, wherein for centuries had kneeled paladins and people of my own race on earth's fair face. And within these alcoves were gathered, score upon score, the elfin beauties, the dwarfish men of the fair-haired folk. At my right, a few feet from the opening through which we had come, a passageway led back between the fretted stalls. Halfway between us and the massive base of the amphitheater a dais rose. Up the platform to it a wide ramp ascended. And on ramp and dais and along the center of the gleaming platform down to where it kissed the white waters, a broad ribbon of the radiant flowers lay like a fairy carpet. On one side of this dais, meshed in a silken web that hid no line or curve of her sweet body, white flesh gleaming through its folds, stood Yolara, and opposite her, crowned with a circlet of flashing blue stones, his mighty body stark bare, was Lugur. O'Keefe drew a long breath. Rador touched my arm, and still dazed, I let myself be drawn into the aisle and through a corridor that ran behind the alcoves. At the back of one of these, the green dwarf paused, opened a door, and motioned us within. Entering, I found that we were exactly opposite where the ramp ran up to the dais, and that Yolara was not more than 50 feet away. She glanced at O'Keefe and smiled. Her eyes were ablaze with little dancing points of light. Her body seemed to palpitate, the rounded, delicate muscles beneath the translucent skin to run with joyful little eager waves. Larry whistled softly.
"There's Marakinov," he said.
I looked where he pointed. Opposite us sat the Russian, clothed as we were, leaning forward, his eyes eager behind his glasses. But if he saw us, he gave no sign.
"And there's Olaf,"
said O'Keefe. Beneath the carved stall in which sat the Russian was an aperture, and within it was Huldriksen. Unprotected by pillars or by grills, Opening clear upon the platform, near him stretched the trail of flowers up to the great dais which Lugur and Yolara the priestess guarded. He sat alone, and my heart went out to him. O'Keefe's face softened.
"Bring him here," he said to Rador.
The green dwarf was looking at the Norseman too, a shade of pity upon his mocking face. He shook his head. "Wait," he said. "You can do nothing now, and it may be there will be no need to do anything," he added, but I could feel that there was little of conviction in his words. End of Chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 19. The Madness of Olaf. Yolara threw her white arms high. From the mountainous tears came a mighty sigh. A rippling ran through them. And upon the moment, before Yolara's arms fell, there issued, apparently from the air around us, a peal of sound that might have been the shouting of some playful god hurling great suns through the net of stars. It was like the deepest notes of all the organs in the world combined in one, summoning, majestic, cosmic. It held within it the thunder of the spheres rolling through the infinite, the birth-song of suns made manifest in the womb of space, echoes of creation's supernal chord. It shook the body like a pulse from the heart of the universe, pulsed and died away. On its death came a blaring as of all the trumpets of conquering hosts since the first pharaoh led his swarms, triumphal, compelling. Alexander's clamoring hosts, brazen-throated wolf horns of Caesar's legions, blare of trumpets of Genghis Khan and his golden horde, clangor of the locust levies of Tamerlane, bugles of Napoleon's armies, war shout of all earth's conquerors. And it died. Fast upon it, a throbbing, muffled tumult of harp sounds, mellownesses of myriads of wood horns, the subdued, sweet shrilling of multitudes of flutes, Pandean pipings, inviting, carrying with them the calling of waterfalls in the hidden places, rushing brooks and murmuring forest winds, calling, calling, languorous, lulling, dripping into the brain like the very honeyed essence of sound. And after them a silence, in which the memory of the music seemed to beat ever more faintly through every quivering nerve. From me all fear, all apprehension had fled. In their place was nothing but joyous anticipation, a supernal freedom from even the shadow of care or sorrow. Not now did anything matter. Olaf or his haunted, hate-filled eyes, Throckmorton or his fate. Nothing of pain, nothing of agony, nothing of striving nor endeavor nor despair in that wide outer world that had turned suddenly into a troubled dream. Once more the first great note pealed out. Once more it died, and from the clustered spheres a kaleidoscopic blaze shot, as though drawn from the majestic sound itself. The many-colored rays darted across the white waters and sought the face of the irised veil. As they touched, it sparkled, flamed, wavered, and shook with fountains of prismatic color. The light increased, and in its intensity the silver air darkened. Faded into shadow that white mosaic of flower-crowned faces set in the amphitheater of jet, and vast shadows dropped upon the high-flung tiers and shrouded them. But on the skirts of the rays the fretted stalls in which we sat with the fair-haired ones blazed out, iridescent like jewels. I was sensible of an acceleration of every pulse, a wild stimulation of every nerve. I felt myself being lifted above the world, close to the threshold of the high gods. Soon their essence and their power would stream out into me. I glanced at Larry. His eyes were wild with life. I looked at Olaf, and in his face was none of this, only hate and hate and hate. The peacock waves streamed out over the waters, cleaving the seeming darkness, a rainbow path of glory. And the veil flashed, as though all the rainbows that had ever shone were burning within it. Again the mighty sound pealed. Into the center of the veil the light drew itself, grew into an intolerable brightness, and with a storm of tinklings, a tempest of crystalline notes, a tumult of tiny chimings, through it sped the Shining One. Straight down that radiant path, its high-flung plumes of feathery flame shimmering, its coruscating spirals whirling, its 7 globes of 7 colors shining above its glowing core, it raced toward us. The hurricane of bells of diamond glass were jubilant, joyous. I felt O'Keefe grip my arm. Yolara threw her white arms out in a welcoming gesture. I heard from the tier a sigh of rapture, and in it a poignant, wailing undertone of agony. Over the waters, down the light stream, to the end of the ivory pier, flew the Shining One. Through its crystal pizzicati drifted inarticulate murmurings, deadly sweet, stilling the heart and setting it leaping madly. For a moment it paused, poised itself, and then came whirling down the flower path to its priestess, slowly, ever more slowly. It hovered for a moment between the woman and the dwarf, as though contemplating them, turned to her with its storm of tinkling softened, its murmurings infinitely caressing. Bent toward it, Yolara seemed to gather within herself pulsing waves of power. She was terrifying, gloriously maddeningly evil, and as gloriously maddeningly heavenly. Aphrodite and the Virgin, Tanith of the Carthaginians and Saint Bride of the Isles, a queen of hell and a princess of heaven in one. Only for a moment did that which we had called the Dweller, and which these named the Shining One, pause. It swept up the ramp to the dais, rested there, slowly turning, plumes and spirals lacing and unlacing, throbbing, pulsing. Now its nucleus grew plainer, stronger, human in a fashion, and all inhuman, neither man nor woman, neither god nor devil, subtly partaking of all. Nor could I doubt that whatever it was, within that shining nucleus was something sentient, something that had will and energy, and in some awful, supernormal fashion, intelligence. Another trumpeting, a sound of stones opening, a long, low wail of utter anguish. Something moved shadowy in the river of light, and slowly at first, then ever more rapidly, shapes swam through it. There were 60 of them, girls and youths, women and men. The Shining One poised itself, regarded them. They drew closer, and in the eyes of each, and in their faces, was the bud of that awful intermingling of emotions, of joy and sorrow, ecstasy and terror, that I had seen in full blossom on Throckmorton's. The thing began again its murmurings, now infinitely caressing, coaxing, like the song of a siren from some witched star. And the bell sounds rang out, compellingly, calling, calling, calling. I saw Olaf lean far out of his place, saw, half-consciously, at Lugur's signal, 3 of the dwarfs creep in and take places, unnoticed, behind him. Now the first of the figures rushed upon the dais and paused. It was the girl who had been brought before Yolara when the gnome named Songar was driven into the nothingness. With all the quickness of light, a spiral of the Shining One stretched out and encircled her. At its touch there was an infinitely dreadful shrinking, and it seemed a simultaneous hurling of herself into its radiance. As it wrapped its swirls around her, permeated her, the crystal chorus burst forth, tumultuously. Through and through her the radiance pulsed. Began then that infinitely dreadful, but infinitely glorious rhythm they called the Dance of the Shining One. And as the girl swirled within its sparkling mists, another and another flew into its embrace, until, at last, the dais was an incredible vision. A mad star's witches' Sabbath, an altar of white faces and bodies gleaming through living flame, transfused with rapture insupportable and horror that was hellish, and ever radiant plumes and spirals expanding, the core of the Shining One waxed, growing greater as it consumed, as it drew into and through itself the life force of those lost ones. So they spun interlaced, and there began to pulse from them life, vitality, as though the very essence of nature was filling us. Dimly, I recognized that what I was beholding was vampirism inconceivable. The banked tears chanted, the mighty sounds pealed forth. It was a Saturnalia of demigods. Then, whirling, bell notes storming, the Shining One withdrew slowly from the dais, down the ramp, still embracing, still interwoven with those who had thrown themselves into its spirals. They drifted with it as though half-carried in dreadful dance, white faces sealed, forever, into that semblance of those who held within, linked God and devil. I covered my eyes. I heard a gasp from O'Keefe, opened my eyes and sought his. Saw the wildness vanish from them as he strained forward. Olaf had leaned far out, and as he did so the dwarfs beside him caught him, and whether by design or through his own swift, involuntary movement, thrust him half into the Dweller's path. The Dweller paused in its gyrations, seemed to watch him. The Norseman's face was crimson, his eyes blazing. He threw himself back, and with one defiant shout gripped one of the dwarfs about the middle and sent him hurtling through the air, straight at the radiant thing. A whirling mass of legs and arms, the dwarf flew. Then, in mid-flight, stopped, as though some gigantic, invisible hand had caught him, and was dashed down upon the platform not a yard from the Shining One. Like a broken spider he moved, feebly, once, twice. From the Dweller shot a shimmering tentacle, touched him, recoiled. Its crystal tinklings changed into an angry chiming. From all about, jeweled stalls and jet peak, came a sigh of incredulous horror. Lugor leaped forward. On the instant, Larry was over the low barrier between the pillars, rushing to the Norseman's side. And even as they ran, there was another wild shout from Olaf, and he hurled himself out, straight at the throat of the Dweller. But before he could touch the Shining One, now motionless, and never was the thing more horrible than then, with the purely human suggestion of surprise plain in its poise, Larry had struck him aside. I tried to follow, and was held by Rador. He was trembling, but not with fear. In his face was incredulous hope, inexplicable eagerness. "Wait," he said. "Wait!" The Shining One stretched out a slow spiral, and as it did so, I saw the bravest thing man has ever witnessed. Instantly, O'Keefe thrust himself between it and Olaf, pistol out. The tentacle touched him, and the dull blue of his robe flashed out into blinding, intense azure light. From the automatic in his gloved hand came 3 quick bursts of flame straight into the thing. The dweller drew back. The bell sound swelled. Lugor paused. His hand darted up, and in it was one of the silver Keth cones. But before he could flash it upon the Norseman, Larry had unlooped his robe, thrown its fold over Olaf, and, holding him with one hand away from the shining one, thrust with the other his pistol into the dwarf's stomach. His lips moved, but I could not hear what he said. But Lugor understood, for his hand dropped. Now Yolara was there. All this had taken barely more than 5 seconds. She thrust herself between the 3 men and the dweller. She spoke to it, and the wild buzzing died down. The gay crystal tinklings burst forth again. The thing murmured to her, began to whirl, faster, faster, passed down the ivory pier, out upon the waters, bearing with it, meshed in its light, the sacrifices, swept on ever more swiftly, triumphantly, and turning, with its ghastly crew, vanished through the veil. Abruptly, the polychromatic path snapped out. The silver light poured in upon us. From all the amphitheater arose a clamor, a shouting. Marikinoff, his eyes staring, was leaning out, listening. Unrestrained now by Rador, I vaulted the wall and rushed forward. But not before I had heard the green dwarf murmur, "There is something stronger than the Shining One. 2 things, yea, a strong heart and hate." Olaf, panting, eyes glazed, trembling, shrank beneath my hand.
"The devil that took my helma," I heard him whisper. "The shining devil."
"Both these men," Lugor was raging, "they shall dance with the Shining One. And this one, too." He pointed at me malignantly. "This man is mine," said the priestess, and her voice was menacing. She rested her hand on Larry's shoulder. "He shall not dance. No, nor his friend. I have told you, I dare not for this one." She pointed to Olaf.
"Neither this man nor this," said Larry, "shall be harmed. This is my word, Yolara." "Even so," she answered quietly, "my lord." I saw Marikinoff stare at O'Keefe with a new and curiously speculative interest. Lugor's eyes grew hellish. He raised his arms as though to strike her. Larry's pistol prodded him rudely enough. "No rough stuff now, kid," said Keefe in English.
The red dwarf quivered, turned, caught a robe from a priest standing by, and threw it over himself. The Ladala, shouting, gesticulating, fighting with the soldiers, were jostling down from the tiers of jet. "Come," commanded Yolara. Her eyes rested upon Larry. "Your heart is great indeed, my lord," she murmured, and her voice was very sweet. "Come."
"This man comes with us, Yolara," said O'Keefe, pointing to Olaf.
"Bring him," she said.
"Bring him. Only tell him to look no more upon me as before," she added fiercely.
Beside her, the 3 of us passed along the stalls, where sat the fair-haired, now silent, at gaze, as though in the grip of some great doubt. Silently, Olaf strode beside me. Rador had disappeared. Down the stairway, through the hall of turquoise mist, over the rushing sea-stream we went, and stood beside the wall through which we had entered. The white-robed ones had gone. Yolara pressed, the portal opened. We stepped upon the car, she took the lever, we raced through the faintly luminous corridor to the house of the priestess. And one thing now I knew, sick at heart and soul, the truth had come to me. No more need to search for Throckmorton. Behind that veil, in the lair of the dweller, dead alive, like those we had just seen swim in its shining train was he, and Edith, Stanton, and Thora, and Olaf Huldrickson's wife. The car came to rest. The portal opened. Yolara leaped out lightly, beckoned, and flitted up the corridor. She paused before an ebon screen. At a touch it vanished, revealing an entrance to a small blue chamber, glowing as though cut from the heart of some gigantic sapphire. Bare, save that in its center, upon a low pedestal, stood a great globe fashioned from milky rock crystal. Upon its surface were faint tracings, as of seas and continents, but if so, either of some other world or of this world in immemorial past, for in no way did they resemble the mapped coastlines of our Earth. Poised upon the globe, rising from it out into space, locked in each other's arms, lips to lips, were two figures, a woman and a man, so exquisite, so lifelike, that for the moment I failed to realize that they too were carved of the crystal. And before this shrine, for nothing else could it be, I knew, 3 slender cones raised themselves, one of the purest white flame, one of opalescent water, and the third of moonlight. There was no mistaking them. The height of a tall man each stood, but how water, flame, and light were held so evenly, so steadily in their spire shapes, I could not tell. Yolara bowed lowly, once, twice, thrice. She turned to O'Keefe, nor by slightest look or gesture betrayed she knew others were there than he. The blue eyes wide, searching, unfathomable, she drew close, put white hands on his shoulders, looked down into his very soul. "My lord," she murmured, "now listen well, for I, Yolara, give you 3 things, myself, and the Shining One, and the power that is the Shining One's. Yea, and still a 4th thing that is all 3, power over all upon that world from whence you came. These, my lord, ye shall have. I swear it." She turned toward the altar, uplifted her arms. "By Saya and by Sayana, and by the flame, by the water, and by the light." I have no space here even to outline the eschatology of this people, nor to catalogue their pantheon. Saya and Sayana typified worldly love. Their ritual was, however, singularly free from those degrading elements usually found in love cults. Priests and priestesses of all cults dwelt in the immense 7-terraced structure, of which the jet amphitheater was the water side. The symbol, icon, representation of Saya and Sayana, the globe and the upstriving figures, typified earthly love, feet bound to earth, but eyes among the stars. Hell or heaven I never heard formulated, nor their equivalents, unless that existence in the Shining One's domain could serve for either. Over all this was Thanaroa, remote, unheeding, but still maker and ruler of all, an absentee first cause personified. Thanaroa seemed to be the one article of belief in the creed of the soldiers. Rador, with his reverence for the Ancient Ones, was an exception. Whatever there was, indeed, of high, truly religious impulse among the Mirians, this far, high god had. I found this exceedingly interesting, because it had long been my theory, to put the matter in the shape of a geometrical formula, that the real attractiveness of gods to man increases uniformly according to the square of their distance. WTG. "Let none dare to take you from me, nor ye go from me unbidden," she whispered fiercely. Then swiftly, still ignoring us, she threw her arms about O'Keefe, pressed her white body to his breast, lips raised, eyes closed, seeking his. O'Keefe's arms tightened around her, his head dropped, lips seeking, finding hers, passionately. From Olaf came a deep, indrawn breath that was almost a groan. but not in my heart could I find blame for the Irishman. The priestess opened eyes, now all misty blue, thrust him back, stood regarding him. O'Keefe, dead white, raised a trembling hand to his face. "And thus have I sealed my oath, O Lord," she whispered. For the first time she seemed to recognize our presence, stared at us a moment, then through us, and turned to O'Keefe. "Go now," she said. "Soon Rador shall come for you. Then, well, after that, let happen what will." She smiled once more at him, so sweetly, turned toward the figures upon the great globe, sank upon her knees before them. Quietly we crept away. Still silent, made our way to the little pavilion. But as we passed, we heard a tumult from the green roadway. Shouts of men, now and then a woman's scream. Through a rift in the garden, I glimpsed a jostling crowd on one of the bridges. Green dwarfs struggling with the ladala, and all about droned a humming as of a giant hive disturbed. Larry threw himself down upon one of the divans, covered his face with his hands, dropped them to catch in Olaf's eyes troubled reproach, looked at me. "I couldn't help it," he said, half defiantly, half miserably. "God, what a woman! I couldn't help it." "Larry," I asked, "why didn't you tell her you didn't love her then?" He gazed at me, the old twinkle back in his eyes. "Spoken like a scientist, Doc," he exclaimed. "I suppose if a burning angel struck you out of nowhere and threw itself about you, you would most dignifiedly tell it you didn't want to be burned. For God's sake, don't talk nonsense, Goodwin," he ended, almost peevishly. "Evil, evil." The Norseman's voice was deep, nearly a chant. "All here is of evil. Trolldom and Helvida it is, yeah. And that she-devil Scuff Beauty, what is she but harlot of that shining devil they worship? I, Olaf Huldrickson, know what she meant when she held out to you power over all the world, yeah, as if the world had not devils enough in it now." "What?" The cry came from both O'Keefe and myself at once. Olaf made a gesture of caution, relapsed into sullen silence. There were footsteps on the path, and into sight came Rador. But a Rador changed. Gone was every vestige of his mockery. Curiously solemn, he saluted O'Keefe and Olaf with that salute which before this I had seen given only to Yolara and to Lugur. There came a swift quickening of the tumult, died away. He shrugged mighty shoulders. "The Ladala are awake," he said. "So much for what two brave men can do." He paused thoughtfully. "Bones and dust jostle not each other for place against the grave wall," he added oddly. "But if bones and dust have revealed to them that they still live—" He stopped abruptly, his eyes seeking the globe that bore and sent forth speech. I find that I have neglected to explain the working of these interesting mechanisms that were telephonic, dictaphonic, and telegraphic in one. I must assume that my readers are familiar with the receiving apparatus of wireless telegraphy, which must be tuned by the operator until its own vibratory quality is in exact harmony with the vibrations, the extreme rapid impacts, of those short electric wavelengths we call Hertzian, and which carry the wireless messages. We must assume also that they are familiar with the elementary fact of physics that the vibrations of light and sound are interchangeable. The hearing-talking globes utilize both these principles, and with consummate simplicity. The light with which they shone was produced by an atomic motor within their base, similar to that which activated the merely illuminating globes. The composition of the phonic spheres gave their surfaces an acute sensitivity and resonance. In conjunction with its energizing power, the metal set up what is called a field of force, which linked it with every particle of its kind, no matter how distant. When vibrations of speech impinged upon the resonant surface, its rhythmic light vibrations were broken, just as a telephone transmitter breaks an electric current. Simultaneously, these light vibrations were changed into sound, on the surfaces of all spheres tuned to that particular instrument. The crawling colors which showed themselves at these times were literally the voice of the speaker in its spectrum equivalent. While usually the sounds produced required considerable familiarity with the apparatus to be understood quickly, they could, on occasion, be made startlingly loud and clear, as I was soon to realize. WTG. "The Afyo-Mai has sent me to watch over you till she summons you," he announced clearly. "There is to be a feast. You, Larry, you, Goodwin, are to come. I remain here with Olaf."
"No harm to him,"
broke in O'Keefe sharply. Rador touched his heart, his eyes. "By the Ancient Ones, and by my love for you, and by what you twain did before the Shining One, I swear it," he whispered. Rador clapped palms. A soldier came round the path, in his grip a long flat box of polished wood. The green dwarf took it, dismissed him, threw open the lid. "Here is your apparel for the feast, Larry," he said, pointing to the contents. O'Keefe stared, reached down and drew out a white, shimmering, softly metallic, long-sleeved tunic, a broad silvery girdle, leg swathings of the same argent material, and sandals that seemed to be cut out from silver. He made a quick gesture of angry dissent. "Nay, Larry," muttered the dwarf. "Wear them. I counsel it. I pray it. Ask me not why." He went on swiftly, looking again at the globe. O'Keefe, as I, was impressed by his earnestness. The dwarf made a curiously expressive pleading gesture. O'Keefe abruptly took the garments, passed into the room of the fountain. "The Shining One dances not again?" I asked. "No," he said. "No," he hesitated. "It is the usual feast that follows the sacrament. Lugur, and Double-Tongue, who came with you, will be there," he added slowly. "Lugur," I gasped in astonishment. "After what happened, he will be there?" "Perhaps because of what happened, Goodwin, my friend," he answered, his eyes again full of malice. "And there will be others, friends of Yolara, friends of Lugur, and perhaps another." His voice was almost inaudible. "One whom they have not called." He halted, half fearfully, glancing at the globe, put finger to lips, and spread himself out upon one of the couches. "Strike up the band!" came O'Keefe's voice. "Here comes the hero!" He strode into the room. I am bound to say that the admiration in Rador's eyes was reflected in my own, and even, if involuntarily, in Olaf's. "A son of Cyana," whispered Rador. He knelt, took from his girdle pouch a silk-wrapped something, unwound it, and still kneeling, drew out a slender poniard of gleaming white metal, hilted with the blue stones. He thrust it into O'Keefe's girdle, then gave him again the rare salute. "Come," he ordered, and took us to the head of the pathway. "Now," he said grimly, "let the Silent Ones show their power, if they still have it." And with this strange benediction he turned back. "For God's sake, Larry," I urged as we approached the house of the priestess, "you'll be careful." He nodded, but I saw with a little deadly pang of apprehension in my heart a puzzled, lurking doubt within his eyes. As we ascended the serpent steps, Marikinoff appeared. He gave a signal to our guards, and I wondered what influence the Russian had attained, for promptly, without question, they drew aside. At me he smiled amiably. "Have you found your friends yet?" he went on, and now I sensed something deeply sinister in him. "No, it is too bad. Well, don't give up hope." He turned to O'Keefe. "Lieutenant, I would like to speak to you, alone."
"I've no secrets from Goodwin," answered O'Keefe.
"So?" queried Marikinoff suavely. He bent, whispered to Larry. The Irishman started, eyed him with a certain shocked incredulity, then turned to me.
"Just a minute, Doc,"
he said, and I caught the suspicion of a wink. They drew aside, out of earshot. The Russian talked rapidly. Larry was all attention. Marikinoff's earnestness became intense. O'Keefe interrupted, appeared to question. Marikinoff glanced at me, and as his gaze shifted from O'Keefe, I saw a flame of rage and horror blaze up in the latter's eyes. At last the Irishman appeared to consider gravely, nodded as though he had arrived at some decision, and Marikinoff thrust his hand to him. And only I could have noticed Larry shrinking, his microscopic hesitation before he took it, and his involuntary movement, as though to shake off something unclean, when the clasp was ended. Marikinoff, without another look at me, turned and went quickly within. The guards took their places. I looked at Larry inquiringly.
"Don't ask a thing now, Doc," he said tensely. "Wait till we get home. But we've got to get damn busy, and quick, I'll tell you that now."
End of Chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Moon Pool by Abraham Merritt. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Moon Pool. Chapter 20. The Tempting of Larry. We paused before thick curtains, through which came the faint murmur of many voices. They parted. Out came two, ushers I suppose they were, in cuirasses and kilts that reminded me somewhat of chain mail, the first armor of any kind here that I had seen. They held open the folds. The chamber, on whose threshold we stood, was far larger than either anteroom or hall of audience. Not less than 300 feet long and half that in length. From end to end of it ran two huge semicircular tables, paralleling each other, divided by a wide aisle, and heaped with flowers, with fruits, with viands unknown to me, and glittering with crystal flagons, beakers, goblets of as many hues as the blooms. On the gay cushioned couches that flanked the tables, lounging luxuriously, were scores of the fair-haired ruling class, and there rose a little buzz of admiration, oddly mixed with a half-startled amaze, as their gaze fell upon O'Keefe in all his silvery magnificence. Everywhere the light-giving globes sent their roseate radiance. The queerest dwarfs led us through the aisle. Within the arc of the inner half-circle was another glittering board, an oval. But of those seated there, facing us, I had eyes for only one, Yolara. She swayed up to greet O'Keefe, and she was like one of those white lily-maids, whose beauty Huang Ku, the sage, says made the Gobi first a paradise, and whose lusts later the burned-out desert that it is. She held out hands to Larry, and on her face was passion, unashamed, unhiding. She was Circe, but Circe conquered. Webs of filmiest white clung to the rose-leaf body. Twisted through the corn-silk hair, a threaded circlet of pale sapphire shone, but they were pale beside Yolara's eyes. O'Keefe bent, kissed her hands, something more than mere admiration flaming from him. She saw, and, smiling, drew him down beside her. It came to me that of all, only these two, Yolara and O'Keefe, were in white, and I wondered. Then, with a tightening of nerves, ceased to wonder, as there entered Lugur. He was all in scarlet, and as he strode forward, a silence fell, a tense, strained silence. His gaze turned upon Yolara, rested upon O'Keefe, and instantly his face grew dreadful, There is no other word than that for it. Marikinoff leaned forward from